There is a stone surface in the Peruvian Andes that by every rule we teach should not be possible. It is andesite, almost as hard as granite, and a tool dragged across it for years leaves scars. This one has none. Under a microscope, its skin looks faintly glassy, as though the rock were not chipped into shape, but somehow remade. And a study in the journal Ceramics International found organic carbon locked inside Andean stone like it. Carbon that cannot survive in rock born from a volcano. Mainstream archaeology says it was patiently ground smooth by hand. That answer does not explain the crisp right angles or the glass. Not the skill it would take, not the tools that were never found, not one written word about who did it. Tonight, the stone that may have been made, not carved. Chapter 1, the stone that was made. Made, not carved. Slow down on those 3 words because they quietly overturn almost everything we assume about this place. We walk into a site like Naupa Huaca already certain of the question we are asking. How did they cut stone this precisely? But if even part of the answer is that they did not cut it at all, then the question itself was wrong from the very start. So what would it actually mean for stone to be made? The technical word is geopolymer, and the idea is simpler than it sounds. You take natural rock and you grind it down to powder. You mix that powder with a binder, a chemical paste that coaxes the minerals to bond together again. While the mixture is still soft, you press it or pour it into whatever shape you want, against a smooth form, into a sharp inside corner, anywhere a chisel would struggle and chip, and then you let it cure, until it hardens back into something with the strength and the appearance of natural stone. No carving, no tool marks, because there was never a tool at all. There was a mold. Now, that is a bold claim, and bold claims need more than a smooth surface to stand on. So here it helps to know how the people in the white coats actually test such a thing, because their method is the opposite of guesswork. Under a scanning electron microscope, you can read the inside of a stone, almost like a fingerprint. Natural andesite is born inside a volcano, in heat so violent that nothing living, nothing carbon-based, could ever survive the making of it. So find organic carbon and nitrogen woven through the mineral grains. And you are no longer looking at something a volcano produced, you are looking at something a workshop produced. That is precisely what the team led by the materials scientist Joseph Davidovits reported when they placed the gray andesite of the great Andean monuments under the lens. Carbon, nitrogen, the chemical residue of a human recipe, sealed inside stone the textbooks call purely volcanic. Their published conclusion was blunt. Some of this andesite was never quarried in the ordinary sense at all. It was manufactured. There is an honest limit worth saying out loud here, the kind of limit the louder videos always skip past. That study examined the monuments near Lake Titicaca and not the door at Naupa Huaca itself, and no one has yet placed the false door under the same microscope. So we cannot stand here and tell you the door is a geopolymer. But what we can tell you is far more unsettling than certainty would be. The ability to remake the hardest stone in the Andes was not a fantasy invented for the internet. It existed in this region in the hands of people we have filed away under a single dismissive label. And the door, with its impossible corners and its glassy, unworn skin, sits squarely inside the world that discovery opens up, which leaves the one question that simply will not let go. If someone in the deep Andean past truly knew how to make stone soft and then make it hard again, a craft we have only just begun to reconstruct inside a laboratory, then who on earth were they? And why did the people who came after them speak of those builders not as engineers, but as gods? Chapter 2, the hands that do not match. Stand inside Naupa Huaca and look carefully at where one kind of stonework meets another, and you begin to see two completely different minds at work in the same cave. There is the precise carving, the flat planes and the geometric niches. And then, resting against it and around it, there is a second kind of building, rougher, blockier, held together with clay. The two do not match. They do not even seem to belong to the same level of ambition. This is the point where a certain kind of video reaches for the most dramatic answer on the shelf, that the precise work was left by visitors from another world, that the door is a stargate, a portal torn in space and time. We are not going to tell you that. Not because it is forbidden to wonder, but because you do not need it. The grounded explanation is strong enough on its own, and it has one great advantage. It is something you can stand in front of and test with your own eyes. Here is that explanation. The rough clay and block work is Inca. The Inca were extraordinary engineers, and this is no insult to them. It is simply what their everyday building looked like. The precise megalithic carving is older, and the Inca knew that it was older. In their own histories, recorded by the Spanish chroniclers who sat and listened to them, the Inca said again and again that the greatest stonework in their land was not theirs. It had been made in an earlier age by an earlier people, and they had inherited it. And this is not the quirk of a single cave. Travel a short distance, and you find the same two layers stacked again. At Ollantaytambo, enormous finished blocks fitted together with impossible precision, and around them the visibly cruder work of later hands. In Cusco, beneath the temple, the Spanish renamed the same story, a foundation of seamless giant stonework carrying centuries of smaller building above it. The pattern repeats across the sacred valley like a signature. One, people built rough and fast. Another, far earlier, built as though stone were soft. Mainstream archaeology files all of it under a single label, and that label cannot carry the weight of what is standing there. So if an older people built the door, the real question becomes what else they left behind. And the answer is waiting in the way this cave meets the sky. Chapter 3, the cave that catches the sun. For most of the year, the cave is simply a cave, shadowed and quiet. But a short distance away, in the same valley, there is a second sanctuary that almost no one outside the region has heard of. Its name is Choqquequirra. And Choqquequirra is carved into the rock in nearly the same way as Naupajhuaca, the same strange inverted opening in the stone, the same instinct to shape a cave into a doorway. What makes Choqquequirra matter is what happens there on one morning of the year. On the sunrise of the December solstice, the light does not simply fall across the site. It threads through the opening and reaches into the interior, as though the whole cave had been cut to receive that single beam at that single moment. This is not a legend whispered by guides. It is a documented alignment, the kind of thing you can stand in the cold dawn and watch happen. And once you have seen it at Choqquequirra, you cannot look at Naupajhuaca the same way again. The strange shape stops being decoration. It begins to look like an instrument. A cave deliberately carved to track the turning of the year, to catch one sunrise out of 365 of them. In a world with no clocks and no calendars printed on paper, a cave that reliably marked the solstice was not an ornament. It was a machine for keeping time, telling a farming people when the year had turned and the planting must begin. It was, in the most literal sense, knowledge built into the landscape. Here is where it grows stranger still. Inside Naupajhuaca, the carved altar is not pointed at random. Its chambers face outward toward meaningful points on the horizon, toward the rising of certain stars, and the place where the sun stands still at the solstice. Whoever cut this altar was not only a mason, they were a watcher of the sky, fixing into stone a permanent memory of where the heavens move. We like to imagine that careful astronomy belongs to telescopes and observatories, but the people who made this door were doing it with a mountain, a chisel, and a patience we can barely imagine. And there is one more thing they left in this cave. A single object made from a stone that has no business being here, that someone, centuries later, tried very hard to destroy. Chapter 4, the altar they tried to erase. Facing the entrance of the cave stands the most remarkable thing inside it, a carved altar cut from a deep blue-green stone that geologists call bluestone. And here is the first strange fact about it. This is the only outcrop of that stone anywhere in the region. Everything around it is ordinary sandstone. Someone chose this particular material on purpose, and went to the considerable trouble of working it when easier stone lay all around them. You will hear it claimed that the blue stone was chosen because it is electric, that it generates a charge, that it powered something we cannot imagine. Set the boldest version of that aside as well. We do not need it. The defensible fact is remarkable enough on its own. The builders reached past the ordinary stone of their own valley for a rare material found in a single place, and they shaped it with the same impossible precision as the door. That is a deliberate and costly choice, and it tells you plainly that this altar mattered to them. It mattered to someone else too. In the 1500s, Spanish priests swept through the sacred valley on a campaign to stamp out what they called idolatry, and the sacred sites of the Andes were broken apart one after another. The upper portion of this altar was deliberately shattered. The men who came to erase the old religion understood correctly that this stone was a place of power in the eyes of the people they had conquered. But in trying to destroy it, they left a clue behind. Bored into the hard stone is a deep, clean hole, the kind of cut that is genuinely difficult to drive into a material this unyielding. It does not look like the bruise of a hammer. It looks bored, turned, cut by something that rotated. How a hole like that came to be in stone this hard, long before the age of machines, is one more thing about this altar that no one has fully explained. The Spanish wanted it gone. The question worth sitting with is what they were so afraid of. And to answer that, we have to stop looking at the stone and listen instead to what the people who built it actually believed. Chapter 5, The Doorway in the Myth. The name itself is a clue we walk straight past at the beginning. In the old Quechua tongue, Naupa means ancient, primordial, belonging to the deep past. And Huaca is a word with no clean translation into English, because it names something we no longer quite believe in. A huaca is a threshold, a place where the world of the living touches the world of the gods and the ancestors. A doorway, in other words, between one reality and another. So a door carved into rock that opens onto nothing was never meant to be walked through with the body. To the people who made it, a doorway like this was crossed by something else, the dead, the divine, the part of a person that outlasts the person. And the people of the Andes told a story about where their world came from and who built it. In the accounts written down by the Spanish chronicler Juan de Betanzos in the 1500s, taken from the mouths of the Inca themselves, the creator god Viracocha rose out of Lake Titicaca in an age of darkness. He made the sun and the moon and the stars. He made a first race out of stone. And when that first world displeased him, he wiped it away in a great flood and began again, raising a new humanity at the ancient city of Tiahuanaco. Listen to that story with the door in mind. A people who carved thresholds between worlds, a memory of an earlier creation made of stone and swept away by water, a holy place far older than the Inca, that the Inca said they found rather than built. We are not claiming the myth is a documentary, but myth is how a culture carries memory across the centuries when it has no writing. And this one keeps insisting on the very thing the stones keep insisting on, that before the people we know, there were others. Builders, the Andes, remembered as gods. People who left a door in a mountain, and the knowledge to work the hardest stone as though it were clay, and then, like the first world in their own story, vanished. Chapter 6, The Door We Cannot Close. So what are we actually left with? A doorway with no tool marks, cut into stone that a peer-reviewed study suggests may have been remade by human hands. A cave shaped to catch a single sunrise, with a twin nearby that does the very same thing. An altar of rare stone, deliberately broken by people who feared what it meant. And a myth, in the words of the builder's own descendants, of an older world of stone that came before this one. The textbook gives all of it a single quiet answer: Inca. And the stone, the sky, and the Inca themselves seem to answer back: older, much older. We are not going to hand you a verdict, because the honest truth is that no one has earned one yet. But you have seen what we have seen. So we will leave the question where it belongs, with you. The same question that has stood in that ravine longer than anyone can prove. Who carved a sealed door into this mountain? And what did they believe was waiting on the other side of it? Tell us in the comments. Give us your own theory. And do not be shy with the bold ones, because the careful official answer has already had its turn, and it has not closed the case. If you want to keep standing in these forgotten doorways with us, subscribe and ring the bell so the next one finds you, because next time we follow this same trail of impossible stone deeper into the valley to a site even fewer people have ever heard of. Until then, keep looking. The old world left far more doors open than we were ever taught. There are more than 200 pyramids standing in China right now, and you have almost certainly never seen one. They line the plains around an old capital, some taller than a 15-story building, their sides squared to the compass, grass and trees grown over them like ordinary green hills. They have stood for 2,000 years, and nearly every one of them is still sealed, never dug, never opened by deliberate choice. Not because they are lost, not because they are forgotten, because the people who could open them keep deciding we are not ready. Tonight, the pyramids hiding in plain sight, and the door the modern world refuses to walk through. Chapter 1, the tomb science is afraid to open. Of all those sealed mounds, one is forbidden above the rest. Almost 100 years after it was closed, a historian named Sima Qian sat down to write an account of what was supposed to lie inside it. He had no way to look. The tomb was already shut, already guarded, already passing into legend. Yet in his great work, the one we now call the Records of the Grand Historian, he set down the details with the flat certainty of a man copying from official records. And for most of the centuries that followed, scholars treated those details as a storyteller's flourish, a dead emperor lying in an artificial heaven, crossbows strung to loose their arrows at any intruder, and a floor shaped into the rivers and the seas of his realm, running not with water, but with liquid metal, mercury. For a long time, there was no way to test any of it without breaking in, and breaking in was exactly what no one was willing to do. So the question sat there unanswered for the better part of 2,000 years. Then came a quieter kind of answer, and it did not require a single shovel. Here is something most people never learn about how archaeology actually works. You do not always have to dig to see what is underground. Certain elements give themselves away by rising slowly through the soil as vapor, and mercury is one of them. It seeps upward over centuries, and with the right instruments, you can walk the surface of a sealed site and map what is escaping beneath your feet, like reading a word through a closed envelope held up to the light. In the 1980s, Chinese researchers did exactly that across the burial mound of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang. The results, published by the scientists Chang and Li in a geochemistry journal in 1985, were not subtle. The soil over the heart of the tomb carried mercury in concentrations many times higher than the ground around it, in places more than 70 times higher. And the readings were not scattered at random. They clustered and thinned in a pattern across the mound, heavier in some quarters, lighter in others. Then, in 2020, a fresh study published in the journal Scientific Reports went back over the site with modern laser instruments, treating the rising mercury as a gas to be traced and measured. The anomaly was still there, still real, still concentrated, where the old survey had found it. Two separate generations of scientists, decades apart, using different tools, had walked over a closed grave and found a lake of poison answering back. And the shape of it is the part that should hold you. The distribution of the mercury in the soil broadly matches the geography of China itself, the placement of its great rivers and its sea, exactly as Sima Qian described, a floor of flowing mercury laid out to mirror the empire. A man writing by candlelight, 100 years after the fact, with no way to see inside, told us there were rivers of mercury arranged like a map of the land, and the instruments of our own century went to that hill and found the mercury arranged like a map of the land. This is the rare moment when an ancient story was put to the test and did not crumble. It passed, which leaves us with a harder question than we started with. If the builders could encode the rivers of an entire kingdom into the floor of a tomb with that kind of intention and that kind of precision, what else did they encode? In places we have been able to look. To find the next answer, we have to stop looking down at the ground and look up. Chapter 2, aligned to a star that wasn't there yet. We said these mounds stand squared to the compass, and most of them do. But lay a surveyor's compass on the great mound at Maoling, the largest of the pyramids near the old capital of Xi'an, and something small and stubborn refuses to line up. The sides of the mound do not point quite true. They lean off from north by a few degrees, and the first instinct of any sensible person is to call it a mistake. Ancient builders, rough tools, a slip of the measuring cord, it happens. Except it does not behave like a mistake. When an Italian archaeoastronomer named Giulio Magli studied the whole field of these imperial mounds, he found they fall into two distinct families. One family is aligned to the cardinal directions with real precision, their sides squared to true north within a single degree. These were people entirely capable of finding north. The other family leans off by something between 8 and 14 degrees. And here is the detail that turns a mistake into a message. They all lean the same way. The same direction, the same hand, the same tilt, repeated across mound after mound. A mistake scatters. This does not scatter. This was chosen. So what were they aiming at, if not true north? To understand the answer, you have to understand one slow fact about the sky, and it is a fact that quietly dates the heavens themselves. The earth wobbles on its axis, very gently, like a spinning top leaning as it turns, and it takes around 26,000 years to complete a single circle of that wobble. Because of it, the point in the sky that sits directly above the North Pole drifts over the centuries. We are lucky. In our age, a bright star, the one we call the pole star, sits almost exactly at that point. But it was not always there. And in the time of these emperors, more than 2,000 years ago, no bright star marked true north at all. The pole pointed at empty darkness. Magli's reading is that the leaning family of mounds were not aiming at the empty north of their own time. They were aiming at where the heavens were slowly going, at the spot the pole star would one day come to occupy. They built toward a star that was not there yet. They were tracking the wobble of the world. Here is where it gets stranger. To even attempt that, you do not just need to watch the sky for a season. You need records that reach across many lifetimes, generations of patient observation handed down and compared, long enough to feel the heavens themselves shifting underfoot. That is an enormous, quiet act of science, carried out by people we are usually told had only just begun to organize. And if they were that precise about the sky above the tombs, it sharpens the question we opened with. Why does almost no one outside China know these pyramids exist? And how did the world finally find out? Chapter 3, The Pyramid, in the newspaper. The wider world first met the pyramids of China not through an archaeologist, but through a newspaper. In the spring of 1947, the New York Times carried the account of a man named Maurice Xi'an, an executive for an American airline, who described flying over a colossal pyramid southwest of Xi'an. A photograph soon followed, attributed to a wartime pilot, and the story caught fire in the way these stories do. Somewhere out in the heart of China, the papers said, stood a pyramid that dwarfed anything in Egypt. And here the legend grew a second head, the one that has followed these mounds ever since. In the retellings, it became the Great White Pyramid, a structure said to rise 1,000 feet into the air, gleaming white, capped with a great jewel at its summit, a beacon meant for eyes that were not human. It is a wonderful image. It is the version that gets repeated in 100 videos. And we are going to set it down right here, gently, because the truth serves us better than the myth. When the dust settled, the pyramid in that famous photograph was identified. It was Maoling, the same great mound we just stood on, the the tomb of an emperor of the Han. It is real, and it is large, around 46 meters tall, but it is built of rammed earth, not gleaming stone, and there is no 1,000-foot tower and no jewel. We do not need them. A man does not need to invent a giant to be impressed by a mountain. What is actually standing on that plain, dozens of enormous engineered mounds aligned to the turning sky, is strange enough without a single ounce of exaggeration, and far harder to wave away. And here we return to that locked door from the very beginning, because the reason it stays locked runs deeper than neglect. The official reason is sober, and on its own terms, hard to argue with. Excavation is destruction. Dig a thing up before you have the means to preserve what you find, and you may erase the very thing you came to learn. The famous terracotta soldiers, discovered by farmers digging a well in 1974, came out of the earth painted in bright color, and that color began to fade and flake within hours of meeting the air. So the door stays shut, the argument goes, out of respect and out of patience, until our science is ready. It is a reasonable argument. Grant it its full weight. And then notice what it quietly leaves standing. We have a tomb we can measure but cannot enter. We can map the poison inside it. We can chart the stars its neighbors were built to follow. We can stand on the grass above the dead emperor's head. And still, century after century, the door does not open. The earth keeps its secret with our full cooperation. Earthen mounds are one thing, but in other corners of this same country, the builders did not work in earth. They worked in stone, at a scale that still does not make sense. Chapter 4, the stone that was never meant to move. There is a quarry outside the city of Nanjing where a single piece of stone lies on its side, still half joined to the bedrock it was cut from, as though the workers walked away one afternoon and simply never came back. It is not a boulder. It is a shaped block, a monument in the middle of being born, and its base alone weighs something on the order of 16,250 tons. Set the whole thing upright and assembled, and it would stand more than 70 meters tall, taller than a 20-story building. It is one of the largest pieces of worked stone human beings have ever attempted, and it was never finished, never moved, never raised. Now, the mainstream account of this place is clear, and we are going to give it to you straight because it matters. This is the Yangshan Quarry, and the Great Stone was ordered in the year 1405 in the Ming Dynasty by the Yongle Emperor, who wanted a monument for his late father grander than anything that had come before. The work began, and then, the story goes, the builders did the arithmetic and understood the truth. There was no way on earth to move it. No cart, no sledge, no number of men and oxen could drag a stone the weight of a small mountain across the countryside and stand it on end. So they abandoned it mid-cut, and there it has lain ever since. That account is almost certainly correct. It is internally consistent and it fits the records. But sit with what it is actually telling us, because the abandonment is not the boring end of the story. It is the anomaly. A culture, working with the tools we credit it with, cut a stone it had no possible means to transport. The ambition ran clean past the engineering. Someone with real authority looked at a job that could not be done and ordered it begun anyway, as though the doing of impossible things in stone was simply expected, a memory of a scale of work that once made sense. The question is not how they moved it. They did not. The question is, what made them believe, for even a moment, that they could? And the impulse to build in stone like that turns up again, far to the northeast, near the old border with Korea. There stands a structure they call the Tomb of the General, and it breaks the pattern of every earthen mound we have seen. This one is a true step pyramid, built of more than 1,000 dressed granite blocks, cut square and stacked in receding tiers that climb to a flat summit. Some have nicknamed it the Pyramid of the East. And the shape of it, the broad stepped base narrowing as it rises, looks unmistakably like something from the other side of the planet, from the jungles of Mexico, built by people who could not possibly have met its builders. Two traditions, separated by an ocean and by everything else, reaching for the same form in stone. Earth and granite we can at least name and sort. But one site in China produced objects that fit no category we have at all. Chapter 5. The Pipes Inside the Mountain. In 1996, in the harsh and empty Qaidam Basin of western China, a writer exploring near a hill called Mount Baigong came upon something that should not have been there. Set into the rock and running down toward the shore of a salt lake were tubes, pipes, rusted, reddish, hollow cylinders of varying width, some thick as a hand, some thin as a finger, threading through the stone and into the ground and down into the water itself, as though some vast machine had once stood here and left its plumbing behind. The composition only deepened the puzzle. Analysis showed the pipes were rich in iron oxide, ordinary rust, along with silica and calcium, and yet a portion of the material did not match anything obvious at all. And then, in 2007, a report attributed to a Chinese earthquake research body added a detail that made the hair stand up. Some of the pipes, it said, were measurably radioactive. Iron plumbing in an empty desert, threaded through solid rock, beside a lake, giving off radiation. It is the kind of find that launches 1,000 theories about lost technology, and you can understand why. So let us be the careful ones in the room, because the careful version is more interesting than the wild one. There is a strong, sober explanation for the Baigong pipes, and it deserves its full hearing. In 2003, scientists examining the tubes with atomic emission spectroscopy found something telling inside them. Organic matter of plant origin, and in the walls of some of the pipes, growth rings, the same kind of rings you would find in a tree. The leading reading is that these are not manufactured pipes at all. They are what happens when ancient tree roots, buried in iron-rich sediment, slowly rot away and are replaced mineral by mineral by the metals around them, until the wood is gone and only a hard metal cast of the root remains. Nature, in other words, can counterfeit a pipe. It has done so elsewhere in the world. That is very likely what most of these are. We will say so plainly because guessing past the evidence is how trust is lost. And yet, set the natural explanation down at its strongest, and one small thread still hangs loose, refusing to be tucked in. If these are simply old roots turned to stone quietly by chemistry, then why did a government research body report some of them giving off radiation? Fossil roots are not supposed to be radioactive. We do not have a clean answer, and we are not going to invent one for you. We are just going to leave it standing where it is, glowing faintly in the dark, an honest loose end, pipes perhaps. But the mercury was certain. The alignment to the wandering sky was certain. The stone too vast to move was certain. Step back far enough from all of it at once, and a pattern is very hard to ignore. Chapter 6. The shape of what is missing. Lay the pieces side by side. A sealed tomb whose ancient description of mercury rivers was confirmed against all odds by modern instruments. A field of pyramids aimed not at the north of their own age, but at the slow future position of a star, which means generations of patient sky watching we are rarely told these people did. A stone so vast it was cut before anyone stopped to ask whether it could be moved. A granite step pyramid in the northeast that echoes the temples of Mexico. None of these, on its own, rewrites history, but they all lean, quietly, in the same direction toward builders more capable, more patient, and more ancient in their habits than the simple story allows. There is an old thread in nearly every culture on earth that speaks to this. A figure who arrives at the dawn of a people and hands them everything at once: writing, law, the working of metal, the reading of the heavens. The Egyptians had Thoth. The peoples of Mesopotamia told of sages who came from the water. Across the ocean, the civilizations of Mexico remembered a teacher who gave them the calendar and the crafts. And in China, that figure is the Yellow Emperor, Huangdi, remembered as the one who gave his people medicine, building, the bow, and a written language So much knowledge so quickly that he became the father of a civilization. Centuries ago, a French scholar named Joseph de Guinge, reading the same resemblances we have been circling all night, argued in 1759 that the Chinese themselves were a colony of Egypt. He was almost certainly wrong in the particulars. But he was reaching, as we are still reaching, for an explanation of why peoples who never met kept building and remembering in the very same shapes. We can measure the mercury. We can read the angles in the earth. We can stand at the foot of a stone no one could lift. And after all of it, we still cannot say who first looked at the land of China and decided to build this way, with this patience, on this scale, and toward these stars. That is the question the textbooks leave open, whether they mean to or not. So we will hand it to you, because you have walked the whole way here with us. After everything we have looked at tonight, the poison that matched a map, the mounds that tracked a wandering sky, the stone too great to move, who do you think they really were? Tell us in the comments below, and do not be shy with it. The bold answers are the ones worth reading, because the careful story has already had its say, and there is clearly more standing in that earth than it has accounted for. If you want to keep standing at these doors with us, subscribe and turn on the bell so you are with us when we open the next one. Because not far from here, there is another mountain with its own impossible stone and its own silence waiting. Tonight we travel across every inhabited continent, through more than 100 real places you could visit and measure yourself, where the accepted story keeps running out of road. Stone cut too fine for its age, writing no one can read. Cities abandoned with the treasure still in place, tombs no one may open, and ruins the sea has swallowed. We walk slowly, one site at a time, all the way to a city the Sahara buried, and then handed back. You do not need to watch a thing. Settle in, let your eyes rest, and let the story carry you until the dawn. Chapter 1, Sanxingdui, China. In 1986, in Sichuan province, brickmakers digging clay broke through into a pit that should not have existed. Below them lay a hoard of more than 1,000 objects in bronze and gold and jade, and they were not arranged as treasure. They had been smashed, they had been scorched in fire, and then they had been placed deliberately, layer upon layer, and sealed beneath the soil more than 3,000 years ago. The faces are what stop the breath. The people of Sanxingdui cast bronze masks far larger than any human head, with eyebrows like blades and eyes that bulge outward on stalks, and they covered some of them in thin sheets of gold. They cast a standing figure, taller than a living man, its hands curled around some lost ceremonial object, and a bronze tree nearly 4 meters high, hung with birds and fruit and a coiled serpent. They left elephant tusks in heaps, and thousands of cowrie shells carried from distant seas. In 2021, archaeologists opened fresh pits beside the first and drew out another 500 objects. Among them, a golden mask cut from gold, that is 84 parts in 100 pure, and traces of silk, the oldest yet found in this region. Nothing else in all of ancient China looks like any of it. The masks belong to no tradition we can name. The accepted history tells us this was a sophisticated Bronze Age kingdom in the Sichuan basin, flourishing at the same time as the Shang dynasty, far to the east, rich in bronze, skilled beyond its neighbors. That much the metal proves. But the kingdom of Sanxingdui left no writing, not a single character. A society advanced enough to organize mines, furnaces, and master casters, trading for shells and ivory across enormous distances, and it never set down one word that survives, so we do not know what they called themselves, what they worshipped, or what the towering masks were meant to be. And then they ended. The people broke their sacred objects, burned them, buried them with great care, and the city was abandoned. Some researchers believe a great flood drove them out, others a war, others a change of faith that demanded the old gods be killed and interred. What is certain is the deliberateness of it. This was not a city sacked by an enemy who carried off the gold. The gold was still here, in the ground, broken by the worshipper's own hands and laid to rest. Hold on to that act, the burying of the gods and the walking away. It is the first time we see it tonight. It will not be the last. Before this night is over, we will watch other peoples on other continents do something very close to the same thing. And like the makers of these golden faces, most of them will do it without leaving us a single word to explain it. Chapter 2, Saqqara, Egypt. In 1850, a young French archaeologist named Auguste Mariette saw the head of a buried sphinx poking from the sand at Saqqara, and he began to dig along the avenue it marked. The avenue led him underground, into tunnels, cut deep into the bedrock, and there, in the dark, he found boxes that weigh as much as a loaded railway carriage and are finished to a precision that would challenge a modern machine shop. There are 24 of these great boxes. Each is carved from a single block of hard granite, the lid a second single block, and the largest of them approach 100 tons in weight. They were quarried at Aswan, more than 700 kilometers to the south, floated down the river, dragged across the desert, and then somehow lowered into narrow galleries so tight that a person can barely squeeze along the gap beside them. The official account is that they were the coffins of the Apis bulls, sacred animals worshipped as the living body of a god, and there is good evidence the Egyptians did exactly that, sealing one sacred bull after another here across many centuries. The mystery is the workmanship. The inner walls of these boxes are flat to within a few thousandths of an inch. The corners cut crisp and square, the surfaces polished to a sheen, all of it in a stone so hard that modern granite is shaped with diamond and tungsten. The Egyptians, we are told, did this with copper tools, stone pounders, and sand. Engineers who have crawled inside and laid precision instruments against the granite have come away unsettled because the flatness they measure is the flatness of a machined surface plate, not of a coffin chiseled by hand in lamplight underground. When Mariette first forced one open, hoping for treasure, he found it empty, the lid drawn back, the great stone chest holding nothing at all. And there is the matter of moving them. A box of 70 or 80 tons cannot be turned, cannot be tilted, cannot be nudged a hand's width once it sits in a passage with no room on either side. One of them was left in the corridor, never installed, abandoned partway to its niche, as though the work had stopped in the middle. To set the others where they rest, and to align them as exactly as they are aligned, in galleries that allow no leverage and no error, is a feat the accepted toolkit does not comfortably explain. Remember that in a flatness, the granite cut, as if by a machine the ancient world was not supposed to have. We are going to meet it again tonight, in a temple sunk below the floor of Egypt, in a polished cave in India, and at last in a single stone in the Arabian desert split as cleanly as if by a blade of light. Each time, the same question will be waiting. The boxes of Saqqara are only where it begins. Chapter 3, Sacsayhuamán, Peru. High above the old Inca capital of Cusco, a wall climbs the hillside in 3 great zigzag terraces, and it is built from stones that have no business fitting together. They are limestone and andesite boulders, the largest standing taller than a man and weighing well over 100 tons, with some estimates for the greatest of them running toward 200. They are not square. They are not cut to a module. Each one has a different shape, with as many as a dozen faces and angles, and yet every block is locked against its neighbors so tightly that after 5 centuries, you cannot slide the blade of a knife into the joint. The Inca raised this in the 14th and 15th centuries, and the name Sacsayhuamán is bound up with the falcon and with the head of a great stone puma whose body the city of Cusco was said to form. The Spanish chronicler Cieza de León, who saw it not long after the conquest, wrote that 20,000 men had labored here, some hauling the stone, some setting it, and that the work seemed to him beyond the strength of men, the kind of thing made by demons rather than people. The accepted explanation today is patient genius. The Inca were master stoneworkers who shaped each block by pounding it with harder hammerstones, testing it against its place, lifting it away, working it again hundreds of times until the fit was perfect, and who dragged these giants many kilometers from the quarries without the wheel, without iron, without draft animals strong enough for the load. It may be exactly that, but the fit is the thing that lingers. The faces of these polygonal stones are not merely close. They curve and bulge and interlock in 3 dimensions, the swelling of one block received by the hollow of another, so that the wall behaves almost like a single poured mass when the ground shakes, settling and resettling without falling, in a region where earthquakes have flattened the colonial churches built centuries later. Down in Cusco itself, in a wall along a narrow street, sits a single famous stone cut with 12 separate angles, each one matched exactly to the blocks around it. To carve such fits by trial and error in stone this hard, at this scale, across an entire fortress is a labor whose patience is as hard to imagine as the engineering. The same flat, exact, jointless mastery we measured in the granite of Saqqara is here again, on the far side of the world, in a stone the Egyptians never touched and a people who never met them. 2 traditions, 2 continents, one impossible standard of fit. Tonight, that is going to start to feel less like a coincidence and more like a thread. Chapter 4, Yonaguni, Japan. Off the southern tip of Japan, beneath the clear water near the island of Yonaguni, a diver named Kihachiro Aratake swam in 1986 over the edge of something vast and rectangular, and the shape of it has divided serious people ever since. It is a terraced mass of stone, more than 50 meters long and rising some 25 meters from the seabed, in flat steps and sheer walls, with what look like straight edges, right angles, a broad level platform, and 2 tall pillars standing close together, as though a diver had come upon the drowned foundation of a temple. Professor Masaaki Kimura, a marine geologist at the University of the Ryukyus, has spent decades studying it and believes it is at least partly worked by human hands, a monument shaped from the bedrock when this ground stood above the sea. He points to features that seem too regular for chance, what look like cut steps, a channel, a shape some have called a turtle, even marks he reads as carving. If he is right, the last time this stone was dry was around 10,000 years ago, at the close of the last ice age, which would make it older than any pyramid, older than any temple raised by a people we have no other record of at all. The accepted reading is colder and is held by many geologists. The rock is a sandstone that fractures naturally along straight, flat plains. And the sea and the earthquakes of this active zone, they argue, have done all the work, splitting the stone into steps and faces that only resemble architecture. Natural processes, they say, can produce edges startlingly like the work of masons, and the human eye is built to find design where there is none. The geologist Robert Schoch dived the site and came away convinced it was mostly natural, while others who have seen the same stone came away just as convinced it was shaped. So the debate stands unresolved between 2 readings of the same submerged rock. Either the ocean carved a near-perfect staircase by accident, or there is a monument here that drowned at the end of the Ice Age and pushes the story of civilization back by thousands of years. Tonight is full of places that the rising water took. Hold the question open as we go, because Yonaguni is the first of many drowned things we will stand over, and the sea keeps its evidence harder to read than the land ever does. Chapter 5, Hawara, Egypt. Nearly 2,500 years ago, the Greek traveler Herodotus came to a building in Egypt and wrote that it astonished him more than the pyramids themselves. He called it the Labyrinth. It stood beside a pyramid at Hawara, in the green basin of the Fayum, and by his account it held 3,000 rooms, 1,500 above the ground and 1,500 below, joined by winding passages so bewildering that his Egyptian guides would let him walk the upper halls, but would not allow him down into the lower half, where the tombs of kings and of sacred crocodiles were said to lie. He was not the only witness. The The geographer Strabo visited centuries later and described long stone-roofed courts, one for every province of Egypt, and a roof of single slabs of stone of extraordinary size. Pliny wrote of it too. All of them describe the same impossible thing, a single structure that seemed to gather every temple in Egypt under one roof, its courts past counting, dedicated in part to the crocodile god Sobek, whose mummified bodies were honored in the Fayum. The pharaoh credited with it is Amenemhat III, who ruled almost 4,000 years ago and whose mud brick pyramid still stands, melted to a brown mound at the edge of the site. The labyrinth itself, the wonder that outshone the pyramids, is simply gone. Where it stood there is now a flat field strewn with broken chips of limestone and granite, as though the entire building had been quarried away to nothing, carried off stone by stone in later ages to build other things. For a long time, scholars wondered whether Herodotus had exaggerated, whether the 3,000 rooms were a traveler's tale grown in the retelling. The great Flinders Petrie dug here in the 1880s and found the vast bed of chips, the footprint of something enormous, but not the rooms themselves. Then, in 2008, a survey team called the Mataha expedition brought ground-sensing instruments to the bare fields south of the pyramid. Their readings traced something under the sand, a grid of thick walls, of long corridors and small square chambers, an enormous buried network covering several hectares, exactly where the ancient writers had placed the lower half of the labyrinth. The results were debated, the permissions to dig were not granted, and the field remains closed and silent above the water that has crept into the low ground. The greatest building the ancient world ever praised may not have vanished after all. It may simply have sunk out of sight, 3,000 stone rooms still locked beneath the Egyptian earth, waiting under a few meters of sand for someone to be allowed to open them. Chapter 6, Baalbek, Lebanon. In the Bekaa Valley of Lebanon stand 3 stones that mark the outer limit of what human beings have ever cut from the living rock and moved. They lie in the foundation of the great temple at Baalbek, set into the wall beneath the columns, and they are called the Trilithon. Each of the 3 is a single block of limestone, weighing in the region of 800 tons. They sit in a level course, edge to edge, lifted some 7 meters off the ground, fitted so closely that the joints between them are fine lines, and the question of how they were raised has never received an answer that fully satisfies. To understand 800 tons, set it against the machines of our own time. There are very few land cranes anywhere on Earth that could lift such a weight at all, and those that can are vast mobile rigs with outriggers, computer balance, and counterweights that themselves weigh hundreds of tons. The Romans, who built the temple above these stones around 2,000 years ago, had timber, rope, capstans, ramps, and the muscle of men and oxen. With those tools, they are supposed to have quarried each 800-ton block, carried it from the quarry, and set it 7 meters up into a wall with the precision of a cabinet maker. Roman engineering was magnificent, the equal of anything before the modern age. And yet nothing else the Romans ever moved comes within sight of this scale, which is part of what unsettles the people who study it. And the Trilithon is not even the largest stone here. Walk a few hundred meters to the old quarry, and you come upon the block the locals call the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, still attached at one end to the bedrock, still lying where it was abandoned. A worked rectangular monolith of around 1,000 tons, weighed at close to that figure by an Austrian survey team in the 1990s. Then, in 2014, archaeologists digging beside it uncovered a 3rd stone, larger still, a single squared block estimated at more than 1,600 tons. It is the heaviest stone object human hands are known to have shaped, and it never left the quarry. Someone cut it free, dressed its sides, and meant to move it, and then the work stopped, and it has waited in the ground ever since. Stand with that for a moment. The people of Baalbek did not merely raise 800-ton stones into a wall. They were preparing to move stones twice that weight, 1,600 tons of solid limestone, and they saw no reason it could not be done. Whatever method gave them that confidence we do not have it. We could not move the stone of the pregnant woman today without an effort that would make news around the world, and they left it lying in the dirt as unfinished business, a job to be got back to. The temple that rose above the trilithon was the Temple of Jupiter, the largest in the entire Roman Empire. Its columns standing some 20 meters tall, 6 of them still upright against the sky. That much is firmly Roman, firmly dated, magnificently documented. But the 3 colossal foundation blocks were already in place when the Roman builders raised their columns upon them, set into a platform that the engineers seem to have inherited rather than made. For that platform, the honest answer is that we are looking at the heaviest building stones ever positioned by human beings, handled as though it were a matter of patience rather than impossibility. The unfinished giant still lies in the quarry, 1,600 tons, half risen from the bedrock. The tool marks sharp, the work simply set down. It is the clearest measure we have of a confidence in stone that the modern world has lost, and it is only the 6th place we have stood tonight. Chapter 7, Antikythera, Greece. In the spring of 1901, sponge divers sheltering from a storm anchored off the little island of Antikythera and went down to the seabed, and they came up white with fear, babbling about a heap of dead bodies on the bottom. The bodies were bronze and marble statues, the cargo of a Roman-era ship that had sunk there around 2,000 years before. Among the corroded lumps they raised was an unremarkable green block the size of a thick book. Months later, in the National Museum in Athens, the archaeologist Valerios Stais looked at it as it dried and split apart, and saw inside it a wheel of bronze, a toothed gear where no gear had any right to be. It took the better part of a century, and finally X-rays and 3-dimensional scanning, to grasp what the divers had found. The Antikythera mechanism is a machine. Inside its wooden case were at least 30 interlocking bronze gears, hand-cut, some of their teeth no larger than a grain of wheat, arranged in trains that no one in the ancient world was thought capable of designing. Turn the handle on its side, and the machine modeled the heavens. It tracked the sun and the moon through the zodiac. It reproduced the moon's uneven motion across the sky. It predicted solar and lunar eclipses years in advance, and it counted down the 4-year cycle of the games at Olympia. Around its dials ran fine inscriptions, a kind of instruction manual etched into the bronze. It was an astronomical computer, built by Greek hands around 100 years before Christ. That alone would be remarkable. What turns it from remarkable into genuinely disturbing is what came after it, which is nothing. A device of this mechanical sophistication, gear trains of this fineness, does not appear again anywhere on Earth for 1,400 years. Not in Rome, not in the long centuries that followed, not until the great astronomical clocks of medieval Europe slowly worked their way back toward the same idea. The Roman writer Cicero, living in the very century the mechanism was made, described a bronze device that modeled the motions of the sun, moon, and planets, built by the philosopher Posidonius, and another credited to Archimedes. Historians once dismissed those passages as exaggeration. The thing in the Athens Museum tells us Cicero was simply reporting what he had seen. Think about what that means. It means that knowledge, real, hard-won, practical knowledge, can be lost. Not hidden, not encoded, simply forgotten, the lost craftsman dying with no apprentice, the workshop closing, the skill gone, as if it had never been. If the storm had not driven those divers down at that exact spot, we would have no idea this machine had ever been made, and we would say with perfect confidence that such a thing was impossible before the Renaissance. The Antikythera mechanism is the single hardest proof we have of a simple and unnerving fact, that the ancient world knew things we assume it could not have known, and that we know it only by the accident of one storm, one wreck, and one curator who looked closely at a lump of corroded bronze. Chapter 8, Karahan, Tepe, Turkey. In the dry hills of southeastern Turkey, not far from the Syrian border, archaeologists are uncovering temples that were old before the first farmers planted the first field. The site is called Karahan Tepe, and it is the sister of the more famous Göbekli Tepe that lies some 46 kilometers to the west. Both belong to a cluster of related sites the Turkish teams call Taş Tepeler, the Stone Hills. An excavation at Karahan Tepe began only in 2019 under the archaeologist Necmi Karul, and what it is bringing out of the ground is forcing a rewrite of the human story. Karahan Tepe is around 11,400 years old. To feel that number, set it beside the things we use to mark deep antiquity. It is more than twice the age of the Great Pyramid. It is some 6,000 years older than Stonehenge. It was built at a time when, by every textbook we grew up with, human beings were wandering hunters who had not yet learned to farm, not yet settled into villages, not yet invented pottery or writing or the wheel. And these supposed wanderers quarried great stone pillars, carved them, raised them upright in carefully planned chambers, and shaped one whole sunken room out of the living bedrock, with a row of more than 10 tall pillars rising from the floor like a stone forest, watched over by a human head that emerges from the rock wall, turned to face them. The carvings throughout the site are stranger still. There are snakes and animals. There are pillars shaped as phalluses cut in the round, and there is that single carved face with its heavy nose and deep-set eyes among the earliest large human likenesses ever made. This is monumental sacred architecture, planned and built with real skill, and it stands at the very dawn of settled life, or rather before it, because the accepted order of events has farming come first and monuments much later, once societies had grown rich and organized enough to spare the labor. Karahan Tepe inverts that order. The temple comes first, before the farm, before the surplus, before the city. It suggests that what gathered these people, what made them whole and carve and build together, was not the full granary, but the shared belief, the need to raise something wholly in common. And, like its sister Göbekli Tepe, the site appears to have been deliberately buried at the end of its life, packed with earth by the very people who used it, sealed and hidden rather than simply abandoned. The hunters we were taught to picture as simple were here, 11,000 years ago, carving faces into living rock, aligning chambers with intent, and then covering the whole sanctuary over with their own hands. We are standing at the beginning of everything. And already, at the very beginning, people were building things and then hiding them in ways we still cannot fully explain. Chapter 9, Longyou, China. In 1992, in the Zhejiang province of eastern China, a villager and her neighbors set out to pump dry a pond that local people had always believed was bottomless. The water went down and down, and when at last the pond was empty, there was no muddy bottom, but a vast carved hole descending into the rock, the walls scored everywhere with the marks of chisels. When they explored further, they found not one such chamber, but 24 of them, side by side, a row of immense hand-cut caverns that no living person had known were there, each one having sat for centuries beneath its own still, dark pond. The Longyou caves are enormous. Each grotto plunges around 30 meters down into solid siltstone, with ceilings held up by carved pillars, with broad stone stairways, pools, and channels, the whole complex covering tens of thousands of square meters. The walls and ceilings are entirely covered, every surface, in fine parallel chisel lines. The same disciplined pattern repeated across all 24 caves, with a consistency that speaks of one organized method and a trained workforce following it exactly. The pillars left standing to hold up the roofs are placed with real structural sense, and the cave mouths are angled so that light falls into the dark. Pottery found in the silt dates from the Western Han, which means the caves are at least 2,000 years old, and very likely older. Here is what no one can answer. To carve out these 24 caverns, the workers would have had to cut and remove close to 1 million cubic meters of rock. That much stone, broken out by hand and carried up out of the dark, would form a small mountain, and yet not a single trace of the spoil has ever been found anywhere near the site. It was not dumped in the river, not piled in a nearby valley, not used in any wall or terrace anyone has identified. Nor is there one line of writing in a country that documented the building of its canals and walls and tombs in exhaustive detail that so much as mentions this colossal undertaking. No record of who ordered it, who paid for it, who did the digging, or what the caves were for. So we are left with a labor of staggering scale, performed with great care and skill, and then erased from memory so completely that an empire which wrote down almost everything wrote down nothing about this. The villagers who drained the pond were the first to walk those halls in 2,000 years. The chisel marks are as crisp as the day they were cut, climbing the walls in their endless parallel rows, and there is no one left to ask what hand made them or where all that missing stone has gone. Chapter 10, Nan Madol, Micronesia. Far out in the western Pacific, off the island of Pohnpei, a city rises straight out of the lagoon. It is built on nearly 100 artificial islets, laid out across the shallow water and separated by canals, so that the only way to move through it is by boat, and for this it is sometimes called the Venice of the Pacific. Its name is Nan Madol, and it was the seat of the Saudalur dynasty, the line of rulers who held Pohnpei by the accepted dating between roughly the years 1200 and 1500. The city is made of stone, but not stone that was carved. Pohnpei's volcanoes produce a remarkable basalt that cools into long natural columns, six-sided rods of rock, some of them many meters long. The builders of Nan Madol gathered these columns by the 100,000 and stacked them like logs, crosswise, layer over layer, to raise walls that in places still stand 7 or 8 meters high. One islet, the great tomb called Nan Duwas, is ringed by such walls and holds a central vault of stacked basalt. The whole city contains an estimated 750,000 tons of this stone, and the heaviest single columns weigh many tons apiece. The difficulty is in the getting there. The basalt does not come from the islets. The main quarries lie on the far side of Pohnpei, and the columns had to be moved somehow across the island and over the open water to the building site, hundreds of thousands of tons of them, including individual logs of rock far too heavy for a few people to lift. The islanders, when asked how their ancestors did it, traditionally answered that the stones flew through the air, carried by the chant of 2 sorcerer brothers, Olesipa and Olosopa, who came across the sea and founded the city by magic. The honest archaeological answer is that we are not certain. Rafts and ropes and the lift of the rising tide are the usual proposal, but the sheer tonnage moved with the technology of a Pacific Island society and leaving no clear sign of the method remains genuinely hard to account for. Around the year 1628, a warrior named Isokeleke led an invasion of Pohnpei and broke the power of the Saudalur, and in time the great water city was left to silence. The place became forbidden, a haunt of the dead that the living were warned not to enter after dark. Stand at the water's edge of this drowned and ruined capital, the black basalt logs stacked above the lagoon, the canals empty, and you are looking at one of the most remote feats of monumental building anywhere on the planet, raised on a reef in the middle of the largest ocean on Earth, far from any other great civilization, by a people who then faded into legend. The mainstream story of the ancient world hardly mentions it. It is exactly the kind of place we came here tonight to find. Chapter 11, Abydos, Egypt. Behind the elegant temple of Seti I at Abydos, hidden and set lower than everything around it, there is a structure that does not match the temple above it at all. It is called the Osirian, and where the temple is fine and decorated, the Osirian is built of enormous bare blocks of red granite, some weighing around 100 tons, raised into plain, massive pillars with no ornament, the whole thing sunk so deep that its floor lies below the water table, and it stands, to this day, partly flooded by water that rises from beneath the ground. The official account places the Osirian in the reign of Seti I, more than 3,000 years ago, built as a symbolic tomb of the god Osiris, a place to represent the mound of creation rising from the primordial waters. The standing water on this reading is intentional, an architectural image of the first waters of the world surrounding the island of life. The British archaeologists Flinders Petrie and Margaret Murray uncovered it in the early years of the 20th century, and the link to Seti rests partly on his inscriptions found at the site and on a passage that connects his temple to the structure behind it. But the building itself feels older and stranger than the temple it hides behind. Its style is severe and cyclopean, great unmarked monoliths of granite in the manner of Egypt's oldest and heaviest work, utterly unlike the refined relief carving of Seti's temple a few steps away. It most resembles the Valley Temple beside the Sphinx at Giza, another structure of giant bare granite blocks whose age is itself disputed. Some who study the Osirian argue that it was already standing, ancient and half-buried, when Seti chose this spot, and that he simply joined his new temple onto a monument he had inherited from a far earlier age. The granite is the same hard stone, cut and fitted with the same uncanny exactness that we measured in the boxes of Saqqara. And always there is the water, rising silently from below, filling the lower chamber, refusing to drain, fed by a source no one has fully traced. It keeps the deepest part of the Osirian forever submerged, so that the heaviest, plainest, most ancient-feeling stonework in Egypt sits half-drowned in a pool that will not go away. The same machine-cut flatness, the same 100-ton granite, and now water, the thread that ran through Yonaguni and will run through so much of this night, holding part of the mystery permanently out of reach beneath its surface. Chapter 12. Mohenjo-daro, Pakistan. On the plain of the Indus, in what is now Pakistan, an archaeologist named Rakhaldas Banerjee began digging in 1922 into a great mound and uncovered a city more than 4,500 years old that overturns almost everything we expect of the ancient world. Its name today is Mohenjo-daro, the Mound of the Dead, and it was one of the largest cities of its age anywhere on Earth, laid out not as a tangle of alleys, but on a planned grid, the streets running straight and crossing at right angles, as though the whole place had been designed by a single mind before the first brick was laid. What the city does not contain is as striking as what it does. The people of the Indus built covered drains along their streets, brought running water to their houses, fitted out bathrooms and latrines, and at the city's heart constructed a great watertight pool of precisely fitted brick sealed with bitumen, the structure we now call the Great Bath. Their bricks were made to a standard ratio across hundreds of kilometers, their weights graded in an exact system, a civilization of order and measurement. And yet, in all the excavation of this huge city and its sister Harappa, no one has found a palace, no grand royal tomb, no great temple obviously raised to a king, and almost nothing that speaks of an army. A vast, clean, prosperous civilization of perhaps 1 million people that appears to have had no god-kings, no conquering warlords, no monuments to power, only fair streets, decent houses, and water carried to every door. They did right. Thousands of small seals and tablets survive, carved with a script of neat little signs, animals and symbols and rows of marks, one famous seal showing a horned figure seated among beasts. But that script has never been read. For a century, the finest scholars and the most powerful computers have tried to crack the Indus writing, and it has not yielded, partly because no long texts survive and no second language gives us a key. We have a literate civilization of 1 million souls, and we cannot read a single sentence they left, do not know their language, do not know what they called their cities or their gods or themselves. They are speaking to us in writing across 4,500 years, and we are deaf to it. And then, like the makers of the golden masks with which we began, they vanished. Over a few generations, the great cities of the Indus were abandoned, the grids left empty, the great bath drained and dry. the people dispersing into smaller villages until the civilization was simply gone, its very existence forgotten until a mound in the desert gave it back in 1922. A drying river, a shift in climate, a change in trade, each has been proposed, none has been proven. Two threads are knotted together here: the city that emptied without a clear cause, and the writing we cannot read. Both of them will follow us through the rest of this night, and both of them began here on the silent grid of Mohenjo-daro. Chapter 13, Xi'an, China. When the first emperor of China died more than 2,200 years ago, he was buried beneath an artificial mountain near modern Xi'an, and that tomb has never been opened. We know it is there. We can see the great earthen mound that covers it. In 1974, a farmer named Yang Jifa, digging a well in the dry fields nearby, broke into the outer pits and found the Terracotta Army, an underground host of life-sized clay soldiers, around 8,000 of them, standing in ranks with horses and chariots to guard their dead master, every face modeled differently, one of the most astonishing discoveries ever made. But the soldiers are only the outer guard. The emperor himself, and whatever lies in his sealed burial chamber under the hill, remain untouched. What stays the hand of every archaeologist is a description written by the historian Sima Qian about 100 years after the emperor's death. In his great history, Sima Qian records that 700,000 workers labored on the tomb, and that crossbows were rigged inside to fire automatically on any intruder. He writes that the ceiling was made to represent the heavens, and the floor, the land, and that the 100 rivers of China, the Yangtze, the Yellow River, and the Great Sea itself, were reproduced in flowing mercury, set in motion by some hidden mechanism so that the silver rivers ran without ceasing around the body of the king. For a long time, this was read as legend, a historian's flourish. Then scientists tested the soil of the Great Mound. In the 1980s, surveys of the earth above the sealed chamber found mercury, concentrated far above the natural level of the surrounding land, in a spread that some have noted loosely echoes the shape of China's rivers and coastline. The poison in the ground appears to confirm the chronicle. There really does seem to be a reservoir of mercury sealed inside that hill, hundreds of tons of it by some estimates, a lake of liquid metal closed in the dark for over 2,000 years, exactly as the ancient text described. This is why the tomb stays shut. To open it would be to release that mercury and to risk destroying, with our impatience, whatever waits inside, the way the bright colors on the terracotta soldiers flaked and faded within minutes of meeting the air. So the first emperor lies where he was laid, on his island in a sea of poison, his rivers of silver perhaps still pooled in the blackness, while we stand outside the mound and read a dead historian's words, and find, to our unease, that they are true. Mark that liquid metal, and above all, the way the ancients used a strange and precious substance to wrap their greatest dead. Far from here, on another continent, we will open a different royal tomb and find its queen drenched in a different shimmering mineral, red where this is silver, and the echo between them will be hard to ignore. Chapter 14, Great Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe. In the south of Africa, between two rivers, on a high plateau, there stands a city of stone that the modern world spent a century refusing to believe its builders had built. Its name is Great Zimbabwe, and it gave the nation of Zimbabwe its name. Its centerpiece is the Great Enclosure, a curving wall of granite blocks, some 11 meters high and over 250 meters around, the largest ancient structure anywhere south of the Sahara, and every stone of it is laid without a drop of mortar, the blocks shaped and fitted so well that the wall has stood for 5 centuries and more. Along its top runs a band of chevron pattern, and inside it rises a solid conical tower of stone whose purpose no one can name. It was raised between roughly the 11th and 15th centuries by the ancestors of the Shona people, a powerful kingdom grown rich on great herds of cattle and on the gold trade that flowed from the interior down to the coast and the dhows of the Indian Ocean. Within the walls, archaeologists have found gold and copper work, glass beads from the Near East, porcelain from China, the proof of a city at the center of a trading web that reached halfway around the world. Carved soapstone birds, found set upon the walls, became the emblem of the kingdom and fly today on the country's flag. The mystery of Great Zimbabwe is not really how it was built, for that we now largely understand. The true mystery is twofold, and the first part is a scandal of our own age. When the German explorer Karl Mauch reached these walls in 1871, he decided at once that no African people could have made them, and supposed he had found the palace of the Queen of Sheba. The European colonizers who followed agreed, inventing lost Phoenicians, wandering Israelites, anyone at all but the Africans whose ancestral city it plainly was. For decades, the colonial government of Rhodesia actively suppressed the archaeological truth, ordering that the medieval African origin be downplayed because the truth was politically unwelcome. It stands as a hard lesson in how the story of a place can be stolen from the people who made it. The second part of the mystery is the ending, and it is the one that belongs to this night. Sometime in the 15th century, Great Zimbabwe was abandoned. The court moved away, the Great Walls emptied, and the city that had traded gold with China was left to the long grass and the birds. The usual explanations are offered: exhausted soil, failing water, the salt and grazing used up by too many cattle, a shift in the gold routes, and any of them may be true. But once again, we are standing inside the walls of a thriving, sophisticated, wealthy place whose people, at the height of their power, rose up and left and did not write down why. We have seen it tonight in China and in the Valley of the Indus. We will see it again and again before the dawn. The pattern is beginning to show itself, and we are only 14 sites into the dark. Chapter 15, Tanis, Egypt. In the spring of 1940, a French archaeologist named Pierre Montet did something that has happened only once in the history of Egyptology. In the ruins of Tanis, in the northern delta, he opened a royal tomb and found it intact, untouched by robbers, the treasure still lying with the king. Not one tomb, but three, the burials of the pharaohs, Psusennes I, Amenemope, and Shoshenq II, sealed and undisturbed for 3,000 years. What he found rivals the tomb of Tutankhamun. Inside a great stone sarcophagus lay a coffin made of solid silver, and silver in ancient Egypt was rarer and more precious than gold, brought from far away at enormous cost. Within the silver coffin was a golden mask, its eyes inlaid with glass and lapis, the face of a king who had lain in the dark since the time before Rome existed. There were bracelets, pectorals, vessels of gold, a hoard to stand beside the most famous treasure ever found. And almost no one heard about it. Montet cracked open that silver sarcophagus in the very weeks that Nazi Germany was overrunning France. The eyes of the world were on the war. The newspapers had no room for a pharaoh, and the discovery that should have made headlines on every continent slipped out almost in silence. The silver pharaoh of Tanis is one of the greatest finds in the history of archaeology, and to this day, most people have never heard his name. There was more in those tombs than one king. Montet found the burial of a general named Venjeboenjed laid near his master, found gold funeral masks and jeweled pectorals and bowls of precious metal, found the sarcophagus of Psusennes itself, reused from a far older royal burial, a coffin of dark stone that had been taken and put to service again, treasure layered upon treasure. It is the only set of intact royal tombs ever recovered in Egypt, the one time the robbers and the centuries failed to get there first, and it has spent the better part of 100 years in the long shadow of a war that buried its fame almost as completely as the sand had buried the kings. But Tanis holds a second mystery beneath the first. The city itself was a ghost. Tanis was a great capital of the later dynasties, rebuilt with colossal statues, obelisks, and temple blocks, and yet many of those monuments were not made for Tanis at all. They were carved with the names of older kings, hauled here from an earlier royal city called Pi-Ramesses, the lost capital of Ramesses the Great, which had been abandoned when its branch of the Nile silted up and dried. The Egyptians had picked up an entire city, statues, gateways, sacred stone, and carried it across the delta to build a new one. For a long time, the confusion of names led scholars to look for Pi-Ramesses in the wrong place entirely. A capital had vanished, and its bones had been used to raise another. Chapter 16. Zayat el-Aryan, Egypt. A few kilometers south of Giza, between the famous pyramids and Saqqara, there is a place that the modern world has effectively sealed shut. It is called Zayat el-Aryan, and at its heart is an enormous excavation that almost no archaeologist alive has been allowed to study, because for decades the site has lain inside a military zone closed to the public and to scholars alike. What little we know comes from the early years of the 20th century, when the Italian archaeologist Alessandro Barsanti cleared it. He found a vast pit, a great open shaft cut down into the bedrock, approached by a long descending stairway, and at the bottom a floor paved with immense blocks of granite fitted with the same heavy precision we have seen elsewhere in Egypt's oldest work. Sunk into that floor was a sealed container of polished stone, an oval basin or sarcophagus, ground smooth, its lid still in place when Barsanti found it. He reported that the lid was cemented down, and that when he lifted it, the basin was empty. The structure is usually called the unfinished pyramid, attributed to an obscure and shadowy king of the Old Kingdom, whose very name is uncertain, a ruler so faintly recorded that we are not sure how long he reigned or whether he reigned at all. The granite blocks of the floor bear faded, red-painted marks, work gang notes, some of which have never been fully read, and the polished oval basin is unlike the rectangular coffins of other pyramids. The great pit itself is enormous, a rectangular shaft cut wide and deep into the rock, its sides sheer, its scale far beyond what the faint, half-remembered king would seem to warrant. What makes the closing of the site so frustrating is that the obvious questions are simple ones. Whose tomb was this? Why was the basin oval rather than rectangular, sunk into the floor rather than standing on it? Why was a shaft of this size begun and then abandoned at the very threshold of completion, as though the work had been ordered to stop? None of these can be properly studied, because the answers, if they lie anywhere, lie at the bottom of a flooded pit inside a fenced military ground, and the careful drawings Barsanti made more than a century ago remain almost the last clear look anyone has had. And then the site was closed. It fell within the bounds of a military area, the great pit filled with sand and groundwater, and the careful records Barsanti made became, for most people, the only window we have. There may be answers down there, in the granite-paved shaft with its strange empty basin, but they sit behind a fence, in a restricted zone, beyond the reach of the people who would most like to ask the questions. It is a rare thing in archaeology, a monument that we have not lost to time, but to a closed gate, sealed in our own age rather than the ancient one. Chapter 17, Taposiris, Magna, Egypt. About 30 miles west of Alexandria stands a ruined temple called Taposiris Magna, and for more than 20 years, one woman has been digging beneath it in search of the most famous missing grave in the world, the tomb of Cleopatra. Her name is Kathleen Martinez, a lawyer turned archaeologist from the Dominican Republic, and she came to Egypt in 2004 with a theory almost everyone thought was a fantasy, that the last queen of Egypt was not buried in sunken Alexandria, but here, in this temple of the god Osiris, away from the city, hidden on purpose. Year by year, her excavations have turned up things that keep the theory alive. She has found coins struck with the face and the name of Cleopatra, hundreds of them, including a hoard of 337. She has found a headless royal statue, a ring dedicated to the goddess Hathor, an amulet, the marks of a temple that was rich and royal and tied to the cult of Isis with which Cleopatra identified herself. Nearby, in the cemeteries around the temple, her teams uncovered mummies that had been buried with thin sheets of gold laid on their tongues, so that the dead might speak before the gods of the underworld, the sign of a sacred place where people wished to be buried close to something holy. And then, beneath the temple, her team broke into something extraordinary, a tunnel. The tunnel runs for 1,305 meters through the bedrock, cut clean and straight, standing about 2 meters tall, some 13 meters below the surface. Engineers who have seen it have called it a geometric marvel. Part of it is flooded, drowned underwater that has crept in over the centuries. And when the team followed where it pointed out toward the coast, they found that the sea had taken the rest. Offshore, beneath the Mediterranean, they uncovered a sunken harbor, polished stone floors, the anchors of ships, the storage jars of Cleopatra's own age, a whole drowned port that the temple tunnel seems to reach toward. The tomb itself has not been found. Cleopatra and her Roman lover Mark Antony, who died together in the year 30 before Christ, remain missing, perhaps under the water, perhaps still sealed in the rock at the tunnel's flooded end, perhaps somewhere this patient search has not yet reached. But Martinez has done what the experts said could not be done. She has turned a fantasy into a live excavation, a tunnel running toward a drowned harbor, and the most wanted grave in history has never felt closer to being found. Chapter 18, Giza, Egypt. Everyone knows the face of the Great Sphinx, the lion body and the human head crouched on the Giza plateau, gazing east toward the rising sun. The accepted story is settled and simple. The Sphinx was carved around 2,500 years before Christ, on the orders of the pharaoh Khafre, whose pyramid stands directly behind it, its face most likely a portrait of the king himself. For most Egyptologists, the matter is closed. The Sphinx, a monument of the Old Kingdom, like the pyramids around it. But in the late 20th century, a geologist looked at the stone and saw something that did not fit. Robert Schoch, a scientist trained in rock and erosion, examined the deep walls of the hollow in which the Sphinx sits, the enclosure cut down into the bedrock when the statue was carved. The weathering there is not the flat, wind-blasted, sand-scoured pattern you would expect in the driest desert on Earth. It is deep, rounded, vertical channeling, the unmistakable signature, Schoch argued, of long ages of heavy rainfall pouring down the rock, cutting it like water cuts a hillside. The trouble is the climate. Egypt has been a desert for thousands of years. For rain to have carved those channels in the volume the rock seems to show, you have to go back to a wetter age, back before 5,000 years before Christ, perhaps far earlier, to a time when, by the standard story, there were no Egyptians capable of carving anything of the kind. The alternative researcher John Anthony West championed this reading alongside Schoch, and together they put a question to the world. If the water made those marks, the Sphinx is far older than Khafre, older than the pharaohs, the work of a forgotten people we have no other record of. Schoch went further than the surface. Working with seismic instruments, he and his colleagues sent pulses into the rock of the enclosure floor and measured how deep the weathering reached beneath the Sphinx, and they found that the rock around the front and sides of the statue was softened by age to a far greater depth than the rock at the rear, which had been cut later. From the difference, Schoch argued for a great antiquity. The core of the Sphinx shaped thousands of years before the date in the textbooks, with the pharaohs of the Old Kingdom merely repairing and recarving a monument they had inherited already ancient. It is worth clearing away one famous myth while we are here, because it shows how easily the story of a face can be rewritten. The Sphinx is missing its nose, and generations have blamed the cannon of Napoleon's soldiers. But drawings made long before Napoleon was born already show the nose gone, and the likeliest account is that a zealot deliberately chiseled it off centuries earlier. The Sphinx has been defaced, restored, buried to the neck in sand, and dug out again so many times across its life that even its own age has become a battlefield. And the deepest question, how old the lion truly is, remains exactly where Schoch and his critics left it, unsettled. Mainstream Egyptology has pushed back hard. They argue the erosion can be explained by other means, by the type of limestone, by moisture and salt rather than rainfall, and they point out that the Sphinx fits neatly into the plan of Khafre's pyramid complex, the causeway, the valley temple, all of one design. The debate has run for decades and shows no sign of ending, because both sides are reading the same silent stone and seeing two different stories in it. Either the Sphinx is exactly as old as the textbooks say, or there is a monument on the Giza Plateau, the most studied site on Earth, that is thousands of years older than the civilization we credit with it. The lion keeps its face turned to the horizon and does not say. Chapter 19. Meroe, Sudan. Travel south up the Nile, past the modern border into Sudan, and you come to a field of pyramids that almost no one in the wider world has heard of. There are more pyramids in Sudan than in all of Egypt, around 200 of them and more, clustered in royal cemeteries along the river, their steep, sharp sides rising out of the sand in the hundreds. They were not built by the Egyptians. They are the work of the Kingdom of Kush, a Black African civilization that ruled the Upper Nile for 1,000 years, and that, for a time, conquered Egypt itself and sat on the throne of the pharaohs. The greatest of these cemeteries belongs to the city of Meroe, the capital of Kush, in its later centuries. The Meroitic pyramids are smaller and steeper than the Egyptian kind, tall, narrow points of stone rising above the tomb, chapels of kings and queens built across the centuries on either side of the birth of Christ. Here ruled powerful warrior queens, the classical world called the Candaces, one of whom is said to have faced down the armies of Rome. The Kushites wrote in their own script, Meroitic, with its own alphabet, and that writing, like so much else tonight, has never been fully read. So the voices of these kings and queens remain mostly silent to us. One of those queens has left us a defiant relic. When the armies of Kush clashed with the soldiers of the Emperor Augustus, the Kushites raided south into Roman Egypt and carried off a bronze statue of the emperor himself, and instead of melting it down, they cut off its head and buried it beneath the steps of a temple at Meroe, so that everyone who entered would forever walk over the face of Rome. That bronze head was dug up in the early 20th century, the eyes still bright with their inlay, the emperor staring up from the dust where a black African queen had laid him under the feet of her people. It is one of the most eloquent objects in all of archaeology, and it belongs to a kingdom most of the world has never heard a word about. Their monuments suffered a particular insult in the modern age. In the 1830s, an Italian treasure hunter named Giuseppe Ferlini came to Meroe and, hunting for gold, blew the tops off many of the pyramids with explosives, smashing the ancient points to rubble to reach the chambers within. He found some treasure, and he ruined a royal necropolis to do it, which is why so many of the Meroe pyramids today stand decapitated, their summits gone. A whole civilization of pyramid builders, ruled by queens, literate in a script we cannot read, that once held Egypt under its hand, and it sits in the popular imagination almost nowhere at all. The pyramids of Sudan outnumber Egypt's, and most people do not know they exist. It is exactly the kind of forgetting this long night is made of. Chapter 20, Aswan, Egypt. In the ancient granite quarries at Aswan, in the far south of Egypt, there lies on its side the largest piece of worked stone the Egyptians ever attempted, and it never rose. It is called the unfinished obelisk, and it is still attached along its length to the bedrock from which it was being cut, lying in the quarry like a ship half built in a dry dock. Had it been finished and raised, it would have stood nearly 42 meters tall, taller than any obelisk ever erected, and it would have weighed around 1,090 tons. Hold that weight in mind. 1,000 tons, a single shaft of solid granite meant to be cut free, lifted, turned upright, and balanced on its end. The Egyptians had already raised obelisks of 500 and 600 tons, somehow stood them on their points with perfect accuracy. And here they were reaching for something nearly twice as heavy again. The order is usually credited to the great queen Hatshepsut, who ruled around 3,500 years ago and who raised obelisks at Karnak that still stand. And then the granite betrayed them. As the workers cut down around the shaft, freeing it from the bedrock, cracks appeared in the stone, fractures running through the body of the obelisk that made it useless. There was no repairing it. They simply stopped, set down their tools, and walked away, leaving the colossal flawed shaft lying where it was. And there it has remained for 35 centuries. That abandonment is a strange gift because it froze the work in mid-stride. We can see the marks of the pounding, the trenches dug along the sides where workers crouched to shape the stone, the whole method laid out like a diagram. The tools that did it were balls of dolerite, a stone harder than the granite itself, and gangs of workers are thought to have hammered away at the trenches hour after hour, crushing the rock grain by grain to free the giant shaft. And yet seeing the method does not dissolve the wonder. Knowing that they pounded the granite with harder stone does not explain how they meant to lift 1,000 tons, turn it, and stand it on end without a single modern machine. The unfinished obelisk is the clearest classroom we have for how the Egyptians worked, and it is also lying broken in the quarry, a monument to the one time their reach exceeded even their own enormous grasp. Chapter 21, Wadi Al-Hitan, Egypt. Out in the western desert of Egypt, in a place where there has been nothing but sand and rock for as far back as memory runs, the ground is full of whales. The place is called Wadi Al-Hitan, the Valley of the Whales, and scattered across this bone-dry desert lie the fossil skeletons of great sea creatures, dozens of them, the remains of an ocean that vanished. These are not recent bones. They are the skeletons of ancient whales that swam here around 40 million years ago, when this stretch of desert was the floor of a warm, shallow sea. The largest of them belonged to a serpentine sea beast called Basilosaurus, a whale that grew to 15 or even 20 meters, its long body coiling through the warm water as the great predator of its age. And they tell one of the most important stories in the history of life because these whales still had legs. Set into the rear of the long fossil bodies are small, delicate hind limbs with thighs and knees and toes, the shrinking leftover legs of animals whose ancestors had once walked on land and were across unimaginable spans of time, becoming fully creatures of the sea. The valley holds more than the whales. In the same rock lie the bones of the sea cows and the sharks and the turtles that shared their ocean, a whole drowned ecosystem laid out in stone, so complete and so clear that the world has set the place aside as protected ground, a natural record of one of evolution's greatest transformations caught in the act. Nowhere else on Earth shows the moment so plainly, the legged whale halfway between the shore and the deep, fixed in the sandstone of a sea that dried to dust. To stand in the Valley of the Whales is to stand on a drowned world, an ocean turned to desert so completely that nothing remains of the water but the dead leviathans lying in the sand. The sea did not just retreat, it is gone, lifted into dry air, and its whales lie exposed under a sun their kind never knew, their tiny, useless legs still folded against their sides, a snapshot of one creature in the very act of leaving the land behind forever. We came to this desert tonight for the works of vanished people. Here, the desert offers something older, a vanished sea, and the patient proof that even the boundary between land and water is not as fixed as it looks. Chapter 22, Deir El-Bahari, Egypt. Among the royal mummies of ancient Egypt, there is one face that no one who sees it ever forgets. It belongs to a body the archaeologists labeled, with deliberate caution, Unknown Man E, and it is known to the world as the Screaming Mummy because its mouth is wrenched wide open in what looks like a cry of agony or terror frozen across 3,000 years. It was found in 1881 in a hidden cache of royal mummies at Deir el-Bahari, where priests had gathered the bodies of pharaohs to save them from robbers. And among those honored dead lay this one, treated with strange and deliberate cruelty. Everything about the burial is wrong, on purpose. The body was not properly embalmed in the usual way. It was wrapped not in fine linen, but in the skin of a sheep, a material the Egyptians considered ritually unclean, a mark of disgrace. The hands and feet had been bound, Whoever prepared this body wanted the man preserved enough to survive, yet condemned, shamed, even in death, denied the clean passage to the afterlife that every Egyptian longed for. Modern science has given the screaming man a likely name. Studies of the body, including scans and genetic testing, found that he was the son of a pharaoh, sharing the male line of Ramesses III. The histories record a plot, the so-called harem conspiracy, in which one of the king's wives, a woman named Tia, schemed to murder Ramesses and put her own son, a prince named Pentar, on the throne in place of the rightful heir. We even have the court records, an ancient papyrus that lists the accused and their punishments, one of the oldest accounts of a criminal trial ever to survive. The plot succeeded in part. A modern scan of the mummy of Ramesses III showed that his throat had been cut clean through to the bone and that a toe had been hacked away by a second blade, as if more than one assassin had fallen on him at once. The conspirators were caught, tried, and condemned, the prince among them, sentenced to take his own life. So the open-mouthed horror of the face may be the truest thing about it. Here, very probably, lies Pentar, the prince who helped kill his father and failed to take the crown, punished beyond death itself, embalmed without honor, sewn into the skin of an unclean animal, his hands tied, his cry fixed forever. Of all the silent faces in this long night, his is the one that still seems to be making a sound. Chapter 23, Lahoun, Egypt. At the entrance to the green basin of the Fayum stands the worn mud brick pyramid of a pharaoh named Senusret II, who ruled nearly 4,000 years ago, and inside it sits an object that does not belong to the world of mud brick at all. It is a sarcophagus, a great coffer carved from a single block of hard red granite, and it is finished with a precision that has made engineers stop and measure it twice. The British archaeologist Flinders Petrie, who explored the pyramid in the late 1880s, was a man obsessed with exact measurement, and the granite box at Lahoun rewarded his obsession. Its surfaces are flat and true, its inner corners cut square. The whole thing worked to a standard of accuracy that he found astonishing in a stone so hard, produced by a civilization supposedly equipped only with copper, stone, and sand. The flatness of the sides falls within a tiny fraction of perfect, the kind of tolerance we associate with a machine shop and a measuring jig, not with hand tools in lamplight. Petrie did not only measure the coffin. Beside the pyramid, he uncovered the town where the workers had lived, a whole planned settlement of mud brick streets that we now call Kahun, laid out in advance for the gangs who built the monument, complete with houses large and small, and even the scattered toys and tools of their daily lives. And in the pyramid, he made one dazzling find the robbers had missed, a hoard of royal jewelry, the treasure of a princess, gold and inlaid stone of such delicate workmanship that it ranks among the finest jewelry to survive from the ancient world. The same hands that ground the granite to a machine flatness also threaded gold wire fine as hair, two mastered extremes of scale in a single place. This is the same impossibility we met at Saqqara in the great Apis boxes, and it is worth saying plainly what it is. The puzzle is not that the Egyptians made a stone coffin. The puzzle is the consistency and the closeness of the finish, repeated across granite objects in different places, in a material that resists the simple tools we credit them with. To cut granite to within fractions of a millimeter of flat, to make corners truly square, takes either extraordinary patience with abrasives or methods we have not identified, and the Egyptians left no manual explaining which. The granite box at Lahoun does not shout. It sits quietly inside a collapsing pyramid, far from the tourist crowds, and yet it is one more brick in the wall of evidence that the people who built along this river commanded a mastery of hard stone that we still, with all our instruments, do not fully understand. Remember the flatness. We will measure it once more before this night is done, in a single split stone alone in the Arabian desert. Chapter 20, for Gebeline, Egypt. Long before the first pharaoh, before the pyramids, before writing, The people who lived along the Nile buried their dead in simple pits scooped into the desert sand. They had no embalming, no resin, no linen wrappings, none of the elaborate art of mummification that would come later. And yet some of those bodies have survived, naturally preserved, because the hot, dry sand drew the moisture out of them and held them, skin and hair and all, for more than 5,000 years. The finest of them come from a place called Gebeline, south of Luxor, and one of them has lain in the British Museum for over a century. He is sometimes nicknamed for the reddish hair the desert left him, a man who died more than 5,000 years ago, between roughly 3,300 and 3000 BC, curled on his side in the sand, exactly as he was laid in his grave. The early peoples often scattered their dead with red ochre, the color of blood and life, a custom of the deep past that reaches across the ancient world. And for all those years, no one realized that this man and a woman preserved alongside him were carrying a secret on their skin. In 2018, researchers passed the bodies under infrared light, which can see through the darkening of ancient skin, and faint marks leapt out. They were tattoos. On the man's arm, the figures of a wild bull and a Barbary sheep. On the woman, lines and S-shaped motifs across the shoulder and arm. They are the oldest figural tattoos ever found anywhere on Earth, pushing the history of this art back by 1,000 years, made on living skin before Egypt was even a unified country. The same body had one more thing to confess. When researchers passed the red-haired man through a medical scanner, they found a wound beneath his shoulder blade, a deep stab driven into his back, the cut that killed him more than 5,000 years ago. He had not died quietly in his bed. Someone had come up behind this tattooed young man and put a blade into him, and the desert had kept both the murder and the artwork side by side on the same preserved skin. Think of what that means. These were not kings. They were ordinary people of the pre-dynastic Nile, and they marked their bodies with animals and symbols that surely meant something, that carried power or protection or belonging, and we will never know exactly what. They have been dead for 5,000 years, naturally mummified by the desert, lying in a museum case. And only now, with light their world never imagined, have they shown us the pictures they chose to carry on their flesh, and the violent way that one of them left the world. Chapter 25, Saqqara, Egypt. Now, a smaller mystery, and one we will tell honestly, because the honest version is interesting enough. In 1898, in a tomb at Saqqara, excavators found a small object carved from sycamore wood, about the length of a hand, shaped like a bird. It has a body, a head, and a pair of outstretched wings, and it dates to around 200 years before Christ. For decades, it sat in a museum drawer in Cairo, catalogued simply as a bird figurine, one of many such carvings of falcons and other sacred birds the Egyptians loved to make. Then, in 1969, an Egyptian doctor named Khalil Masiha, who was also interested in model aircraft, looked at the little wooden bird and saw something else. To his eye, it did not look quite like a bird. The wings, he thought, were set straight out and flat in the manner of an airplane, rather than angled like a real bird's. And the tail, instead of lying flat as a bird's tail does, stood upright like the vertical fin of a glider. Masiha proposed that the Saqqara bird might be a model of a flying machine, evidence that the ancient Egyptians understood the principles of powered or gliding flight. It is a wonderful idea, and the mainstream view is that it is almost certainly wrong, and the reasons are worth knowing. The Egyptians made countless wooden birds, often as the tops of sacred standards or as weather vane-like emblems, and this one fits comfortably among them. A real model glider needs a horizontal tailplane to be stable in the air, and the Saqqara bird has none. Tests of replicas do not show it to be a working aircraft. The upright tail and flat wings, the experts say, are simply a stylized bird, perhaps the falcon god Horus or a sacred symbol. So we will set it down where the evidence leaves it. The Saqqara bird is a real and rather charming object. 2,000 years old, carved by a skilled hand, and there is no good reason to think it is a model of an aeroplane. It is a reminder that not every strange shape from the ancient world is a hidden machine, and that telling these stories straight, separating the genuine puzzle from the wishful one, is the only way to keep the genuine ones worth trusting. Chapter 26, Dendera, Egypt. In the temple of the goddess Hathor at Dendera, down a narrow stair into a stone crypt beneath the floor, there is a carved relief that has launched 1,000 arguments. It shows a large bulb-shaped object, rounded at one end, with a long wavy form snaking through the inside of it from a flower at its base, the whole thing supported by a pillar and tended by kneeling figures. To a modern eye, primed by a century of electric light, the image can look uncannily like a giant light bulb. The wavy line, a glowing filament, the pillar, an insulator, the flower, the socket. Some have seized on it as proof that the ancient Egyptians had electric lighting, which would explain, they add, how they painted deep tombs that show no trace of torch soot on the ceilings. The mainstream reading is different, and it rests on the Egyptians' own visual language rather than on ours. To an Egyptologist, the bulb is a lotus flower from which rises a snake, and the snake is a familiar symbol of creation and renewal. The whole scene, they say, is a religious image of the world being born, the lotus opening at the dawn of creation, the serpent of life emerging from it, the pillar, a symbol of stability called the jed. Every element appears elsewhere in Egyptian art, in plainly religious contexts. The soot question, they add, has answers too, for the Egyptians could light deep chambers with mirrors bouncing sunlight or with clean burning oils. What makes Dendera worth telling, rather than dismissing, is that you can stand in front of the carving yourself and feel the pull of both readings at once. The resemblance to a lamp is real, not invented, which is why the image has spread so far. And the religious reading is also real, grounded in symbols the Egyptians used again and again, which is why scholars are confident about it. So here is the honest shape of it. The Dendera relief is a genuine, beautiful, strange carving, and the overwhelming weight of evidence says it depicts a creation myth in the Egyptians' own established symbols, not a piece of electrical equipment. We can hold the wonder of the resemblance and the sobriety of the explanation in the same hand. The Egyptians were astonishing enough in the things we can prove. We do not need to give them light bulbs to be amazed by them. And the carving in the crypt at Dendera is most remarkable, not as a hidden machine, but as a window into how a civilization pictured the very birth of the world. Chapter 27, Ollantaytambo, Peru. In the sacred valley of the Inca, the town of Ollantaytambo climbs a steep mountainside, and near its summit stands a wall of 6 great monoliths that should not be where they are. They are slabs of pink rhyolite, each one taller than 2 men, the largest weighing in the tens of tons, set side by side and separated by thin spacers of stone, their surfaces dressed smooth, part of an unfinished temple to the sun. And the trouble begins with the rock itself, because the rhyolite they are made from does not come from this mountain. The quarry lies on the far side of the valley, high on the opposite slope, several kilometers away across the valley floor. To bring these stones to the temple, the builders had to cut them from the cliff up there, bring them down a mountainside, cross the valley and the river that runs through it, and then haul them up the steep flank of Ollantaytambo to the temple platform near the top. Some of the great stones never made the full journey. They lie scattered along the route even now, the ones the Inca called the tired stones, abandoned where they stuck, marking the impossible path the others somehow completed. The standard explanation is ramps, ropes, rollers, and the labor of thousands, and the Incas certainly commanded that labor. But the route is the thing that lingers, the sheer perversity of quarrying stone on one mountain to build on another across a river, when closer rock was surely available. And the fit of the 6 monoliths, the dressed faces, the precise narrow joints, the protruding bosses left for lifting, all of it speaks of a stone-working confidence that treated a mountain valley as a minor inconvenience between the quarry and the design. Ollantaytambo is also one of the few places where the Inca beat the conquerors in open battle. When the Spanish rode up the valley in 1536 to crush the rebellion of Manco Inca, The defenders held these terraces above them and loosed the waters of the river across the plain, miring the cavalry in flooded ground and driving them back in disorder. For a moment, on these stones, the old world threw off the new, before the weight of the conquest closed in again. The terraces that gave the Inca that victory are the same ones that carry the unfinished temple, the great rhyolite monoliths standing where the builders set them down. There is one more detail that haunts the place. Carved into the face of the great monoliths is a stepped symbol, and the same motif appears far to the south at Tiwanaku in Bolivia, hundreds of kilometers away, the work of an older culture. The Inca, building here, seem to have inherited or echoed a sacred grammar of stone older than themselves, a shared language of the megalith builders that we are only beginning to read. We will stand before its source before this movement is done. Chapter 28, Yangshan, China. Near the city of Nanjing, in an old imperial quarry, there lies the single heaviest worked stone ever attempted by human beings. And it is so heavy that the people who cut it realized, too late, that no force on earth could move it. The numbers are almost beyond belief. The monument was to be a colossal stele, a memorial tablet in 3 pieces, and those 3 pieces, still lying half-cut in the quarry, weigh together around 30,000 tons. The base alone weighs more than 16,000 tons. Had it ever been assembled and raised, the finished stele would have stood some 73 meters tall, as high as a modern tower block. Unlike most of the mysteries tonight, we know exactly who ordered this and when. In the year 1405, the Yongle emperor of the Ming dynasty commanded that the giant stele be cut to stand upon the tomb of his father, the founder of the dynasty. Thousands of laborers went to work in the quarry, separating the 3 enormous components from the bedrock, shaping the base, the long flat body, and the crowning head. The whole project, a statement of imperial power meant to overawe all who saw it. And then reality arrived. As the work neared its end, the emperor's architects faced a simple, crushing fact. A base of 16,000 tons cannot be moved. There was no way to drag it from the quarry to the tomb a few kilometers away, no way to lift the body and set it upright, no method in the world that could assemble the pieces into a standing monument. So the most powerful man in China, who could command armies and rebuild capitals, was defeated by the weight of a stone he had himself ordered cut. The project was quietly abandoned, and a far smaller tablet was raised on the tomb instead. The folk memory of the place keeps the cost alive. Local tradition tells of workers driven to cut a fixed amount of stone each day on pain of death, of a labor so brutal and so hopeless that the quarry became a byword for impossible toil. Whether or not the grim stories are literally true, they fit the scale of the thing. Cutting these 3 pieces took thousands of hands and an enormous span of time, all of it spent on a monument that everyone, in the end, could see would never stand. The Yangshan stele is the rare ancient mystery, whose answer we fully know. And the answer is almost sadder than a mystery would be. A mountain of labor poured into a stone too proud to be lifted. The 3 giant pieces remain in the quarry to this day, still joined to the mountain. The tool marks sharp, a monument not to a dead emperor, but to the limit of what even an empire could lift. And here is the unsettling echo. At Baalbek, in Lebanon, the people had cut stones approaching that same impossible weight, 1,600 tons and more, and they had not abandoned the idea. They had set such stones into walls 7 meters off the ground. The Ming engineers, with all the organization of Imperial China, stopped at a weight the builders of Baalbek had simply gone ahead and used. Chapter 29, Ellora, India. In the west of India, cut into a long basalt cliff, there is a temple that was not built but excavated, carved downward out of the solid mountain from the top, a thing so audacious in its conception that it remains, by a wide margin, the largest object ever sculpted from a single piece of rock. It is the Kailasa temple at Ellora, raised in honor of the god Shiva and made to represent his sacred mountain home. And to make it, the workers did not lay a single stone. They took it all away. Imagine the plan. You stand before a sloping wall of volcanic rock. You begin at the top, and you cut straight down into it, carving 3 deep trenches to isolate a great island of stone in the middle. And then, working always from the top down, never able to go back and add what you have removed, you carve that island into a complete temple, a full-size building with towers, pillared halls, galleries, gateways, life-sized elephants, and walls covered in gods and battles and dancers, every piece of it connected to the bedrock below, hewn from the same continuous mass. By the time the workers reached the courtyard floor, they had removed something on the order of 200,000 tons of rock, broken out and carried away, leaving the temple standing in the hole where the mountain had been. The work is generally credited to the 8th century king Krishna I of the Rashtrakuta dynasty, who ruled in the 700s after Christ. The scale of the undertaking, the precision of carving downward with no possibility of correction, and the sheer artistry of the result have led many to ask how it was planned at all, how a design this complex could be held in the mind and executed in reverse, removing rather than adding, with no margin for a single serious mistake. The numbers deepen the wonder. The temple courtyard is roughly twice the area of the Parthenon in Athens, and the central shrine rises in 2 full stories to a tower some 30 meters tall, all of it one continuous piece of rock. A stone bridge, also carved from the bedrock, once linked the upper gallery to the central tower. Around the base, a row of life-size stone elephants seems to carry the whole temple on their backs, and the walls are alive with carved scenes, gods in motion, demons and dancers, the entire epic of an Indian temple, rendered not in assembled blocks but in a single sculpted mass. Every one of those figures had to be reached by cutting away the rock in front of it, in the correct order, from the top down. What the carvers did not leave us is any plan. There is no surviving blueprint, no model, no record of how the design was set out on the raw cliff before the first trench was cut, and modern architects who have studied Kailasa confess that they are not sure they could reproduce the feat even now, working downward through solid rock with no room for revision. Some have tried to estimate the labor and arrived at figures of hundreds of thousands of tons removed across decades of continuous work. The temple simply stands there, finished and perfect, holding its method as its deepest secret. Stand in the courtyard and look up at the temple towers rising around you, all of them carved from the living rock you are standing in, and the achievement is hard to take in. Most architecture is the art of putting things together. Kailasa is the opposite, a cathedral-sized sculpture made by subtraction, a mountain turned inside out into a temple, conceived from the summit down by people who could not afford to be wrong and who, across years of patient cutting, never were. Chapter 30, Barabar, India. In the state of Bihar, in eastern India, a low granite hill holds a set of caves whose interiors do something that granite is not supposed to do. They shine. The walls and ceilings of the Barabar caves are polished to a mirror finish, so smooth and so reflective that a torch flame doubles in them, the surface gleaming like glass, and they have held that polish for more than 2,000 years. These are the oldest rock-cut caves in India, carved in the time of the Mauryan Empire, around the 3rd century before Christ, in the reign of the great emperor Ashoka, as retreats for ascetic monks. The chambers themselves are simple: a rectangular outer hall and a small inner room, cut into the hardest granite. It is the finish that astonishes. To grind granite, one of the most stubborn stones there is, to a flat, continuous, glassy polish across whole walls and curved ceilings, deep inside a cave lit only by lamplight, is a feat of patience and skill that we still do not fully understand. Some who have studied the caves have called the surface almost machine-like in its evenness, the kind of finish that modern industry achieves with powered tools and fine abrasives. There is a second wonder inside. The main chambers carry an extraordinary echo. A sound made within them rolls and hums and lingers, the polished granite throwing the noise back and forth so that a single word or a chanted syllable seems to breathe in the stone long after the voice has stopped. Whether this was intended, a deliberate acoustic design for meditation and chant, or a happy accident of the geometry and the polish, we cannot be sure. But standing inside, with the lamp doubled in the shining wall and your own voice answering you out of the rock, it is hard to believe it was unplanned. The caves carry the very dawn of this art. Over the doorway of one of them, the Lomas Rishi cave, the carvers cut a curved arch into the rock made to imitate the wooden architecture of their own day, the joists and lattice of a timber hall faithfully reproduced in stone, the earliest example of a form that would echo through Indian architecture for 1,000 years afterward. Inscriptions in the caves record that the Emperor Ashoka and his successors gave them to an order of wandering ascetics, holy men who renounced the world and who came here to sit in the polished dark and the humming echo, seeking the silence beyond sound. That these are the oldest such caves in India, and already this perfect raises the same question as the Antikythera machine. Where is the long apprenticeship, the centuries of clumsy first attempts that should come before a mastery this complete? This is the impossible cut again, the thread that began in the granite boxes of Egypt, now reappearing in a polished cave in India, the same mastery of the hardest stone, the same uncanny flatness achieved by a people on the other side of the world. We have one more appearance of it to come tonight, the strangest of all. A single stone in the Arabian desert, sliced as cleanly as if by a blade of light. Hold the mirror in your mind until we reach it. Chapter 31, Carnac, France. On the southern coast of Brittany, in northwestern France, the fields are full of standing stones, and not by the dozen, but by the thousand. At Carnac, more than 3,000 upright stones, raised by human hands, run across the countryside in long parallel rows that stretch for kilometers, rank after rank of gray granite menhirs marching over the land in lines so straight and so persistent that they seem to be going somewhere. They were set up in the Neolithic age, more than 6,000 years ago, by farming people who left no writing and no clear explanation, and they form one of the largest concentrations of standing stones anywhere on Earth. The scale is what overwhelms. This is not a single circle or a lone monument. It is an enormous landscape of alignments, thousands of stones graded by size, the tallest at one end and shrinking as the rows run on, organized across the terrain with evident care over a very long span of time. Raising one large menhir is a serious effort. Raising and aligning 3,000 of them, dressing and grading them, holding the plan across generations, represents a colossal communal labor by a society we would once have called simple. What it was for, no one knows. The rows have been read as a vast astronomical instrument, the alignments fixed on the rising and setting of the sun and moon at key points of the year. They have been read as processional avenues for ceremonies we can no longer imagine, as territorial markers, as a calendar in stone, as a monument to the dead. Each idea explains some of the stones and not the others. Local legend, reaching for its own answer, said the rows were a Roman legion turned to stone by a saint, an army frozen mid-march, which is as good an image as any for these silent ranks. Not far from the rows once stood the greatest single stone the builders ever attempted. At Lochmerriacare, a short way down the coast, lies the Grand Menhir, a colossal standing stone that was raised here in the same deep age, and that, when whole, stood more than 20 meters tall and weighed in the region of 300 tons, the largest menhir ever set upright in Europe. It did not survive. At some point, it toppled or was thrown down and broke into great pieces that lie on the ground to this day. The same people who could plant 3,000 stones in marching rows had reached in that one monster for something at the very limit of what could be raised, and the limit, as at Yangshan and the Egyptian quarry, 1. The people of Karnak were among the earliest monument builders of Europe, raising their stones before the pyramids, before Stonehenge in its great form, at the very dawn of the settled farming world. And they poured that early effort not into houses or walls, but into thousands of standing stones aligned across the land for a purpose they understood completely, and we have entirely lost. The rows are still there, still marching to the horizon, and we walk among them as among the sentences of a language whose every word has been forgotten. Chapter 32, Monte Prama, Sardinia. In 1974, a farmer plowing a field on the island of Sardinia struck something hard just below the soil, and when he and others dug to clear it, a stone face looked back at them out of the ground. It was the beginning of one of the strangest finds in the Mediterranean, an army of stone giants, broken and buried, that no history had recorded. Over the seasons that followed, archaeologists pulled from that field at Monte Prama the shattered pieces of dozens of huge statues, figures of warriors, archers, and boxers, some of them more than 2 meters tall, with strange round eyes carved as double circles staring out of calm, flat faces. They belong to the Nuragic civilization, the remarkable Bronze Age culture of Sardinia, the people who covered their island with the structures that give them their name, the Nuragi. These are stone towers, conical fortresses of massive dry-laid blocks, and there are around 7,000 of them scattered across Sardinia, an astonishing density of monumental building by a society that, once again, left no readable writing of its own. The Nuragi were raised more than 3,000 years ago, and the giants of Monte Prama seem to have stood guard over a great cemetery, watching over the Nuragi dead. At some point, the statues were deliberately smashed. Someone, in antiquity, broke the stone giants apart, and the pieces were buried, whether by enemies destroying a sacred place, or by the Nuragic people themselves in some ritual we cannot reconstruct, laying their guardians to rest in the earth. For nearly 3,000 years, they lay there, in fragments, until a plow blade in 1974 brought the first face back to the light, and the patient work of fitting the pieces together began. The statues are stranger the longer you look. The warriors raise a shield above the head, the boxers grip a curved guard, the archers draw, and every face wears the same 2 ringed eyes, flat circles set within circles, calm and unblinking. Among the giants, the excavators found smaller carved models of the Nuragi themselves, little stone towers, as if the people had left a portrait of their own architecture in the cemetery. No other people of the ancient Mediterranean carved freestanding statues quite like these, on this scale, this early, and then erased them so completely that for 3,000 years the world did not know they had ever existed. The giants of Monte Prama are now reassembled, towering and serene, their double-ringed eyes gazing across the museum halls, and they have given Sardinia back, a chapter of its past that no one knew was missing. Yet so much remains dark. We do not know what the Nuragic people called themselves, cannot read their thoughts, do not know why they raised 7,000 towers or carved an army of stone giants only to break them and bury them. Once more, we have found a sophisticated people who built enormously and then fell silent, leaving their works for a farmer's plow to rediscover. Chapter 33, Tiwanaku, Bolivia. High on the cold plateau of Bolivia, near the shore of Lake Titicaca, lie the ruins of Tiwanaku, the center of a civilization that flourished here for centuries before the Inca, and among its scattered stones stands one of the most precise carvings of the ancient Americas. It is the Gate of the Sun, a single great doorway cut from one block of gray andesite, a stone hard and difficult to work, and across the top of it runs a band of carving so exact, so geometric, that it looks almost printed into the rock. At the center of that carved band stands a figure, often identified with the creator god of the Andes, rays streaming from his head, a staff in each hand, and arranged around him in precise rows are dozens of smaller winged figures and a frieze of repeating symbols. Many who have studied the Gate of the Sun believe the carving is more than decoration, that the rows of figures and signs encode a calendar, a record of the year, the months, the movements of the sun, set into the stone by people watching the sky from this high, cold place where the heavens feel very near. The accepted history tells us Tiwanaku rose and ruled this region in the centuries around and after 500 after Christ. a great ceremonial and political capital whose influence spread across the southern Andes, and whose stoneworkers achieved a precision in andesite that rivals anything in the Americas. The blocks of Tiwanaku are cut with sharp, clean lines, drilled, grooved, fitted with metal clamps, poured as molten bronze into matching slots, a level of engineering that genuinely impresses the modern eye. A short walk away lies the most uncanny part of the site, the ruined platform called Puma Punku. Scattered across the ground, there are blocks of hard stone cut into shapes that look almost manufactured, slabs with deep right-angled grooves, perfectly flat faces, identical recesses, the famous H-shaped blocks that fit together like the parts of a machine, each one matching the next as though pressed from a single mold. The precision of these cuts, the flat planes and sharp interior corners in a stone as hard as andesite, is so far beyond what we expect of the period that Puma Punku has become one of the most argued over sites on Earth. The accepted answer is skilled hands, stone tools, and endless patience. Standing among the shattered, machine-like blocks, many visitors find that answer hard to feel, even when they accept it in the mind. And yet the gate of the sun stands cracked. At some point, a great fracture split the andesite doorway clean across, and it lies or stands today broken, its calendar interrupted, its full meaning carried off with the people who carved it. The same stepped symbols we saw far to the north at Ollantaytambo appear here in the homeland that seems to have been their source, a shared sacred language of the high Andes. Tiwanaku declined and emptied before the Inca ever rose, leaving its precise broken gate on the wind-swept plateau, a calendar in andesite that we can see but not entirely read. Chapter 34, Coral Castle, United States. Not every megalith mystery lies in deep antiquity. One of the strangest stands in southern Florida, and it was built within living memory in the early 20th century by a single small man working entirely alone and in secret. His name was Edward Leedskalnin, a Latvian immigrant barely 5 feet tall and slight of build. And over roughly 30 years, from the 1920s onward, he quarried, carved, and raised more than 1,000 tons of stone into a monument he called Coral Castle, and no one ever saw how he did it. The stone is the local oolite limestone, a hard coral rock, and Leedskalnin cut it into enormous blocks, some weighing many tons, and shaped them into walls, towers, tables, chairs, a sundial, and crescents of stone. The centerpiece is a great revolving gate weighing around 9 tons, a single block fitted so perfectly on its pivot that for decades a child could push it open with one finger. He raised obelisks, set massive stones on top of walls, and arranged the whole site with care, all of it heavier than one man should be able to lift, all of it done without machinery anyone ever witnessed. That secrecy is the heart of the mystery. Leedskalnin worked at night, alone, and turned away anyone who tried to watch. When neighbors asked how he moved the great blocks, he gave only cryptic answers, hinting that he understood the secrets of the builders of the pyramids, that he knew how weight could be mastered. He left behind no clear record of his methods, only the finished stones and a few simple tripods and chain hoists that, the skeptics say, are explanation enough for a clever, patient, determined man who understood leverage. And there the honest account rests. There is no need to invoke anything supernatural, for one stubborn man with time, simple tools, and real ingenuity can do remarkable things. But the fact remains that nobody actually saw it done, that a slight man moved 1,000 tons of rock by himself and kept his method to the grave, and that standing before his 9-ton gate, swinging silently on its pivot, it is easy to understand why people have wondered ever since exactly what Edward Leedskalnin knew. Chapter 35, Gantia and Menidra, Malta. On the small islands of Malta, in the middle of the Mediterranean, stand the oldest freestanding buildings known anywhere on Earth, temples of huge rough stone that were old before the pyramids were dreamed of. The greatest of them, on the island of Gozo, is called Gantija, a name that means the work of giants, because the islanders could not believe that ordinary people had raised the colossal blocks. It was built more than 5,500 years ago, in the 4th millennium before Christ, by a Neolithic farming people who had no metal tools and no knowledge of the wheel. These temples are made of enormous limestone slabs, some of them several meters long and weighing many tons, set on end and stacked to form curved chambers shaped like clover leaves, with great stone doorways and altars within. To quarry such blocks with stone and antler tools, to move them without the wheel, to raise them upright and roof the spaces between them, was a labor of extraordinary ambition for so early a society on islands so small. And the Maltese temple builders raised not one but a whole series of these structures across the islands, a flowering of monumental architecture at the very dawn of the settled world. The most haunting of them is Menadra, a temple set low near the southern cliffs, and it keeps an appointment with the sun. Nidra is aligned to the heavens with real precision, so that at the equinoxes, the days when light and dark are equal, the rising sun shines straight through its main doorway and along its central axis, and at the solstices, the dawn light strikes the edges of stone slabs set within. The builders had watched the sun across the year, marked its turning points, and built a temple that catches the light on the right mornings, a calendar of stone that still works today, more than 5,000 years after it was set. Inside these temples, the islanders left their art. Carved spirals wind across the stone, and squat, rounded statues of a heavy figure, often called the Fat Lady of Malta, sit among the altars, images perhaps of a goddess of the earth or of plenty. There are little stone models of the temples themselves, and a carved relief of animals, and the scooped libation holes where offerings were poured. Then, around 4,500 years ago, after more than 1,000 years of building and worship, the temple culture of Malta collapsed and disappeared. The people who had aligned stone to the equinox were gone, and the islands fell silent, the great doorways left open to a sunrise no one came to watch. These were not the simple villages of the textbook picture. They were astronomers and architects and engineers working in stone at the very beginning of monumental building, on small islands in a wide sea, raising temples to giants and aligning them to the sun. And then, like so many tonight, the temple culture of Malta faded and was gone. The great clover leaf chambers left empty, their purpose carried away with the people who had watched the equinox light come through the door. Chapter 36, Malta, Cart Ruts. There is a second mystery on Malta, stranger and harder than the temples, and it lies just under the open sky on the bare limestone of the islands. Across the rock run pairs of parallel grooves, cut or worn deep into the stone, running side by side like the tracks of some great vehicle, crossing and branching and overlapping until, at one place, so many of them tangle together that it has been nicknamed the railway junction, after the busy rail crossing in London. These are the Maltese cart ruts, and no one is certain how they were made, what made them, or when. The grooves run in pairs at a fairly consistent width apart, as wheel ruts would, worn into solid rock to depths of 0.5 meter and more in places. They wander across the landscape, sometimes shallow, sometimes deep, sometimes forking like points on a railway. The natural assumption is that some kind of wheeled or sledge transport, dragged again and again along the same paths, slowly cut these channels into the soft limestone over a very long span of time, carrying stone or soil or goods in the prehistoric ages of the islands. But the ruts refuse to behave. In places, they run straight off the edge of a cliff and stop in midair, the land beyond long since collapsed into the sea. In other places, they plunge down into the water of the coast and continue beneath the waves, tracks now drowned that were cut when the sea stood lower. Some run impossibly close together, or cross at angles that no real cart could manage, or climb slopes too steep for a loaded vehicle. Every simple explanation runs into one of these awkward facts. Researchers have proposed all manner of vehicles to fit the grooves: two-wheeled carts, sledges without wheels that wore twin runners into the rock, even forked wooden frames dragged behind animals, a kind of slide car. that would carve a pair of lines as they scraped along. One careful idea is that the islanders were carting away soil and broken stone to build up their fields, hauling load after load across the soft limestone for centuries until the paths wore deep. Any of these might explain the ordinary ruts. None of them comfortably explains the ones that dive off cliffs or run beneath the sea, and so the cart ruts keep their secret, the most traveled roads on Malta and the least understood. So the cart ruts of Malta remain genuinely unsolved. Ancient tracks worn into bare rock by something that carried weight over the same paths for generations and then ran off cliffs and under the sea as the very shape of the islands changed around them. They are humble compared to the temples, just grooves in the ground, and yet they are one of the most quietly baffling things the ancient Mediterranean left behind, the worn record of countless forgotten journeys to and from places that, in some cases, are no longer there. Chapter 30, 7 Rhodes, Greece. In the harbor of the Greek island of Rhodes, there once stood a statue so vast that the ancient world counted it among the 7 wonders, a figure of bronze taller than the Statue of Liberty's body, gleaming over the sea. It was the Colossus of Rhodes, an image of the sun god Helios, and it was raised by a local sculptor named Chares of Lindos, who labored at it for around 12 years and finished it about 280 years before Christ. When it was done, it stood some 33 meters tall, a giant of bronze plates over an iron and stone frame, one of the largest statues of the ancient world. The people of Rhodes built it in triumph. They had survived a long and brutal siege, and when the enemy withdrew and abandoned their war machines, the Rhodians sold the equipment and used the fortune to raise a monument of thanksgiving to their patron god, a colossus to stand watch over their city and their harbor. To build a bronze figure of that height, Chares had to solve enormous problems of engineering and casting, raising the statue piece by piece, packing the interior with stone and iron to hold the towering metal shell upright against its own weight and the wind off the sea. It stood for only 54 years. Around 226 years before Christ, a powerful earthquake struck Rhodes, and the great colossus snapped at its weakest point, the knees, and came crashing down, breaking into huge pieces on the ground. An oracle warned the Rhodians against rebuilding it, and so they left it where it fell. And here is the strange afterlife of the wonder. The broken colossus lay on the ground in its enormous fragments for nearly 900 years, so vast that people traveled simply to marvel at the ruin until at last it was carried off and sold for scrap. It is worth killing one beloved image. The popular picture of the colossus straddling the harbor mouth with its legs apart, ships sailing between them, is almost certainly a later invention. No vessel of that age could have sailed beneath it, and no statue of bronze could have stood with its legs spread that wide and survived its own weight, let alone a wind. The real colossus most likely stood with its feet together, or one foot slightly forward, in the manner of the great Greek statues, somewhere on the land near the harbor, gazing out to sea. 2 questions still hang over it. We do not actually know exactly where it stood, whether at the harbor or above the city or by a temple, for the ancient accounts do not pin it down, and not a trace of the foundation has ever been firmly identified. And we do not fully understand how Chares cast and raised a bronze figure of that height with the technology of his age. The most famous statue of the ancient world stood for barely 2 generations, lay shattered for 9 centuries, and then vanished completely, leaving us a wonder we can neither locate nor entirely explain. Chapter 38, Hegra, Saudi Arabia. In the deserts of northwestern Saudi Arabia, alone in a sea of sand, stands a single great cube of rock carved into a tomb, so isolated from everything around it that its name means the lonely castle. It is called Qasr al-Farid, and it belongs to Hegra, the southern city of the Nabateans, the same desert traders who carved the famous rose-red monuments of Petra to the north. Qasr al-Farid is the largest tomb at Hegra, around 22 meters tall, and it was cut, like so much tonight, from the top downward, out of a single freestanding outcrop of sandstone. That method is the quiet wonder of it, The Nabatean carvers did not build the tomb up from blocks. They took a lone dome of rock standing in the desert, and they carved its face into a grand temple front with columns and a crowning stair pattern and a doorway, working downward and inward, shaping the monument out of the living stone. And they began at the top, which means they had to hold the entire finished design in mind, from the first cut, carving the upper facade before the lower, with no way to add anything back if they misjudged. Qasr al-Farid was never finished, and that unfinished state is a window into the work. The upper two-thirds of the facade are smoothly dressed and complete, the columns and pediment crisp and elegant, but the lower third is rough, the stones still bearing the coarse marks of the chisels, the dressing never carried down to the ground. Whatever stopped the work, death, money, the fading of the family who commissioned it, it froze the tomb halfway, the polished design above giving way to raw rock below, the method laid bare. An inscription above the door names a man, Xi'an, son of Cuza, and dates the tomb, most likely, to the 1st century after Christ. Qasr al-Farid is only the most dramatic of more than 100 monumental tombs cut into the outcrops of Hegra, a whole city of the dead carved across the desert by a people whose true genius was water. The Nabateans grew rich by controlling the incense roads that carried frankincense and myrrh out of southern Arabia, and they survived in the waterless desert by mastering it, cutting cisterns and channels to catch and hoard every drop of the rare rain, so that their caravan cities bloomed when nothing should grow. Hegra was the first place in Saudi Arabia to be honored by the world as a heritage of all mankind, and yet for most of the modern age it sat almost unvisited, its 100 carved tombs standing silent in the sand. It stands there still, alone in the desert, the most striking of all the Hegra tombs, a single carved cube of rock with no neighbors, finished above and rough below. The Nabateans carved cities out of cliffs, mastered water in the desert, and then their kingdom was absorbed into Rome, and their carving tradition faded, leaving the lonely castle half made in the sand, a monument to a vanished people who turned standing stones into temples and then were gone. Chapter 39, Archaeum, Russia. Far out on the steppe of southern Russia, near the border with Kazakhstan, the foundations of a town lie pressed into the grassland in the shape of a perfect circle. And it was its own builders, not an enemy, who burned it to the ground and walked away. The place is called Archaeum, and it was discovered only in 1987, when archaeologists surveying a valley about to be flooded for a reservoir realized that the faint rings in the earth were the plan of a Bronze Age settlement nearly 4,000 years old. The flooding was halted, and one of the most intriguing sites of the northern steppe was saved. From the air, Archaeum is a marvel of design. It was a circular town, ringed by 2 great concentric walls of earth and timber, with dwellings arranged like the spokes of a wheel around a central square. The houses sharing walls, the whole community, planned as a single geometric whole and built all at once to that plan. Several thousand people may have lived here, metal workers and herders and charioteers, for this region has yielded some of the earliest evidence of the spoke-wheeled chariot anywhere in the world. Archaeum was no random village. It was a designed town laid out as a circle within a circle by people who knew exactly the shape they wanted. Archaeum belongs to what is now called the Sintashta culture, and that culture has given the world something momentous. In the graves around these steppe towns lie the oldest known chariots on earth, light 2-wheeled vehicles buried with their horses and drivers, the earliest evidence anywhere of the spoked wheel harnessed for speed. From this grassland, it seems, the chariots spread out to change warfare and travel across the ancient world. The people of the circle were not a backwater. They were metalsmiths and horse breeders and chariot makers at the leading edge of their age. Some researchers argue the circle was aligned to the sky, that the geometry of the walls and entrances tracked the rising and setting of the sun and stars across the year, making Archaeum a kind of observatory as well as a home, though others are more cautious about how far that reading can be pushed. What is not in doubt is the ending. After a span of perhaps 200 years, the people of Archaeum set fire to their own town. They burned the timber and earth rings, and they left, abandoning the perfect circle to the grass, and they did not come back. We have seen this now so many times tonight that it is beginning to feel like a law of the ancient world. A sophisticated, planned, prosperous community, builders of something remarkable, who at the height of their order rise up, destroy or abandon their own creation, and vanish, leaving no word of why. Sanxingdui buried its gods. Cucuteni, as we will soon see, burned its cities by habit. Here on the Russian steppe, the people of Archaeum torched their wheel of a town and rode off into a silence 4,000 years deep. Chapter 40, Caral, Peru. On the dry coast of Peru, in the Supe Valley, stand the pyramids of a city that was already ancient when the more famous civilizations of the world were young. It is called Caral, and it is the oldest known city in all of the Americas, built around 2,600 years before Christ, at the same time that the Egyptians were raising the pyramids at Giza on the other side of the planet. For nearly 5,000 years, almost no one knew it was there, until the Peruvian archaeologist Ruth Shady began to study the great earthen mounds in the 1990s and proved with radiocarbon dates that this was a true city of staggering age. Caral was a real urban center, with 6 large pyramids, sunken circular plazas, platform mounds, houses for thousands of people, and the marks of a complex society that traded up and down the coast and into the mountains. The people grew cotton and squash, netted fish from the nearby sea, and built monuments that required the organized labor of a whole population. By every measure, it was a sophisticated civilization, the mother culture of the Andes, standing at the very beginning of settled life in the hemisphere. And here is the detail that sets Caral apart from almost every other early civilization on Earth. In all the digging at the city, no one has found weapons. No swords, no defensive walls, no battlements, no signs of warfare, no mutilated bodies in the graves. While the early states of Mesopotamia and Egypt were defined by armies and conquest, Caral appears to have been peaceful, a city that flourished for centuries without an obvious military, without fortification, without the violence we have come to assume is the engine of every early state. What they had instead, it seems, was music and trade and religion. The excavators found dozens of flutes carved from the bones of condors and pelicans, the instruments of a culture that gathered perhaps around ceremony and sound rather than around the sword. Caral thrived for around 500 years, and then, like so much tonight, was gradually abandoned, its pyramids left to soften into hills of sand, its peaceful experiment forgotten until our own age dug it back into the light. It stands as quiet proof that civilization did not have to begin in war. Chapter 41, Çatalhöyük, Turkey. In central Turkey, there is a low double mound that holds one of the very first towns human beings ever built, and it was built in a way no town has been built since. Its name is Çatalhöyük, and more than 9,000 years ago, several thousand people lived here, packed together in a honeycomb of mud brick houses, and there were no streets. There were no roads, no alleys, no doors in the walls at all. The houses were built wall against wall, a solid mass of dwellings, and the people entered their homes from above, climbing across the rooftops and dropping down through a hole in the ceiling by a wooden ladder. The rooftops were the streets. Life happened up there in the open air, and below, in the windowless rooms, the people of Çatalhöyük lived among their dead and their gods. They buried their relatives beneath the floors of their own houses, under the sleeping platforms, so that each family lived directly above its ancestors. They plastered the walls and painted them with hunting scenes, with leaping animals, with patterns. And one painting may be the oldest map in the world, a picture some read as the town itself, with a volcano erupting beyond it. They set the horned skulls of wild bulls into their walls and benches, filling the rooms with the power of the beasts they revered. This was not a city with a palace or a temple district. Archaeologists, from the first excavator, James Mellart, to the long modern dig led by Ian Hodder, have found no sign of kings, no rich quarter and poor quarter, no central authority commanding the rest. The houses are remarkably equal, each family its own small world of hearth and ancestors and painted walls, the whole town an assembly of near-identical homes with no one obviously in charge. It is one of the earliest experiments in living together at scale, and it looks startlingly flat, startlingly equal. For more than 1,000 years they lived this way, climbing across their roofs, sleeping above their dead, repainting their walls, and rebuilding each house directly on the ruins of the last, layer upon layer, until the mound rose high above the plain. And then the long experiment wound down, the people drifted away, and the first great town fell silent. Çatalhöyük shows us the very beginning of crowded human life, and it shows it to us in a form so strange, a town without a street, that it reminds us how many other ways there once were to be human. Chapter 42, Choqquequirao, Peru. Everyone has seen Machu Picchu. Almost no one has seen its sister. Deep in the cloud forest of Peru, on a remote ridge above a gorge of the Apurimac River, stands another great Inca city, larger than Machu Picchu, and to this day only a fraction of it has been cleared from the jungle. It is called Choqquequirao, the cradle of gold, and reaching it still requires a hard journey of 2 days on foot, down into the canyon and up the far side, which is why it remains one of the great Inca sites that the crowds have never found. What has been uncovered is magnificent. Ceremonial plazas, temples, royal apartments, fountains and channels carrying water through the complex, and great curving agricultural terraces stepping down the mountainside. Yet archaeologists estimate that something like 2/3 of the city still lies buried beneath the forest, its buildings wrapped in roots and earth, unexplored, so that even now we do not truly know how large Choqquequirao was or everything it contained. A whole Inca city sits there in the green, most of it still unseen. The site holds one feature found almost nowhere else in the Inca world. On the steep flanks below the main ruins, the builders set white stones into the darker hillside to form enormous images of llamas, a procession of pale animals climbing the terraces, each one large enough to be seen from across the canyon. These llama geoglyphs, picked out in light-colored rock against the slope, are a kind of art the Inca rarely left, and they were only properly noticed in recent decades, having waited, like the rest of the city, under the vegetation. Choqquequirao was one of the last refuges of the Inca after the Spanish conquest, a stronghold in the mountains where the old world held on for a time before the jungle and the centuries closed over it. It is everything this long night loves, a sophisticated city, the equal of the famous one, abandoned and swallowed by the forest, most of it still hidden, a place you must walk for 2 days to reach, and where, even then, the greater part of what was built remains locked in the earth, waiting. Chapter 43, Merv, Turkmenistan. In the deserts of Turkmenistan lie the ruins of a city that was once, by some reckonings, the largest in the world, a jewel of the Silk Road where caravans rested and scholars gathered, and it was wiped from the living world in a matter of days by one of the worst massacres in human history. The city was Merv, an oasis of walls and domes and libraries on the long road between China and the West, a place of perhaps 500,000 people, rich in learning, famous for its observatories and its scholars, and the fine steel its smiths produced. In the year 1221, the armies of the Mongols came to Merv. The city surrendered, hoping for mercy, and received none. The Mongol prince leading the army ordered the population driven out onto the plain and slaughtered, and the chroniclers of the time, reaching for numbers, claimed that hundreds of thousands, perhaps more than 1 million, counting the refugees who had crowded in, were killed in the days that followed. Whatever the true figure, and it was surely enormous, the great city of Merv was emptied of life almost in an instant, its canals broken, its buildings burned, its people gone. Merv never recovered. A city that had stood and flourished for well over 1,000 years, that had been a capital of empires and a beacon of science, was reduced in a single act of war to a field of ruined mounds, and the desert moved back in. Today you can walk among the broken walls and the great crumbling cylinder of an old fortress, the eroded domes rising from the sand, and it is very quiet. The silence of a place that was once full of 500,000 voices and was made empty by the sword. The story of Merv is a different kind of vanishing from the slow fadings we have mostly seen tonight. This was not a mysterious abandonment, not a people who chose to leave or melted away. This was a thriving metropolis, killed deliberately, in days, and never reborn. The proof of how fragile even the greatest city is, how 1,000 years of building and learning can be undone by a single arriving army. The ruins lie in the desert still, a giant emptied of its people, a reminder that some cities do not fade. They are murdered. Chapter 40, For Ani, Turkey. On a wind-swept plateau on the eastern edge of Turkey, where a deep gorge marks the border with Armenia, stand the ruins of a medieval city that was once called the City of 1,001 Churches. Its name is Ani, and 1,000 years ago it was a great capital, the seat of an Armenian kingdom, a rival in size and splendor to the cities of the age, crowded with churches and palaces and a population in the tens of thousands, ringed by mighty walls on its naturally defended height above the river. Ani was a center of the early Christian world, and its builders raised churches of extraordinary beauty, slender and tall, decorated with fine stone carving, their domes rising above the streets. The great cathedral of Ani, completed just after the year 1000, was a masterpiece of its age, and travelers spoke of the city's wealth and the number of its sanctuaries, the bells of 1,000 churches ringing over the gorge. For a time, Ani stood among the most important cities in this part of the world, a place of faith and trade where the routes of East and West crossed. And then a long unraveling began. The city was conquered and changed hands among empires. Its trade routes shifted away, and in the year 1319, a powerful earthquake struck and brought down much of what remained. One by one, the people left, the churches emptied, the markets fell silent, and Ani was slowly abandoned to the wind and the grass on its lonely plateau. By the modern age, it was a ghost, a field of magnificent ruined churches, standing open to the sky on the border between two countries, neither of which lived in it. To stand at Ani now is to stand in a great silence, the wind moving through the broken cathedral, the carved stone slowly weathering, the gorge falling away to the river that marks a closed frontier. The city of 1,001 churches has perhaps a handful of ruined ones, left upright, beautiful and empty, their frescoes fading. It is one more capital that the world forgot, killed not by a single blow, but by the slow turning away of trade, conquest, and the earth itself, until a great city became a name and a scatter of roofless churches on a hill. Chapter 45, Gran Payeten, Peru. Hidden in the cloud forest of northern Peru, on a high ridge wrapped almost permanently in mist, there is a stone city built by a people the Inca called the Cloud Warriors. The place is Gran Payeten, and it belonged to the Chachapoya, a tall and fair-skinned people, by some accounts, who lived in the misty mountains and built their towns, where the forest is so dense and the clouds so constant that the ruins were lost for centuries and remain difficult to reach even now. What sets Gran Payeten apart are its decorations. The Chachapoya built round stone buildings, and across the walls of these structures they set friezes of human figures made from fitted stone, standing with arms outstretched, along with birds and geometric patterns, the whole town carrying a population of carved stone people frozen on its walls. These mosaic friezes, picked out in pale and dark stone, are unlike almost anything else in the Andes, the signature of a culture that the Inca conquered only late and with difficulty, and that the rest of the world barely knows. The Chachapoya were a people of the high cloud forest, builders not only of Gran Payeten, but of the great fortress of Cuelap, and of cliffside tombs where they placed their dead in standing sarcophagi high on the rock faces, watching over the valleys. They resisted the Inca, were absorbed, and then were devastated by the diseases the Europeans brought, fading until their towns were left to the forest, their carved stone figures standing on the walls of empty cities in the mist. Grand Pajaten sits in protected forest now, so remote and so fragile that few are ever allowed to visit, much of it still tangled in vegetation, the carved figures slowly weathering on the walls. A whole people of the clouds who built stone cities, decorated with images of themselves, reduced to a scatter of ruins in the mist that almost no living person has seen. They are among the most thoroughly vanished of all the peoples in this long night, remembered mostly by the stone figures they left standing on their silent walls. Chapter 46, Eridu, Iraq. In the south of Iraq, in the flat land between the rivers where cities were first invented, there is a low mound that the Sumerians believed was the oldest place in the world. They called it Eridu, and in their sacred memory, it was the first city of all, the place where, in the words of their ancient king list, kingship first descended from heaven to earth. Here, they said, civilization began, and the modern spade has found that beneath the mound lie temple built upon temple, layer after layer, reaching back toward the very beginning of settled life in Mesopotamia. Eridu was sacred to Enki, the god of the sweet underground waters and of wisdom. And at its heart, archaeologists uncovered a sequence of temples, each built on the ruins of the one before, going down through the centuries to a tiny, simple shrine at the bottom, the seed from which 1,000 years of monumental religion grew. To dig at Eridu is to drill down through the history of the temple itself, from great ziggurat platforms at the top to a single humble room at the base, the first house the people ever built for a god. In the Sumerian imagination, Eridu held a special, almost mythic weight. It was the city of beginnings, the home of the god who gave humanity the arts of civilization, the place names in their flood stories and their tales of the first kings. It was to Mesopotamia something like what Eden was to later memory, the original holy city from which order and knowledge first flowed out into the world. And the archaeology, with its tower of temples reaching back to the dawn, does not entirely contradict the legend. And then Eridu died, not by massacre, but by salt and silence. The land of southern Iraq, watered and watered again for irrigation, slowly grew salty until the fields would no longer bear, and the rivers shifted their courses away, and the first city was abandoned to the desert it had risen from. The place where kingship was said to have come down from heaven became an empty mound in a salt flat, the original city of the world left to the wind. Even the very first of all cities, in the end, joined the long procession of the vanished. Chapter 40, 7 Cucuteni-Trypillia, Ukraine. Before the pyramids, on the rich black soil of what is now Ukraine, Romania, and Moldova, a farming people built the largest towns on earth and then burned them to the ground on purpose, and then built them again and burned them again for 1,500 years. They are called the Cucuteni-Trypillia culture, and they flourished from around 5,200 to 3,500 years before Christ. And what they did with their settlements is one of the strangest habits in all of human prehistory. These were not villages. The largest Cucuteni-Trypillia sites were mega settlements, planned towns spreading across hundreds of hectares, with thousands of houses laid out in great concentric rings, holding populations that may have reached 15,000 people or more, larger than any city then existing anywhere in the world. They were skilled farmers and potters, making beautiful painted pottery in flowing spirals, living in two-story houses of timber and clay, an advanced and orderly society at the very dawn of European civilization. And every 60 to 80 years, about once in a human lifetime, they burned a settlement down. Not by accident and not in war, but deliberately, methodically, the whole town set alight until the clay of the houses baked hard and the structures collapsed, after which, often, the people would build anew, sometimes on the same spot, sometimes nearby. They did this again and again across the centuries, a rhythm of construction and fiery destruction, so regular that it must have been a deeply held part of who they were, a ritual cycle of raising and burning that we can see clearly in the ground and yet cannot truly explain. We met this impulse already tonight in the burned circle of Archaeum, where one town was given to the fire. Here, it is not one town, but a whole civilization, burning its cities by habit for 15 centuries, as though renewal could only come through destruction, as though a settlement had a natural lifespan, after which it had to die by flame and be reborn. And then, in the end, the Cucuteni-Trypillia people themselves faded away, their painted pottery and their great ringed towns disappearing from the record, the masters of the largest settlements on earth gone, leaving us their beautiful pots and the riddle of why they kept burning their own homes. Chapter 40, 8 Liangzhou, China. In the wetlands south of Shanghai, more than 5,000 years ago, a civilization arose that was so advanced for its age that when its full extent was finally understood, it pushed back the story of Chinese civilization by 1,000 years. It is called Liangzhou, and it flourished from around 3,300 to 2,300 years before Christ, a society of rice farmers and master jade carvers who built a great walled city and surrounded it with the oldest large-scale water engineering known anywhere in the world. The jade of Liangzhou is extraordinary. The people carved hard jade into discs and tubes and axes, into objects of ritual covered in fine designs. Above all, a mysterious face motif repeated across their sacred pieces, the mark of a complex religion with priests and gods and a powerful elite buried in jade-laden tombs. To work jade, one of the most stubborn of all stones, into such delicate and consistent forms 5,000 years ago, with the tools of the late Stone Age, speaks of a patience and skill we have seen echoed all night in the working of hard materials. But the true marvel of Liangzhou lay outside the city, in the earth. The people built an enormous system of dams, embankments, and reservoirs around their capital, a network of water control older than any other on Earth, designed to hold back floods and store water across the seasons. It was hydraulic engineering on a scale that would not be matched for thousands of years, the work of a society that understood water and bent it to its will, protecting its rice fields and its city behind walls of earth. And water, in the end, destroyed them. Around 2,300 years before Christ, the climate turned and the monsoon rains came with a violence the great dams could not hold. The records left in cave stalagmites show a period of extreme rainfall, and the flooding of the Yangtze and its branches overwhelmed even Liangzhou's sophisticated defenses, drowning the fields, breaching the works, and ending the civilization. The masters of water were undone by water, their jade city abandoned to the mud, forgotten so completely that for 4,000 years no one knew this advanced world had ever existed. Chapter 49, the Sea Peoples, the Eastern Mediterranean. Around the year 1200 before Christ, the civilized world of the Eastern Mediterranean was a network of great powers, rich, literate, connected by trade, the empires of the Bronze Age at the height of their glory. The Hittites ruled a mighty kingdom in Anatolia. The Mycenaean Greeks held their citadels. The cities of the Levant traded in tin and bronze and purple dye, and Egypt presided over all of it. And then, within the span of a single lifetime, nearly all of it collapsed. The empires fell, the cities burned, the writing stopped, and a darkness descended that would last for centuries. It is called the Bronze Age collapse, and at its heart is one of history's greatest mysteries, a shadowy force the Egyptians called the Sea Peoples. We know them mostly from the walls of Egypt. At his mortuary temple of Medinet Habu, the pharaoh Ramesses III carved an account of a great battle around the year 1175 before Christ against a confederation of peoples who came by land and sea, sweeping down the coast, their families and ox carts behind them, as though they were not raiding, but migrating, looking for somewhere new to live. Ramesses claimed to have defeated them in a desperate fight at the very edge of Egypt, and his carvings show their ships and their strange feathered helmets, the faces of an enemy from somewhere we cannot name. For everywhere else, the Sea Peoples are written in fire and silence. The clay tablets of the city of Ugarit on the Syrian coast record frantic letters as the crisis broke, a king begging allies for help, reporting enemy ships burning his towns, and then the tablets simply stop, baked hard in the flames that destroyed the city, the last words of a doomed place. The Hittite Empire vanished. Mycenaean Greece fell into a dark age and forgot how to write. City after city across the region was burned and never rebuilt, and an entire interconnected world came apart almost at once. Who the Sea Peoples were, no one knows. Their names, as the Egyptians recorded them, have been linked to Sardinia, to Sicily, to the Aegean, to the coasts of Anatolia. But nothing is certain, and many scholars now doubt they were a single people at all, suspecting instead a tangle of causes, drought, famine, earthquake, the breakdown of trade, that set whole populations moving and tipped a fragile world over the edge, with the raiders as much a symptom as a cause. Tree rings and ancient pollen tell of a long, punishing drought across these very centuries, harvests failing year on year, and a complex world that depended on trade for the tin to make its bronze may have needed only a few hard shoves to bring the whole interlocked system crashing down. Consider what was actually lost. The Mycenaean Greeks did not merely fall, they forgot how to write, their script vanishing so completely that the Greeks would not read or write again for some 400 years until an entirely new alphabet was borrowed from the Phoenicians. The grand palaces were never rebuilt. The long-distance trade in bronze withered, and out of that very scarcity, it seems, people turned to a harder, more common metal, iron, so that the Dark Age, which followed the collapse, gave its name to the age that came after the Iron Age, born from the wreckage of the bronze. The mystery is not solved. What is certain is the result: a flourishing, connected, literate civilization that collapsed in a single generation, leaving burned cities and broken tablets, and a silence that swallowed even the memory of how the world had ended, so that the Greeks who came after remembered the lost age only dimly as a time of heroes and gods. Of all the vanishings tonight, this is the largest, not one city or one people, but an entire age of mankind, brought down at once by something we still, after a century and a half of argument, cannot name. Chapter 50, Tartessos, Spain. In the far south of Spain, where the great river Guadalquivir spreads toward the Atlantic, the ancient world told of a fabulously wealthy kingdom called Tartessos, ruled by long-lived kings, rich beyond measure in silver and bronze, trading metals with the Phoenicians and the Greeks. The classical writers spoke of it with wonder, a civilization at the western edge of the known world, and then, sometime around the 6th century before Christ, Tartessos disappeared so completely that for centuries people doubted it had ever existed. And some came to wonder whether the old stories of Tartessos were the seed of the legend of Atlantis itself, a great and sophisticated power that sank from history at the edge of the ocean. For a long time, Tartessos was a kingdom without a place, a name in old books with no ruins attached. Then, archaeologists in southern Spain began to uncover the traces of a genuine and distinctive culture, rich in finely worked gold and bronze, with its own art and its own script, trading along the rivers and the coast, exactly where the ancient writers had placed their golden kingdom. Tartessos, it turned out, had been real, a wealthy native civilization of the Iberian Southwest that grew rich as the middleman in the metal trade between the interior and the Mediterranean merchants. And then comes the strangeness that belongs to this night. At a number of Tartessian sites, archaeologists have found that the people, at the end, deliberately destroyed their own sanctuaries. At one remarkable site, a temple was carefully filled in and burned, the building sealed and set alight by its own worshippers, a great sacrifice of animals laid out, and then the whole structure buried, as though the culture were closing its own holy places on purpose before it vanished. Like the Cucuteni towns and the circle of Archaeum, Tartessos seems to have ended partly by its own hand, burning and burying what it had built. What drove them to it, we do not know. the collapse of their trade as the Phoenician cities declined, a shift in the rivers, conflict, or some belief we cannot recover. Any or all may have played a part. The Golden Kingdom of the West, wealthy enough to feed the legend of Atlantis, sealed its temples, burned its offerings, and faded from the world, leaving the classical writers to remember it as a place of marvels, and the modern spade to prove, at last, that the marvelous kingdom had truly been there and had truly gone. Chapter 51, Dilmun, Bahrain. To the Sumerians of ancient Iraq, there was a blessed land out across the waters of the Gulf, a place of purity and long life where their gods dwelt, and where, in their myths, the flood hero was granted eternal life. They called it Dilmun, the land where the sun rises, a paradise without sickness or death in their sacred poetry. And unlike many a mythical paradise, Dilmun was a real place, a true Bronze Age civilization, and its buried capital lies today beneath a great mound on the island of Bahrain. Dilmun was no mere legend dressed up as a country. It was one of the great trading powers of the ancient world, the crucial link in the sea trade between the cities of Mesopotamia and the civilization of the Indus far to the east. Through Dilmun passed copper from Arabia, timber and ivory and precious stones, the goods of half the ancient world. And its merchants grew wealthy as the middlemen of that vast exchange. On Bahrain stand its remains, the layered city mound now called Qalat al-Bahrain, and across the island lie tens of thousands of burial mounds, one of the largest ancient cemeteries on earth, the resting place of a people who may have come from across the region to be buried in the Holy Land. The capital mound holds city upon city, the Dilmun town overbuilt across the centuries by later powers, a layered record of a place that mattered for thousands of years. Its temples honored the god of the sweet waters, the same Enki worshipped at Eridu, for Dilmun's wealth and its sacredness alike sprang from the fresh springs that bubble up astonishingly even beneath the salt sea around Bahrain, water in the midst of the ocean that surely helped earn the island its reputation as a paradise. And like the others, Dilmun's day passed. Its trade declined as the roots and powers of the ancient world shifted, the Indus cities themselves vanished, and the blessed land slowly lost its place at the center of the Gulf, its capital reduced to a mound, its myths outliving its markets. The Sumerians' paradise, their Eden across the water, was a genuine lost civilization of trade and temples, and it too joined the procession of the forgotten, remembered in poetry as a deathless land of the gods, long after the living city had died. Chapter 50, To Crete, Greece. On the island of Crete, more than 3,500 years ago, there flourished the first great civilization of Europe, a brilliant, artistic, seafaring people we now call the Minoans, after the legendary King Minos of the Labyrinth. They built sprawling palaces, none greater than Knossos, painted their walls with leaping dolphins and graceful dancers, and the dangerous game of leaping over bulls, plumbed their buildings with running water, and ruled the Aegean Sea with their fleets, while the rest of Europe still lived in simple villages. When the archaeologist Arthur Evans uncovered Knossos at the start of the 20th century, he revealed a lost world of astonishing sophistication and beauty. The Minoans seem to have been, for a time, secure and prosperous beyond their neighbors, their towns largely unwalled, confident in the protection of their navy, trading across the eastern Mediterranean, their script flowing across clay tablets in records we still partly cannot read. On the island of Thera, to the north, they built the elegant town of Akrotiri, with multi-story houses and exquisite frescoes and drainage in the streets, a jewel of the Minoan world. And then the ground itself turned against them. Around the middle of the second millennium before Christ, the volcano at the heart of Thera erupted in one of the most violent explosions in human history, blowing the island apart, burying Akrotiri under meters of ash, and sending a tsunami racing across the sea toward Crete. The eruption did not destroy Minoan civilization in a single day. The timing and the details are still debated, But it struck a blow from which the Minoans seem never fully to have recovered, damaging their fleets and their coastal towns, shaking the foundations of their world. Within a few generations, the palaces of Crete were in decline, and the Mycenaean Greeks from the mainland moved in to take their place. The fall of the Minoans is woven from many threads: the Great Eruption, the tsunami, perhaps earthquakes, perhaps the same wider Bronze Age troubles that would later loose the Sea Peoples, perhaps invasion. But at its center stands that catastrophe of fire and wave, a civilization of beauty and confidence brought low, partly by the explosion of a mountain in the sea, its painted palaces emptied, its bull dances stilled. Europe's first great culture, the world of the Labyrinth, declined into legend, remembered in Greek myth as a vanished age of marvels, a memory of something splendid that the sea had broken. Chapter 53, Saparang, Tibet. High in the far west of Tibet, in a barren canyon land carved by the young Sutlej River, there stands a city built into a cliff, a vertical labyrinth of caves, tunnels, temples, and palaces cut and raised up the face of a great spur of clay and rock. This is Saparang, the capital of the kingdom of Gug, a Buddhist realm that flourished here in one of the most remote and forbidding landscapes on earth, and that was emptied almost overnight around the year 1630. Gug rose in these high desert mountains after the collapse of the old Tibetan Empire, a kingdom of devout Buddhists who, in their thin, cold air at over 3,000 meters, built monasteries and preserved learning and carved their capital into the living cliff. Saparang climbed the spur in levels, the common people below, the monks and the temples above, and the royal palace crowning the very summit reached through tunnels bored up through the heart of the rock. Inside the temples, artists covered the walls with brilliant murals, images of Buddhas and goddesses in glowing color, some of the finest religious painting in the Himalayan world. And these survive, astonishingly, even now in the empty halls. And then the kingdom fell, and the manner of its fall is still not fully understood. Around 1630, the neighboring kingdom of Ladakh invaded. There was conflict tangled up with the arrival of the first Christian missionaries at the Gugge court, and the last king was overthrown. After centuries of life, the cliff city of Saparang was abandoned. The people left, the monks departed, the tunnels and temples emptied, and the vertical capital was given over to the wind and the silence of the high desert, its painted gods left alone on the walls. Today, Saparang stands almost exactly as it was left, a honeycomb of empty caves and roofless halls climbing the cliff, the murals still glowing in the dark temples, the throne room of the kings open to the sky, a whole kingdom, learned and devout and wonderfully strange, that built a city up the inside of a cliff and then vanished from it in a single generation, leaving only the painted eyes of the Buddhas watching over the empty rooms. It is one of the most complete lost cities on earth, abandoned so cleanly and so recently that walking its tunnels feels less like archaeology than like trespass on a place whose people have only just gone. Chapter 54, Pavlopetri, Greece. In the warm, shallow water off the southern coast of Greece, between a small island and the shore of Laconia, lies the oldest sunken town yet found anywhere in the world. Its name is Pavlopetri. And beneath 3 or 4 meters of clear sea, you can swim above an entire prehistoric city, its streets still running in straight lines along the seabed, the foundations of its houses laid out room by room, its public buildings and its tombs all in their places. A complete town plan preserved on the floor of the Mediterranean for more than 5,000 years. It was rediscovered in 1967 by the scientist Nicholas Fleming, and mapped the following year by a team from Cambridge who realized they were looking at something extraordinary, not a scatter of ruins, but a whole organized settlement. Later surveys pushed its age back further than anyone first thought, to around 3,500 years before Christ and the close of the Stone Age, with life continuing on into the Bronze Age. This was a real town, with roads you could walk down, houses of more than one story, gardens, a cemetery, and even a system of channels and pipes to manage its water, the everyday infrastructure of a community going about its life. What makes Pavlopetri so precious is exactly that completeness. Most ancient towns were built over, robbed of their stone, and rebuilt across the centuries until the original plan was lost. Pavlopetri was simply drowned, all at once in the long view, and then left alone, so that it gives us a clean snapshot of how people laid out a town 5,000 years ago, the width of the streets, the size of the houses, the place of the dead, frozen and undisturbed beneath the gentle sea. The town was lost to the water around 3,000 years ago, sunk most likely by a series of earthquakes that dropped this stretch of coast slowly beneath the waves. The people, we assume, saw it coming over generations and moved on, and the sea closed over their streets and kept them. To snorkel above Pavlopetri today, to see the doorways and the road junctions laid out plainly in the sunlit shallows, is to hover over the oldest readable town plan on Earth, a Bronze Age community going quietly about its drowned business beneath your shadow. Chapter 55, Atlit Yam, Israel. A few hundred meters off the coast of Israel, near the town of Atlit, south of Haifa, there is a village on the seabed that is older than the pyramids, older than Stonehenge, older than almost any monument we have walked among tonight. It is called Atlit Yam. And it sank beneath the Mediterranean around 9,000 years ago, when the people who lived there had only just begun to farm and to keep animals in the age we call the New Stone Age. The marine archaeologist Ehud Galili found it in 1984, and the sandy seabed had preserved it with astonishing tenderness. The village had houses, hearths, paved areas, and storage pits, the working parts of a settled farming community among the very first in the world. Its people grew grain and herded animals and fished the sea, and they dug deep wells through the clay and soft rock to reach fresh water, lining them with stone, some of the earliest wells known anywhere. And in their graves, undisturbed on the seabed, lie dozens of their skeletons, men, women, and children, so well kept that scientists have read disease in their bones, including what may be the oldest known cases of tuberculosis, the intimate medical record of a community 9,000 years gone. At the heart of Atlit Yam stands its strangest feature, a thing that reaches across to everything else we have seen tonight. 7 great stones, megaliths up to 2 meters tall, are set in a semicircle, and they are carved with cup-shaped hollows, and they were arranged around a freshwater spring. It looks, for all the world, like a place of ritual. A stone circle built around sacred water, raised thousands of years before the famous stone circles of Europe by a people standing at the very threshold of settled life. The same impulse that would later raise Stonehenge was already here on this shore before the shore went under. Then the sea rose, or the land sank, or a tsunami came, and Atlit Yam was drowned. The water closed over the houses and the wells and the stone circle and the graves, and there it has all rested, soft in the sand, for 9,000 years. It is one of the oldest submerged settlements known to us, a whole Neolithic world with its sacred stones and its buried dead, sunk so early and kept so well that it lets us look directly into the lives of the first farmers, frozen at the moment the waters took them. Chapter 50, Sixth Sea of Galilee, Israel. In the year 2003, scientists running a sonar survey across the bed of the Sea of Galilee, the great freshwater lake in the north of Israel, found something on the bottom that should not have been there. Rising from the muddy floor of the lake was an enormous mound of stones, a great cone of basalt boulders and cobbles, piled by human hands into a single massive structure, more than 10 meters high and some 70 meters across at its base, weighing, by the estimates, around 60,000 tons. It had lain hidden beneath the water, unseen and unrecorded, until the sonar's beam swept across its shape. 60,000 tons of stone is an immense quantity, far heavier than most of the megalithic monuments we have visited on dry land, and every cobble of it was gathered and carried and stacked deliberately. The structure is a cairn, a built mound of the kind raised across the ancient world to mark burials or sacred places. And there are many such cairns on the dry hills around the lake. But this one is underwater, sitting on the lake bed, and that simple fact opens a genuine puzzle that no one has yet resolved. Either the great cairn was built on dry land in some age when the level of the lake stood far lower than it does today and was later drowned as the waters rose, which would make it very old indeed, or it was built in shallow water, or even raised up through the water deliberately, an underwater monument by design. Each possibility is strange. To have built it on dry land means a vanished shoreline and a structure older than we can easily date. To have built it in the water means a feat of effort and intention that is hard to explain. The mound itself, silent under the lake, does not say which. We cannot easily dig it, for it lies deep under murky fresh water. And so the 60,000-ton mystery sits there on the floor of the Sea of Galilee, in one of the most storied landscapes on earth, and keeps its secret. Who piled it, and when, and why, and whether the lake rose over it or grew around it, all remain open questions. It is a reminder that even a place as known and as walked and as written about as the shore of Galilee can hide, just beneath its surface, a monument of 60,000 tons that no history ever mentioned. Chapter 50, Seven Dwarka, India. On the far western coast of India, where the state of Gujarat reaches into the Arabian Sea, stands the holy city of Dwarka, and in Hindu tradition, it is no ordinary place. Dwarka is said to be the city of the god Krishna, a magnificent golden capital he built by the sea, which the old texts say was swallowed by the ocean after his death, sinking beneath the waves as the divine age ended. For most of history, this was sacred legend, a story of a drowned city of the gods. And then, off the modern coast, divers began to find stone beneath the water. The Indian marine archaeologist S.R. Rao led underwater investigations in the waters off Dwarka, and his teams reported submerged structures on the seabed, walls and blocks, and what looked like the remains of fortifications and jetties lying in the shallow sea near the present city. To Rao and others, this was evidence that an ancient port city had genuinely once stood here and had genuinely been claimed by the rising sea, a real sunken settlement underlying the legend of Krishna's drowned capital. The findings are debated, as undersea archaeology often is, with disagreement over the age of the stonework, over how much is built and how much is natural, over whether these remains can be tied to the city of the myth at all. The sea off Dwarka is murky and restless, the current strong, the work difficult, and firm dating beneath the waves is hard to achieve. What is not in serious doubt is that there is stonework on that seabed, and that this coast has risen and fallen and been reshaped by the ocean across the long ages of human habitation. So Dwarka sits exactly on the line between legend and archaeology, where this whole movement lives. A sacred text describes a great city drowned by the sea. Beneath the modern waves off the same coast lie submerged stones. Whether they are the literal city of Krishna, no one can prove, and the careful scholar will not claim it. But the deeper pattern is real and is the point, that the sea has risen over inhabited coasts within human memory, drowning what stood there, and that the legends of sunken cities, told around so many shores of the world, may be the long echo of true drownings remembered and handed down. Chapter 50, 8 Doggerland, North Sea. Between the coast of Britain and the coast of mainland Europe lies the cold, grey North Sea, busy with ships and fishing boats, and for a long time no one imagined it had ever been anything else. But it had. Where the waves now roll, there was once dry land, a vast low country of hills and valleys, rivers and marshes and forests, where people lived and hunted for thousands of years. We call it Doggerland, and it was not a land bridge, a thin strip to be crossed, but a whole rich homeland, perhaps the finest hunting ground in all of ancient Europe, and it lies now entirely beneath the sea. We know Doggerland was inhabited because the sea keeps coughing up the proof. For more than a century, fishing trawlers dragging the bottom of the North Sea have hauled up, tangled in their nets, the bones of mammoths and lions and deer, and among them the tools of human hunters, flint blades, and a barbed harpoon of carved antler pulled from the depths long ago. Each of these is a message from the drowned country, evidence of the animals that grazed its plains and the people who hunted them on ground that is now fathoms underwater. The drowning of Doggerland was the slow work of the end of the last ice age. As the great ice sheets melted, the seas rose year by year, generation by generation, and the low country was eaten away from its edges, its coastline creeping inward, its hills becoming islands and then vanishing. The people would have seen it happen across their lifetimes. The familiar marsh turning to open water, the hunting grounds shrinking, and they would have retreated slowly to the higher land that is now Britain and the continent, carrying the memory of a homeland the sea was taking. Around 8,000 years ago, the last of it went under. Doggerland is the clearest proof of all that the map of the human past is not the map we know. An entire country lived in for thousands of years, larger than many a modern nation, simply drowned, and was so completely forgotten that we only learnt of it from the bones in the fishermen's nets. It tells us that vast tracts of the world where our ancestors live now lie beneath the sea, that the coastlines have moved, and that whatever those drowned people built or knew or remembered went down with their land into the cold dark of the North Sea, mostly beyond our reach forever. Chapter 59, Thonis-Heracleion, Egypt. Before the city of Alexandria was ever founded, the great gateway to Egypt by sea was another city, standing where the Nile met the Mediterranean, and through its harbors passed every ship that came to Egypt from the Greek world. The Egyptians called it Thonis, the Greeks called it Heracleion, and it was one and the same city, rich and crowded, crowned by a vast temple to the god Amun. Its harbors thick with masts, a place named in ancient texts and in legend, said to have been visited by Helen of Troy herself. And then it sank into the sea and vanished so completely that scholars came to wonder whether it had ever truly existed, or whether it was only a name in old stories. For centuries, it was lost. A city without a location. Then, in the year 2000, after years of patient searching with sensitive instruments across the wide bay, the underwater archaeologist Frank Goddio and his team found it, 6 or 7 kilometers off the modern coast, lying under several meters of water and buried in the sediment of Abu Qir Bay. Out of the murk, where divers can often see barely half a meter ahead, rose the drowned city, its temple, its harbors, its streets, exactly where the ancient writers had placed it, and where no one had been able to find it for over 1,000 years. What the sea had kept was breathtaking. Goddio's divers brought up colossal statues, including a red granite figure of a king more than 5 meters tall, raised in pieces from the seabed. They found great stone tablets carved with inscriptions, the foundations of the Temple of Amun, dozens of small shrines, hundreds of anchors and coins, the wreckage of ships, and the gold and bronze of a city's daily life, all of it lying in the silt where it had fallen when the ground gave way. By the team's own estimate, after years of work, only a small fraction of the city has so far been uncovered. The greater part still lies out there in the dark water, untouched. Some of the finds spoke directly to the old texts and proved them right. One great stone tablet recovered from the seabed turned out to be almost a twin of a decree already known from dry land, but carved with the city's Egyptian name, Thonis, settling the long question of whether Thonis and Heracleion were one place or two. They had been the same city all along, the Egyptian name and the Greek name for a single port. Divers also found the remains of great festivals, the ceremonial barges, and the ritual objects of the mysteries of Osiris, which were carried each year across the water from the temple here, a drowned record of a living religion. And the city had a place in legend long before it had a place on any modern map. The Greek historians wrote that Thonis was the gateway where travelers entered Egypt in the days before Alexandria, and the old stories even brought Helen of Troy and her lover to this very harbor on their way through Egypt. For most of modern history, all of that was just literature, a city remembered only in ancient lines of verse and prose. Now, the verse has a seabed under it. The harbor Helen was said to have entered is a real place that divers can swim through, its temple columns lying where they fell, and the line between the myths of drowned cities and the facts of them has rarely felt thinner than it does in the murk of Abu Qir Bay. Thonis-Heracleion did not sink in a single dramatic night. The soft, waterlogged ground on which it was built slowly subsided, perhaps helped by earthquakes and the collapse of the unstable Nile Delta soil beneath the weight of the temples, until over centuries the whole city sagged and slipped beneath the waves. A great port that controlled the trade of a kingdom, that stood for many hundreds of years, eased down into the sea and was forgotten so thoroughly that its rediscovery felt like the recovery of a myth. It is the finest proof in this whole movement that the legends of drowned cities are not always legends, that a real, named, magnificent city can lie waiting beneath the water, complete for anyone patient enough to look. Chapter 60, Lake Van, Turkey. In the far east of Turkey lies Lake Van, a great inland sea of mineral blue water high in the mountains. And in 2017, a team of divers exploring its depths found, rising from the lake bed, the walls of a fortress that no one knew was there. The stones ran in long courses, clearly cut and laid by human hands, a substantial structure standing on the floor of the lake. And they belonged, the researchers believed, to the Urartians, the powerful kingdom that ruled this highland region around 3,000 years ago, rivals of the Assyrians, famous builders of mountain fortresses. The Urartians raised mighty citadels of stone across these highlands, and it seems that one of them, built on dry ground beside or near the ancient shore, was later drowned as the level of Lake Van rose over the centuries. The lake has no outlet to the sea, and its waters have climbed and fallen with the ages, and at some point they climbed over this fortress and sealed it beneath the surface, where it lay unsuspected until the divers' lights fell on its walls. There is something fitting about an ancient fortress drowned in a mountain lake, the hard stone meant to command the heights now resting quietly under the cold blue water, its battlements home to fish. The discovery hints that more may lie out there in the depths of Van, other structures, other traces of the highland kingdoms, kept by the lake just as the sea keeps the drowned cities of the coast. The water, whether salt or fresh, does the same work everywhere tonight, rising silently over what people built and holding it. Chapter 61, Gunung Padang, Indonesia. In the highlands of West Java, in Indonesia, a hill rises in a series of stone terraces, covered in thousands of columns of dark volcanic rock, an old and genuine megalithic site that local people have long held sacred. Its name is Gunung Padang, and in recent years it has been at the center of one of the fiercest arguments in archaeology, because a team of researchers claim that this hill is not a natural formation crowned with stones, but a vast buried pyramid, and an unimaginably old one, with its deepest layers dating back, they argued, as far as 20,000 years or more. The claim, led by the Indonesian geologist Danny Hilman Natawijaja, was based on surveys that probed beneath the surface and on radiocarbon dates from material in the hill, and if it were true, it would be the most explosive find in the history of the subject. A built structure, 20,000 years old, would be older than the end of the last ice age, older than farming, older than Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe by 10,000 years, and it would overturn the entire accepted timeline of when human beings began to build on a monumental scale. The idea spread quickly, and to many it seemed the proof, at last, of a lost civilization in the depths of the Ice Age. But the claim did not survive scrutiny, and it is important to be honest about that. When the paper was examined by other experts in geology, archaeology, and radiocarbon dating, they found a fundamental flaw. The very old dates came from samples of soil, not from anything that could be shown to be made or arranged by human hands. Dating buried dirt tells you the age of the dirt, not the age of a structure. And there was no clear evidence that people had lived or built at Gunung Padang during the Ice Age at all. In the year 2024, the journal that had published the claim formally retracted the paper over the objections of its authors. So where does that leave Gunung Padang? It leaves it a real and impressive megalithic site with genuine ancient stonework, most likely a few thousand years old, in line with other monuments of its region and age, and well worth studying on its own true terms. What it does not leave us, on the present evidence, is a 20,000-year-old pyramid. We tell it this way on purpose, because the honest account matters more than the exciting one, and because a mystery built on a retracted date is no mystery at all. The genuine wonders of this night, and there are 100 of them, do not need a discredited one to stand among them. Chapter 60, 2 Bimini Road, Bahamas. Off the shore of the island of North Bimini, in the clear blue shallows of the Bahamas, there runs a line of stone beneath the water that has fueled dreams of Atlantis for more than half a century. It is called the Bimini Road, and it is a long, straight track of large, flat, roughly rectangular blocks of stone laid end to end along the sandy seabed in a gentle curve, looking for all the world like a paved road or a fallen wall sunk beneath the sea. The kind of thing that seems to demand a builder. The Bimini Road came to fame in 1968, and its discovery seemed to some to fulfill a prophecy, for the American psychic Edgar Cayce had predicted decades earlier that evidence of Atlantis would rise near Bimini around that very time. The neat blocks, the straight line, the appearance of deliberate paving, all of it fed the idea that here was a remnant of a lost civilization, a road or harbor wall of Atlantis itself, drowned in the shallow Bahamian Sea and waiting to be found. The mainstream answer, held by most geologists who have studied it, is more sober, and it is worth stating plainly. The blocks of the Bimini Road appear to be a natural formation, a type of rock called beach rock, which forms along shorelines as sand and shell, cement together into a hard layer, and which characteristically cracks into long, straight joints and rectangular blocks as it breaks up, producing lines that can look uncannily like human paving. Studies of the stone, the way the blocks match across their cracks like pieces of a single sheet, and the natural processes at work all point, in the consensus view, to the sea and the rock making this by themselves. And yet the Bimini Road keeps its hold because the resemblance to a built road is real, and a handful of researchers continue to argue for a human hand, and the water is shallow and inviting, and the dream of Atlantis is old and strong. We set it down where the evidence rests. The likeliest truth is that the Bimini Road is a natural wonder, a trick of how beach rock breaks, and not a relic of a lost civilization. It is a fitting place to end our descent into the water, a reminder that the sea can fool us as easily as it can preserve a real drowned town, and that telling the two apart, the genuine sunken city from the suggestive natural shape, is the whole discipline of looking honestly beneath the waves. Chapter 63, Kujut, Rabu, Iraq. In a museum in Baghdad, there sits a small clay jar, about the size of a fist, that has been argued over for the better part of a century, because some believe it is a 2,000-year-old electric battery. It was found near Baghdad, close to the ruins of the old Parthian and Sasanian capital, and it dates to somewhere in the long span between 200 years before Christ and the early centuries after. Inside the clay jar is a cylinder of copper, and inside that, held in place with a plug of black bitumen, is a rod of iron. And that arrangement, a copper sleeve and an iron core, is, in form, exactly what you would build to make a simple electric cell. In 1938, a German named Wilhelm Koenig, working at the museum, proposed just that. Fill the jar with an acid liquid, such as vinegar or wine, he suggested, and the copper and iron would react to produce a weak electric current, enough, perhaps, to coat small objects with a thin layer of gold by electroplating. Koenig had noticed finely gilded silver objects from ancient Iraq and wondered whether the jars had powered their plating. Modern people have built copies, filled them with grape juice or vinegar, and indeed measured a faint trickle of electricity, around half a volt, real current flowing from a jar made before the fall of Rome. But the honest verdict of archaeology is skeptical, and it deserves to be heard. No electroplated object has ever actually been found from this time and place that would require such a battery. The gilding on the ancient silver can be explained by ordinary known methods, and there is no text, no drawing, nothing at all in the record suggesting that anyone of that age understood or used electricity. A jar of this shape, scholars point out, is also exactly what you would use to store a rolled-up scroll, the copper and bitumen protecting fragile papyrus from damp and insects, which is a far more ordinary purpose. So the Baghdad jar sits in a careful middle place, and that is where we will leave it. It is a real ancient object, and it really can be made to produce a little electricity, which is genuinely striking. But there is no evidence that its makers knew that or used it so. And the likeliest truth is that a storage jar happens, by the chance of its materials, to resemble a battery. Whether the ancients stumbled onto a faint current without understanding it, or whether we are simply reading our own electrical world into a clay pot, the jar will not say, and the wonder is real either way. Chapter 60. 4. Delhi, India. In a courtyard in Delhi stands a pillar of iron that has refused to rust for more than 1,600 years, and in doing so, it has quietly embarrassed the modern science of metals. It is a single shaft of iron about 7 meters tall and weighing some 6 tons, raised around the year 400 after Christ in the time of the Gupta kings, and later moved to the courtyard, where it now stands among far younger monuments. Iron, as everyone knows, rusts. Leave it in the open air, and the rain and the weather will eat it to flakes within a few generations. This pillar has stood in the open through 16 centuries of Indian monsoons, and it is barely touched. The mystery held for a long time, and the answer, when it came, only deepened the admiration. Scientists who studied the iron found that it is remarkably pure and that it contains an unusually high amount of phosphorus, far more than modern industrial iron is allowed to have. Over the centuries, that phosphorus has reacted with the surface to grow an incredibly thin protective film, a microscopic skin of a particular compound that seals the metal from the air and the wet. In 1,600 years, that protective layer has grown only a fraction of a millimeter thick, and it is enough to hold off the rust almost completely. What astonishes the metallurgist is that the ancient Indian ironworkers achieved this without any understanding of the chemistry we use to explain it. They could not have known about phosphorus films or oxide layers. They worked by skill and tradition, forge welding the iron together in great masses. And through their methods, they produced, perhaps without fully knowing why, an iron that would outlast empires. The pillar carries an old inscription crediting it to a mighty king, and it has stood while the dynasties that raised it and the monuments around it have crumbled. The Iron Pillar of Delhi is the kind of ancient object this night loves. Not a discredited fantasy, but a genuine triumph. A piece of working metal that does something modern engineers, for a long time, could not easily reproduce or explain. It is proof that the ancients sometimes reached, through patience and craft, a mastery of materials that we have only recently caught up with, and that the rust-resistant iron standing in that Delhi courtyard is not magic, but it is, in its own quiet way, a marvel that has outlasted everyone who has ever doubted it. Chapter 65, Ottosdal, South Africa. In the mines near the town of Ottosdal in South Africa, workers digging out a soft stone called pyrophyllite have, over the years, turned up small round objects that became one of the most cited puzzles in the literature of strange artifacts. They are the Klerksdorp spheres, little balls and discs of harder mineral, some of them grooved around the middle with what looked like neat parallel lines, as though they had been turned on a lathe or banded by a maker. And the rock they come out of is almost unimaginably old, formed billions of years ago, long before any life more complex than bacteria existed on Earth. The startling claim that has circulated is obvious from those facts. Here, some say, are manufactured objects, perfectly round, grooved as if by tools, embedded in rock 3 billion years old, which would mean that someone, or something, was shaping metal spheres on a world that, by all of science, had no makers of any kind at that time. It is a claim that, if true, would not just rewrite history, but shatter it, and it has been repeated for decades as evidence of impossibly ancient intelligence. The geologists who have actually examined the spheres tell a different and, in its own way, equally beautiful story. The objects are natural. They are concretions, balls of mineral that grow slowly inside sediment as it turns to stone, gathering layer by layer around a center, a process that genuinely does produce remarkably round shapes. The grooves that look machined are the marks left where fine layers of the surrounding rock met the sphere, lines of sediment pressed against its surface, entirely natural in origin. Nature, it turns out, is perfectly capable of making a grooved ball without any help. So the Klerksdorp spheres are not the relics of a 3-billion-year-old civilization, and we should say so plainly. But they are not nothing either. They are a genuine and lovely example of how the slow chemistry of the earth can sculpt forms that look designed, round, banded, almost manufactured, out of nothing but time and mineral and pressure. They belong not to a lost race of toolmakers, but to the deep patience of geology. And the real lesson they teach is humility, that a shape which looks made is not always made, and that the careful eye must always ask whether the maker was a hand or the earth itself. Chapter 66, Northern Europe, the Ulfberht Swords. For 3 centuries during the age of the Vikings, a small number of swords circulated through Northern Europe that was so far beyond the ordinary weapons of their time that they seem almost to come from a different world of metal. They are known by the name inlaid into their blades, in large letters of iron, the word Ulfberht, framed by crosses, and there are perhaps a couple of hundred of them scattered through the museums and finds of Europe. To the warrior who carried one, an Ulfberht was the finest blade he could possibly own. To the modern metallurgist, it is a genuine mystery of craft. Ordinary swords of the Viking age were made of iron that was full of impurities, of slag and trapped bits of the furnace, which left the metal relatively soft and brittle, liable to bend or shatter in a hard fight. The best Ulfberht blades are made of something else entirely, a crucible steel of high carbon content and remarkable purity, almost free of the slag that weakened other weapons, a steel both hard and flexible that could take and hold a deadly edge and yet not snap. To make such steel, the iron must be heated to a very high temperature, hot enough to melt it fully and let the impurities separate out, and that level of heat was thought to be beyond the ordinary furnaces of Northern Europe at the time. The likeliest explanation is one of the great trade stories of the age. The pure crucible steel, many believe, was not made in the cold north at all, but came from the distant east, from the lands of Persia and Central Asia, where such steel was understood, carried thousands of kilometers along the river roads that the Vikings themselves traveled as traders, down through Russia to the markets of the Islamic and Asian world. The northern smiths received the precious raw steel and forged it into their own swords, stamping them with the Ulfberht name, a mark of a quality that most of their rivals could not match. There is a darker footnote that proves how special the real ones were. Among the surviving Ulfberht swords are cheaper copies, blades stamped with a slightly misspelt version of the famous name and made of ordinary inferior iron, ancient forgeries, trading on the reputation of the genuine article, much as luxury brands are fake today. The existence of those fakes tells you everything. The Ulfberht was so prized, its steel so visibly superior, that it was worth counterfeiting, a name to conjure with in a world where the difference between a true blade and a false one could be the difference between living and dying. Chapter 60, 7, the Near East, Damascus Steel. There was once a kind of steel so good that crusaders told legends about it, a metal whose blades could supposedly slice through a lesser sword or cut a scarf of falling silk in two, and whose surface shimmered with a flowing, watery pattern of light and dark bands, like the rippling of a stream caught in metal. It was called Damascus Steel, after the great city through which it was traded, and it was forged in the Near East and India for many centuries from a raw material called woots. And then, sometime around the 1700s, the secret of making it was lost, and for a long time, no one could reproduce it. The mystery of Damascus steel is double: the beauty of its pattern and the quality of its edge. And modern science has found, deep inside the old blades, an astonishing answer. When researchers examined genuine Damascus steel under powerful microscopes, they found at the tiniest scale structures of carbon arranged in forms remarkably like the carbon nanotubes and nanowires of advanced modern materials, science, microscopic features that may help explain the blade's extraordinary strength and sharpness. The smiths who made these swords had, through their particular ores and their secret methods of heating and forging and cooling, stumbled into a control of metal at a scale they could never have seen or understood. That is why the loss was so complete. The making of true Damascus steel depended on the exact impurities in particular ores from particular places, and on processes passed down by hand from master to apprentice without ever being written as a chemistry. And when the right ore ran out and the chain of teaching broke, the knowledge simply vanished. The swordsmiths could no longer make what their grandfathers had made, and the flowing, watery, patterned steel passed out of the world, surviving only in the blades already forged. Damascus steel is the perfect companion to the Antikythera machine, another body of real, sophisticated, hard-won knowledge that human beings possessed and then lost entirely, not through catastrophe, but through the quiet breaking of a tradition. It is a reminder that ours is not a simple story of forever rising knowledge, but one in which whole mastered crafts can disappear, leaving only the finished marvels behind, and the long frustration of trying to learn again what someone once knew by heart. Chapter 60, 8 Rome, the Lycurgus Cup. In the British Museum, there is a Roman drinking cup, more than 1,600 years old, that performs a trick of light so sophisticated that its secret was only truly understood in our own era of nanotechnology. It is called the Lycurgus Cup, carved from glass with the figure of the mythical king Lycurgus tangled in vines, and its astonishing property is its color. Lit from the front, with light bouncing off it, the cup glows a cool jade green. But hold a light behind it so the light shines through the glass, and the cup turns a glowing wine red. The same object, two completely different colors, depending only on where the light comes from. For a long time, this was simply a wonder, a unique survival of Roman glassmaking. Then modern scientists examined tiny fragments of the glass under the most powerful microscopes and discovered the cause, and it is extraordinary. The Roman glassmakers had ground gold and silver into particles so impossibly small, mere billions of a meter across, and mixed them through the glass, that the metal specks interact with light itself at its own scale, scattering one color and transmitting another. This is nanotechnology, the deliberate or accidental control of matter at the scale of atoms, achieved by craftsmen in the Roman world more than a millennium and a half ago. What we cannot fully know is whether the Roman who made the Lycurgus cup understood what he had done. To get particles of gold and silver that small, dispersed that evenly through the glass, requires such precise control of the materials and the heat that many suspect it was no accident that some glass workshop had found, by long experiment, a recipe that produced this magical changing color, even if they could not have explained it in the language of atoms and light. Others think it may have been a happy chance, a single lucky batch of glass. Either way, the result is the same, a working piece of nanotechnology from the ancient world. The Lycurgus cup is one of the most genuine and least disputed wonders in this whole movement, a real object you can see in a museum that demonstrably manipulates light through nanoscale metal particles made by people we credit with no such science. It sits beside the Antikythera machine and the Damascus blade as proof of the same humbling truth, that the ancients, through patience and craft and accident, sometimes reached effects we associate only with our own most advanced laboratories. And then, as with so much tonight, the recipe was lost and the cup passed down alone, its secret sleeping in the glass until our own microscopes woke it. Chapter 69, Roman Europe, the dodecahedrons. Scattered across the lands that were once the Roman provinces of Europe, from Britain to Hungary, archaeologists have dug up around 120 small objects of bronze that no one has ever been able to explain. And the strangest thing about them is that the Romans themselves never wrote a single word about what they were. They are the Roman dodecahedrons, hollow little cages of bronze with 12 flat pentagonal faces, each face pierced by a round hole of a different size and with small round knobs at every corner. They fit in the palm of the hand. They are beautifully and carefully made, and their purpose is a complete and genuine mystery. The puzzle is sharpened by the silence of the record. The Romans were a documenting people who wrote about their tools, their machines, their crafts, their everyday objects, and yet not one Roman text, not one carving, not one mention anywhere describes these dodecahedrons or names them or shows them in use. We have over 100 of the objects themselves, often found in hoards or buried with care, and we have absolutely no instructions. Every theory about them is a modern guess working backward from the shape, and the guesses are many. Some say the dodecahedrons were measuring devices used with the different sized holes to gauge distances or the diameters of pipes, or to range targets. Some say they were astronomical instruments for sighting the sun or working out the right time to plant crops. Some think they were simply gaming pieces, or the heads of staffs, or scepters, or candle holders, since wax has been found in a few. Others, noting that several were found with coins and in careful burials, suspect they were religious or magical objects, used in rituals we cannot recover, perhaps for divination or for casting fortunes. None of these explanations fully fits all the objects, and the debate goes on. The Roman dodecahedron is a small, pure example of how much can be lost even from a civilization we think we know well. This was not some vanished prehistoric people, but the Romans, whose literature fills libraries, whose roads and walls we still drive and walk along, and yet they made 100 careful bronze puzzles and took the knowledge of their purpose so completely to the grave that we cannot recover it. It is a humbling little object, proof that even a well-documented world keeps secrets, and that a thing can be common, treasured, and skillfully made, and still become, in time, an absolute enigma resting in a museum case. Chapter 70, Colombia, the Quimbaya figurines. In the goldwork of the ancient Quimbaya people of Colombia, made somewhere between roughly 1,500 and 1,000 years ago, there are small golden ornaments that have launched 1,000 excited videos because to some eyes, they look uncannily like aeroplanes. They are little cast figures, a few centimeters long, with a central body, a pair of wings or fins sticking out to the sides, and a tail at the back that in a handful of them stands upright in a way that recalls the vertical tail fin of a modern aircraft. And so the claim arose that the Quimbaya had seen, or somehow knew of, flying machines and modeled them in gold. The Quimbaya were real and remarkable metal workers, masters of casting gold and a gold-copper alloy into intricate forms. And they left behind a great treasure of ornaments, figures of people, animals, insects, and many stylized winged shapes. The pieces that excite the aircraft theory are a small subset of these winged figures. And people have even built flying model replicas of them and shown that the models can glide, presenting this as proof that the originals were based on real aircraft. But the sober reading, and the one held by those who study Quimbaya art, is that these are stylized animals, not machines. Set the famous pieces back among the full body of Quimbaya goldwork, and they sit comfortably as abstracted insects, birds, flying fish, or bats, the same creatures rendered in the same flattened, geometric, decorative style the Quimbaya used for everything. The upright tail and swept wings that look so aircraft-like to us are natural features of a stylized flying animal, and a culture that made dozens of clearly animal ornaments was almost certainly making animals here too. That a streamlined animal shape can also be made to glide proves only that nature's flying forms and ours obey the same physics. So we set the golden flyers of the Quimbaya where the evidence places them, as beautiful stylized animals from one of the great gold-working traditions of the Americas, not as models of ancient aircraft. We tell it this way deliberately, because the Quimbaya deserve to be admired for what they truly were, superb artists in gold, rather than turned into witnesses for a story their work does not support. The real treasure here is the craft, the mastery of molten gold, and that needs no aeroplanes to be worth marveling at. Chapter 71, the Voynich Manuscript. Somewhere in the early 1400s, on the prepared skin of calves, an unknown person wrote a book of more than 200 pages in a language no one has ever been able to read, illustrated it with pictures of plants that grow in no garden on earth, of stars and circles and tiny naked figures bathing in green pools, and then somehow sent it down the centuries to baffle everyone who has ever opened it. It is called the Voynich Manuscript, after the book dealer Wilfrid Voynich, who bought it in 1912 from a Jesuit college in Italy, and it is, by common agreement, the most mysterious book in the world. The script flows across every page in a neat, confident, practiced hand. Hundreds of thousands of characters in an alphabet that belongs to no known language, written by someone who clearly knew exactly what they were doing, never hesitating, never correcting, as though copying a familiar text. The carbon dating of the calfskin is secure, placing the making of the book in the first decades of the 15th century. And the analysis shows the pages were not scraped clean and reused, that this strange writing is the original purpose of the book. The pictures divided into sections that look like a herbal of plants, an astronomical or astrological part full of stars and zodiac signs, a biological part with its bathing figures and channels, and pages of what seem to be recipes. And no one can read a word of it. The finest code breakers of the 20th century have tried and failed, including the American experts who cracked military ciphers in the world wars, who turned their formidable skills on the Voynich and got nowhere. Scholars have argued that it is an unknown natural language, that it is an elaborate code, that it is a constructed artificial language, that it is glossolalia or the private system of a single strange mind, and, at the cynical end, that it is an ingenious hoax, a book of beautiful nonsense made to deceive a wealthy buyer. Yet the text has statistical patterns that look unsettlingly like those of a real language. The words obeying the kinds of rules, real words obey, certain symbols favoring certain positions, which makes the simple hoax theory hard to sustain. And the mystery holds. Almost every year, someone announces that they have cracked it, that it is medieval Hebrew, or a forgotten dialect, or an extinct tongue, or that a computer has finally broken the code, and almost every year the claim collapses under examination, the supposed solution working for a line or two and then dissolving into nonsense. Even the powerful pattern matching of modern artificial intelligence has been turned on the manuscript, and still the book keeps its silence. The plants drawn in its herbal section match no real species anyone can confidently name. The stars and the bathing figures suggest meanings that slip away when you reach for them. Every door into the book is locked, and the key, if there ever was one, is lost. So the Voynich manuscript sits in a library at Yale, perfectly preserved, perfectly legible to the eye, and perfectly meaningless to the mind, a book that wants to be read and cannot be. It is the purest possible form of a thread that has run quietly through this whole night, the encoded message we cannot open, the knowledge sealed inside, marks we cannot sound. Hold that frustration close now, because we are about to step into a whole movement made of it. Ahead lie the scripts of vanished peoples, the writings of the Indus and of Easter Island and of Old Crete, real languages set down by real hands and lost so completely that, like this strange book, they stare back at us and say nothing we can understand. Chapter 72, Al-Naslaa, Saudi Arabia. In the desert of northwestern Saudi Arabia, near the old oasis of Tema, two great blocks of sandstone stand balanced on slender natural pedestals, and between them runs a single gap, so straight, so smooth, so perfectly vertical, that the first time you see a photograph of it, you assume it was cut by a machine. This is Al-Naslaa, and the famous feature is that razor-straight fissure dividing the rock cleanly into two halves, the faces on either side of the slot, flat and parallel, as though a laser or a colossal saw had passed through the stone in a single pass. It looks, more than almost anything in nature, like the work of a precise and deliberate hand. It belongs, in this night, to the thread we have been following since the very beginning, the impossible cut. We met it first in the granite boxes of Saqqara, flat to a few thousandths of an inch. We measured it again in the granite coffin at Lahun, in the mirror-polished caves of Baraba, in the machine like blocks of Pumapunku. And here it seems to reach its sharpest point, a stone split as if by a blade of light, standing alone in the Arabian sand. But this time, the honest answer turns the other way, and it is worth following the evidence to where it actually leads. Geologists who have studied Al-Naslaa conclude that the famous fissure is natural. Rock under stress fractures along lines of weakness, and a clean, straight, vertical crack of this kind can form entirely by the slow processes of the earth, by shifting ground, by the expansion and contraction of the stone through the desert's brutal cycles of heat and cold, by the weathering that has also balanced the two halves on their narrow bases. The very straightness that looks designed is in fact a thing that natural fracturing does produce. And so Al-Naslaa closes the thread with a twist that is its own kind of lesson. After all the genuine impossible cuts of hard granite that we cannot fully explain, here is one that looks the most artificial of all and is the most natural of all, the earth itself making the perfect line that human hands struggle to match. It teaches the same discipline as the groove spheres and the Bimini Road, that a thing which looks cut is not always cut, and it leaves the deeper mystery sharper for the contrast. The flat granite of Egypt and the polished caves of India are not explained by Al-Naslaa. They are made stranger by it, because at those places, unlike this one, the line really was drawn by a hand. Chapter 70, Three Nebra, Germany. In 1999, two treasure hunters with a metal detector dug illegally into a hilltop in central Germany and pulled from the ground a disc of bronze that turned out to be one of the most important objects in the history of astronomy, the oldest known image of the heavens ever found. It is called the Nebra Sky Disk, a dark blue-green circle of bronze about the width of a dinner plate, and set into it, in gold, are a round sun or full moon, a crescent moon, and a scatter of stars, including a little cluster of 7 that almost certainly represents the Pleiades, the star group whose rising and setting mark the farming year across the ancient world. The disk dates to around 3,600 years ago, in the Bronze Age, made by a people of Central Europe long before classical Greece, before the Romans, before writing reached this part of the world. And it is not merely a pretty picture of the night sky. The arrangement of the crescent moon beside the Pleiades appears to encode a real piece of astronomical knowledge, a rule for keeping the calendar in step, for knowing when to add an extra month to bring the moon's months back into line with the sun's year, the kind of sophisticated timekeeping we do not expect from Bronze Age farmers in the heart of Europe. The story of its making is rich. The gold of the stars and the copper and tin of the bronze came from different and distant sources, traded across Europe. And later, the makers added 2 golden arcs along the rim, set at exactly the angle between where the sun rises and sets across the turning of the year at that latitude, turning the disk into an instrument as well as an image. This was an object refined over time by people who watched the sky closely, who understood the solstices, and who poured that understanding into gold and bronze. The Nebra sky disk shattered the comfortable assumption that the prehistoric peoples of northern Europe were simple folk waiting for civilization to arrive from the Mediterranean. Here, in their own hands, 3,500 years ago, was a precise map of the cosmos and a working tool for the calendar. Like the temples of Malta aligned to the equinox and the stone circles set to the solstice, it is proof that the watching of the sky, the oldest science, was everywhere among our ancestors, and that they read the heavens with an accuracy we are still, with surprise, rediscovering. Chapter 70, 4, Nimrud, Iraq. In the ruins of the Assyrian city of Nimrud, in northern Iraq, the archaeologist Austin Henry Layard found, in the middle of the 1800s, a small oval of rock crystal, ground and polished and slightly domed on one face, lying among the treasures of a palace nearly 3,000 years old. It is the Nimrud lens, a piece of natural quartz shaped by hand into a form that, whatever its makers intended, can function as a simple lens, gathering light to a focus and magnifying what is seen through it. And that has raised a quiet and genuine question. Did the Assyrians understand optics? The lens is real, ancient, and undisputed as an object. What is debated is its purpose. Held one way, it works as a crude magnifying glass, and some have suggested the Assyrian craftsmen who carved astonishingly fine detail into their cylinder seals and inscriptions might have used such a lens as a magnifier to do that delicate work, or even that their astronomers might have used it to look at the sky. Others have proposed it could focus sunlight to make fire. It is an intriguing thought that the people of one of the ancient world's great empires had in their hands a worked piece of glass that bends light. The more cautious view is that the Nimrud lens was most likely an ornament or an inlay, a decorative piece of polished crystal that happens, by the nature of its shape, to have optical properties rather than a deliberately made scientific instrument. There is no Assyrian text describing the use of lenses, no clear evidence that they ground crystal specifically to magnify or to study the heavens, and a domed piece of crystal can be a beautiful object in its own right without being a tool. As with the Baghdad jar, the function we are tempted to read into it may be our own. And so the little crystal from Nimrud closes this movement on exactly the right uncertain note. It may be merely a pretty stone, or it may be a hint that the Assyrians had begun, even faintly, to play with the bending of light 3,000 years ago. We cannot be sure, and the not being sure is the whole character of this part of the night, a cabinet of objects that hover between the ordinary and the impossible, some of them genuine lost marvels, some of them only our own reflection. What they share is that each one forces the same honest question: how much did the ancients really know, and how much have we simply forgotten that they knew? Chapter 75, Rapa Nui, Easter Island. On Easter Island, the most isolated inhabited place in the world, a tiny speck of land in the vast emptiness of the Pacific, the people did something no other Pacific island culture ever did. They invented writing on pieces of wood, polished and worked. They carved row upon row of tiny, precise glyphs, birds and fish and figures and shapes. A true script they called Rongo-Rongo. Fewer than 30 of these inscribed objects survive in all the world, scattered through museums, holding among them around 15,000 carved characters, and not one living person can read a single line of them. The way the script is written is itself a marvel. The rows run in alternating directions, so that to read it, you reach the end of a line, then turn the whole tablet upside down to read the next, the glyphs themselves flipping with each row, a system found almost nowhere else on Earth. The carving is fine and confident and consistent, the work of a developed tradition with scribes and rules, a genuine writing system grown in total isolation thousands of kilometers from any other literate people. And we lost the reading of it within living memory through one of the cruelest accidents of history. In the 1860s, slave raids from Peru tore through Easter Island and carried off or killed much of its population, and the disease that followed devastated the rest. And among the dead were the very people, the priests and the learned men, who knew how to read the Rongo-Rongo. The chain of knowledge, passed from teacher to pupil for generations, was snapped in a few terrible years. When later outsiders tried to find someone who could still read the tablets, they were too late. The last readers were gone, and they had taken the key with them. So Rongorongo survives as pure shape without sound or sense, a script we can see perfectly and understand not at all, made unreadable, not by deep time, but by a catastrophe within the last 2 centuries. It is the most heartbreaking entry in this movement, because we came so close. There were people alive who could read these tablets within the span of a long human life, and the violence done to their island silenced them before anyone wrote down what they knew. The little carved birds march across the wood in their turning rows, a message from a people to themselves, and we stand outside it forever. Chapter 70, 6 Phaistos, Crete. In 1908, in the ruins of a Minoan palace at Phaistos on the island of Crete, an Italian archaeologist named Luigi Pernier found a small disc of fired clay about the size of a saucer, and it turned out to be one of the most singular objects in the history of writing. Both faces of the Phaistos disc are covered in symbols, arranged in a spiral running inward to the center, and the symbols are not scratched or drawn by hand. They were stamped, each one pressed into the soft clay with a carved punch, a separate stamp for each of the 45 different signs used over and over across the disc. Stop and consider what that means. To stamp the same signs repeatedly with prepared punches is, in principle, the very idea of movable type, the principle of the printing press. And here it is, executed on a clay disc around 3,700 years ago, more than 3,000 years before Gutenberg. Whoever made the Phaistos disc had a set of individual carved stamps for the signs of a script and pressed them into clay to write. The oldest known example of printing with movable type anywhere in the world, and they apparently did it exactly once that we know of, for nothing else quite like it has ever been found. The signs themselves are vivid little pictures, a walking figure, a head wearing a crest of feathers, a fish, a bird, a flower, a shield, repeated in groups divided by lines into what look like words. There are 241 of these stamped signs in all, making 45 distinct symbols, and they spiral inward on both sides toward the center of the disc, and no one knows what any of it says. The script is unique, found on this one object and almost nowhere else, far too short a text to crack, with no second language to compare, so that every reading ever proposed, a prayer, a hymn, a calendar, a list, a game, is a guess that cannot be tested. The Phaistos disc is the loneliest text in the world, a single page of a script that has no other pages, the first printed document on Earth, and one that will perhaps never be read. It sits in a museum in Crete, its spiral of stamped birds and shields turning forever inward to a center that gives up no meaning, a flash of an idea, printing, that appeared once in the Bronze Age and then vanished without issue, leaving only this one perfect, baffling disc behind. Chapter 70, 7 Knossos, Crete. The Minoans of Crete, the brilliant civilization we visited as it fell beneath the ash of Thera, were a literate people, and they left their writing on clay tablets in 2 related scripts that scholars labeled simply Linear A and Linear B. The story of these 2 scripts is one of the great triumphs and the great frustrations of the study of lost writing, because one of them has been read, and the other, its own parent, refuses still to speak. Linear B was the latest script, used not by the Minoans themselves so much as by the Mycenaean Greeks, who took over Crete and the Aegean. In the 1950s, an English architect named Michael Ventris, working as a gifted amateur, achieved one of the most celebrated feats in the history of scholarship. He cracked Linear B, proving that it recorded an early form of Greek, and suddenly the clay tablets could be read, and they turned out to be inventories, lists of goods and livestock and workers, the account books of the Mycenaean palaces. It was a stunning victory, the resurrection of a dead script, and it gave everyone hope that its older relative would soon follow. But Linear A, the original script of the Minoans themselves, has held out ever since. It uses many of the same signs as Linear B, so we can guess at the sounds some of them might have made, and we can read the numbers and recognize that many tablets are lists and records. But when we sound out the words using the values borrowed from Linear B, we get a language that is not Greek and is not anything else we know, an unknown Minoan tongue with no surviving relatives, no second language to give us a foothold, no bilingual text to unlock it. We can pronounce the words and we have no idea what they mean. So the Minoans, Europe's first great civilization, the people of the labyrinth and the bull dancers, speak to us in a script we can almost read and cannot understand. We hear the shapes of their words without their sense, the ghost of a voice with the meaning stripped away. It is a peculiar kind of loss to have the key to the child and not the parent, to stand so close to the language of a vanished people and still be locked outside it. And it is a reminder that cracking a script depends on luck as much as genius, on the survival of the one bilingual clue that Linear A has never given us. Chapter 78, Dolavira, India. We return now to the civilization with which this whole thread began, the people of the Indus, whose clean, silent cities we walked at Mohenjo-daro, and to the writing that has defeated every scholar who has ever taken it up. The Indus script is found on more than 4,000 objects, mostly small seals of carved stone, along with tablets and pottery and copper tools, carrying among them over 400 distinct signs. It was used across a vast civilization of perhaps 1 million people for many centuries, and it remains, after 100 years of brilliant effort, completely unread. The reasons it resists are cruel. Almost every Indus inscription is heartbreakingly short, just 4 or 5 signs on a tiny seal, far too brief to give the patterns a codebreaker needs. We do not know what language the Indus people spoke, so we have nothing to test our guesses against. And there is no bilingual text, no Indus version of the Great Stone that unlocked Egyptian writing by repeating the same message in a language scholars already knew. Without a longer text, without the language, without a bilingual key, the script sits locked, and the powerful computers and statistical methods of our own age have narrowed the questions without breaking the door. The proposals have been many and have become a battlefield. Some scholars argue the Indus people spoke an early form of the Dravidian languages still spoken in southern India today, and have tried to read the signs through that lens. Others look to early relatives of Sanskrit, and a few have made the most unsettling proposal of all, that the Indus signs are not writing at all, not a script recording a spoken language, but a system of symbols, emblems of clans or gods or goods, meaningful but not linguistic, which would mean there is no hidden sentence to recover because none was ever written. The very people who study the marks most closely cannot agree on whether they are reading a language or only a set of pictures, and that disagreement, after a century, is itself a measure of how complete the silence is. At the city of Dolavira, in the salt desert of western India, the Indus people left 2 extraordinary things side by side. The first is engineering of staggering ambition, a city built around the storing of water with vast reservoirs cut into the rock and an intricate system of channels and dams to catch and hold every drop of rain in a parched land, one of the most sophisticated water systems of the ancient world. And the second is a message over one of the great gateways of the city. The people set a row of 10 large signs of their script, each one made of pieces of white gypsum inlaid into wood, a signboard mounted high for all who passed to see, the longest and most public Indus inscription ever found. Imagine it, a great inscribed board set over the gate of a city, meant to be read by everyone who entered, a public proclamation in letters of white stone. The name of the city, perhaps, or of its king, or a blessing, or a warning. It is writing at its most confident and most communicative, a sign put up precisely so that it would be read. And we cannot read it. We stand at the gate of Dolavira where the people wanted their message seen, looking up at 10 clear signs of white gypsum, and the civilization that hung them there speaks to us as plainly as it can, and we do not understand one word. Of all the unread scripts in the world, the Indus is the one written by the largest civilization, and its silence is the deepest of all. Chapter 79, Susa, Iran. In the ancient city of Susa, in what is now Western Iran, archaeologists have found clay tablets covered in one of the very oldest writing systems on Earth, a script so old that it stands almost at the moment writing itself was being invented, and it too has never been read. It is called Proto-Elamite, and it was used more than 5,000 years ago, around the same time that the Mesopotamians were taking their own first steps toward writing, making it one of the earliest scripts humanity ever produced. Thousands of these Proto-Elamite tablets survive, pressed with numbers and signs, clearly the records of an organized society, keeping account of its goods and its people at the very dawn of literacy. We can read the numbers, the counting systems that tally quantities, but the rest, the actual words, the signs that name the things being counted, and the people who own them, remain stubbornly opaque. The script seems to have been adapted in a hurry from its neighbors and used for only a few centuries before being abandoned, and it carries inconsistencies and scribal errors that make it even harder to crack. Proto-Elamite belongs in this movement as a reminder of how fragile the very first writing was, how a society could invent or borrow the miracle of writing, use it for a few generations to run its economy, and then drop it, leaving us tablets we can count but not read. It is among the oldest unread scripts in the world, a voice from the threshold of history itself, and it whispers in numbers we understand and words we never will. One more proof that even at the very beginning, writing was something that could be born and used, and then lost. Chapter 80, Totaria, Romania, and Old Europe. The accepted story tells us that writing was invented in Mesopotamia, in the land between the rivers, a little more than 5,000 years ago, and that this was the first time human beings set down language in lasting marks. But in the soil of southeastern Europe, in the lands of an old farming culture that flourished in the Balkans long before Sumer, there are signs that trouble that neat beginning, marks scratched into clay and pottery that some believe are writing or something very close to it, 1,000 years and more before the Mesopotamians are supposed to have started. These are the Vinča symbols, named for a site in Serbia, found across the pottery and figurines and little tablets of a sophisticated Neolithic culture of old Europe. And the most famous example comes from Târtăria in Romania, where in 1961, excavators found small clay tablets impressed with rows of signs, pictures, and abstract marks arranged in a way that looks, to many eyes, deliberately like writing, and which have been dated controversially to a startlingly early age, well before the first Sumerian tablets. The debate is fierce and unresolved. Some scholars argue that the Vinča and Târtăria signs are true proto-writing, an independent invention of symbolic notation by the farmers of old Europe that predates Mesopotamia, which would mean writing was born more than once and earlier than we thought. Others insist the marks are not writing at all, but decoration, ownership marks, or religious symbols, meaningful images rather than a system recording language, and that to call them writing is to read too much into them. We cannot settle it because there are too few signs, no long texts, and no way to know whether they encode a language or simply carry meaning the way a picture does. Whatever they are, the Târtăria tablets force a useful humility about beginnings. They remind us that the line between a symbol and a script is blurry, that the farmers of old Europe were marking clay with deliberate signs, while Mesopotamia was still a marsh, and that the story of when and where writing began may be less settled than the textbooks say. Whether these are the oldest writing in the world or the oldest art that only looks like writing, they sit at the very edge of the readable, a set of marks from 7,000 years ago that may be a language nobody will ever recover, or may never have been a language at all. Chapter 80, Juan Cascajal, Mexico. For a long time, it was thought that writing in the Americas began with the Maya and their relatives, but in the lowlands of Mexico, in the heartland of the Olmec, the oldest civilization of the region, A single block of stone has pushed that beginning back by centuries and raised a script that no one can read. It is called the Cascajal block, a slab of soft greenish stone found by road builders quarrying gravel near the old Olmec lands, and carved into its face are 62 signs arranged in rows, the oldest writing yet known anywhere in the Americas, made perhaps around 3,000 years ago. The signs on the Cascajal block are unlike any other script of the Americas, a set of little symbols, some resembling insects, ears of corn, or other objects, repeated in patterns that strongly suggest a real writing system with certain signs recurring as words recur in a sentence. The block appears to have been used and reused, its surface smoothed and recarved, the way a writing surface is used, and its signs follow each other in lines, in a way that looks like genuine text rather than random decoration. It is, by the judgment of the scholars who have studied it, the earliest evidence that the peoples of Mesoamerica had begun to write. And it stands alone, unlike the later Maya script, which we can now largely read. The Cascajal block has no companions, no second example of the same system, no bilingual key, nothing to compare it against, and so its 62 signs cannot be deciphered. We know, almost certainly, that we are looking at writing, the very first writing of the Americas, and we have no idea what it says. The Olmec, the mother culture from which so much of Mesoamerican civilization flowed, recorded something on this stone 3,000 years ago, and the message waits, unreadable, the opening sentence of an entire hemisphere's literacy that we cannot translate. Chapter 82, the Quipu of the Andes. We end this movement not with marks on clay or stone, but with knots on string, the strangest writing of all, and the one that may still, one day, be made to speak. The great empire of the Inca, which ruled the Andes and built the roads and the mountain cities we have walked among tonight, governed millions of people across thousands of kilometers. And yet, by the usual definition, it had no writing. What it had instead were the quipu, bundles of colored cords hung from a main string, each cord knotted in particular ways at particular places, a language of fiber and knot and color that the Inca read with their fingers. We know for certain that the quipu recorded numbers. The position and the type of the knots encode a decimal counting system so that a quipu could hold the census of a province, the tally of a storehouse, the accounts of the empire, and the specialist officials who kept them could read these figures off the cords with precision. That much has been cracked, and it is remarkable enough, a working system of record keeping and knotted string that ran the bureaucracy of a vast empire without a single written word as we understand the term. But many scholars now believe the quipu held more than numbers. The colors of the cords, the direction of the knots, the way the fibers were spun and plied, all carry information beyond simple counting. And there are hints in the accounts of the Spanish who saw quipu read aloud that some of them recorded names, histories, songs, the narrative memory of the empire, a true writing in 3 dimensions of string. Researchers comparing hundreds of surviving quipu have begun to find patterns that may encode the names of places and people, the first cracks, perhaps, in a code that is held for 500 years. And here we will leave the thread deliberately open, because the quipu have not yet been read, and they may yet be. Somewhere in the museums and the village bundles of the Andes, in the knots and colors of these cords, the voice of the Inca may still be waiting, recorded in a form so unlike our idea of writing that we are only now learning to ask it the right questions. Of all the unread messages in this long night, the quipu is the one still actively giving up its secrets, the one where the next discovery might, at last, let a silent empire speak. We have spent this movement among voices we have lost forever. We end it on the one we might still get back, the knots holding their breath, waiting for us to learn to listen. Chapter 83, Hal Saflieni, Malta. Beneath the street in Malta, cut down into the rock on 3 levels, there is a vast prehistoric world of the dead, the only known underground temple of its age anywhere on Earth. It is called the Hypogeum of Hal Saflieni, and it was carved out by hand more than 5,000 years ago, a labyrinth of chambers, passages, and halls hollowed from the living limestone, and into it, across the centuries, the ancient Maltese placed the bones of an estimated 7,000 people, generation upon generation of their dead. The Hypogeum is not a crude cave, but an architectural marvel. Its chambers shaped to imitate the above-ground temples we visited earlier in this night, with carved pillars, false doorways, and curving recesses. The forms of the temples of the living reproduced underground for the dead. Some of its walls still carry traces of red ochre paint, spirals and patterns in the color of blood and life. And in one chamber lay the little figurine known as the Sleeping Lady, a clay figure of a woman resting on her side as if asleep, perhaps a goddess of dreams or of death, found among the bones. But the most haunting feature of the Hypogeum is a sound. In one deep chamber, often called the Oracle Room, there is a niche carved into the wall, and a voice spoken into that niche, particularly a low male voice, sets the whole room resonating, the sound rolling and deepening and seeming to fill the rock and pass through the body of anyone standing there. The chamber appears to have been shaped, deliberately or not, to resonate at a particular low pitch, so that words or chants spoken in it would have boomed through the darkness among the bones, an overwhelming effect in a space already heavy with the dead. We can only imagine what that meant to the people who built it. To descend into the earth, among the bones of 7,000 ancestors, by the light of a small flame, and to hear a chanted voice swell and resonate through the stone, as though the rock itself were speaking, would have been an experience of pure awe, the boundary between the living and the dead worn very thin. The Hypogeum is a temple of the dead engineered, it seems, to be felt in the body, the oldest known place where human beings shaped a space, so that sound itself would carry them out of the ordinary world and into the presence of the departed. Chapter 84, the Tarim Basin, China. In the deserts of far western China, in the Tarim Basin around the edges of the brutal Taklamakan, the dry, salty sand has preserved bodies for thousands of years with astonishing completeness, and when they were found, they caused a sensation because they did not look the way anyone expected the ancient dead of China to look. These are the Tarim mummies, and the most famous of them, a woman known as the Beauty of Zhaohe, lies as if asleep after nearly 4,000 years, with high cheekbones, long lashes still resting on her cheeks, and hair of a light brownish color, dressed in woven woolen cloth and a felt hat. For decades, these fair-haired, Western-looking bodies in the heart of Asia were one of archaeology's great riddles. They wore woolen clothing woven in patterns that reminded some of the tartans of distant Europe. They were buried in boat-shaped coffins under markers like oars, and their appearance led to long speculation that they were migrants from the far west, wanderers who had somehow crossed the whole breadth of the continent to live and die in the Chinese desert thousands of years ago. Evidence of contacts and movements no one could quite explain. Then, in 2021, a study of their ancient DNA turned the mystery on its head. The Tarim mummies were not migrants from the West at all. Genetically, they were a local people, descended from an ancient population that had lived in the region since the last ice age, deeply rooted in Asia, not newcomers from Europe. Their Western-looking features and their woolen clothes came not from a long migration, but from their own ancient local ancestry, and from ideas and goods traded across the steppe. A people genetically of the place, and yet culturally connected to a vast web of exchange. The Tarim mummies turned out to be stranger and more interesting than the simple story of lost wanderers. They were an isolated, deeply ancient people, holding on at the harsh edge of a desert, who farmed and herded and made cheese and wove fine wool, and who buried their dead with great care under the dry sand that would keep them for 4,000 years. The Beauty of Zhaohe still lies there, her lashes intact, no longer a puzzle of who came from where, but something more moving, The perfectly kept face of a woman from a vanished local world at the dead center of Asia, preserved by the salt and the silence. Chapter 85. Paracas, Peru. On the dry Paracas Peninsula on the south coast of Peru, in a desert so arid that almost nothing decays, archaeologists found great cemeteries of the dead, wrapped in magnificent woven textiles, and among them hundreds of skulls of a shape that stops people in their tracks. The skulls are elongated, stretched upward and backward into long tapering domes, far longer than an ordinary human head. And the sight of them has fed endless speculation, with some claiming they are too strange to be human at all, the remains of some other kind of being. The mainstream explanation is well understood and is supported by clear evidence, and it is remarkable in its own right. The people of Paracas, like a number of cultures around the world, practiced intentional cranial deformation. In infancy, when the skull is still soft and growing, they bound the heads of their children with cloth and boards, applying gentle, steady pressure over months and years, and this reshaped the growing skull into the long, elongated form they considered beautiful or noble, a mark of status or of belonging. The bones grow into the binding, producing the dramatic shapes we see, and the practice is documented in many parts of the world. The more extravagant claims that the skulls have features no human skull possesses, or that they prove a non-human origin, do not hold up against careful study. These are human skulls, reshaped by a known and understood human practice, and the careful researchers who have examined them confirm it. What deformation cannot do is change the basic identity of the bone, and everything that defines these as human skulls is present in them. The honest wonder here is cultural, not biological. And that honest wonder is considerable. Imagine a whole society that found such beauty in an elongated head that they reshaped their infants to achieve it, generation after generation, binding the soft skulls of their babies to mark them for life as people of a certain kind. The Paracas skulls are not evidence of aliens or of another species. They are evidence of how powerfully human cultures can reshape even the human body itself in the name of beauty and belonging, and of how strange and various the ideals of the vanished peoples could be, strange enough that their dead can still unsettle us 2,000 years later. Chapter 86, Palenque, Mexico. In the Maya city of Palenque, in the forests of southern Mexico, archaeologists opened a sealed tomb in 1994 and found, inside a stone sarcophagus, the body of a noblewoman, and everything in that chamber, the bones, the jewelry, the very walls, was stained a deep and brilliant red. She had been covered at her burial more than 1,300 years ago in a powder of bright red cinnabar, the ore of mercury, until she lay drowned in scarlet, and so the archaeologists called her simply the Red Queen. Cinnabar is mercury sulfide, a heavy mineral that grinds to a vivid blood-red powder, and among the Maya it was precious and reserved for the highest of the high, sprinkled over the most important dead to accompany them into the afterlife. The Red Queen wore a mask of jade and malachite, and around her lay ornaments of jade and pearl and shell and obsidian, the trappings of royalty. From her place of burial, in a temple beside the Great Pyramid that holds the tomb of the city's famous king Pakal, and from later study, scholars believe she was most likely Lady Tsakbu Ajaw, the wife of Pakal himself, a queen of one of the greatest of all Maya cities. Now hold this image against one we carried from the very first hour of this night. Far away in China, the first emperor lay sealed beneath his mountain in a sea of liquid mercury, rivers of shining silver metal flowing around his body in the dark. Here, across the entire world, with no possible contact between the two, a Maya queen was laid to rest, soaked in the red ore of that same metal, mercury in its scarlet mineral form. Two of the most powerful people of their worlds, an emperor in the east and a queen in the west, were each in death, wrapped in mercury. One is a silver sea, one is a red dust. It is almost certainly not a connection, but a convergence. Two cultures arriving separately at the same strange instinct, that this heavy, shining metal, poisonous and beautiful, belonged with the greatest of the dead. But the echo is haunting all the same, and it is the kind of pattern this whole night has been built to notice. Across the unbridgeable gulf between ancient China and the ancient Maya, the same rare substance was chosen to honor the same kind of person at the same threshold, the passage out of life. The Red Queen of Palenque lies in her scarlet, and somewhere under his hill the emperor lies in his silver, and between them stretches a coincidence so precise that it feels for a moment like a message. Chapter 87, Varna, Bulgaria. On the Black Sea coast of Bulgaria, in 1972, a digger operator clearing ground for a factory turned up some small objects of gold, and the discovery that followed rewrote the history of wealth itself. He had stumbled into the edge of an ancient cemetery, and as archaeologists excavated it, they uncovered the oldest worked gold ever found anywhere in the world, made more than 6,000 years ago by a sophisticated culture living here on the coast long before the rise of Egypt or Sumer. The Varna necropolis holds the earliest evidence we have of great personal wealth and of a society sharply divided into ranks. One grave above all astonished the world. In it lay the body of a man, and he had been buried with an overwhelming quantity of gold, golden ornaments by the hundred, a golden beadwork, even sheaths of gold for the most intimate parts of his body, more gold in this single grave than had been found in all the rest of the ancient world from that early time combined. He was clearly a person of immense status, a chief or a king or a priest, and the wealth heaped upon him in death proclaims a society in which some people had risen enormously above others 6,000 years ago, far earlier than we once believed such hierarchies arose. The Varna gold is technically beautiful, finely made, showing that these people had mastered the working of the metal to a high degree, and its distribution across the cemetery tells a sharp social story. Some graves overflow with gold and treasure, others have little or nothing, the unmistakable signature of a ranked society, with rulers and ruled, rich and poor, at a date that pushes the origins of such inequality deep into prehistory. This was not a simple village of equals, but a world already organized around status and the display of wealth in death. Varna sits in this movement as the place where the human urge to carry status into the grave first blazes out in gold. The man in the richest grave wanted to go into the afterlife as he had lived, adorned and supreme, and his people obliged him, burying a fortune in the earth to mark his greatness. It is the oldest gold in the world, and it is also the oldest clear proof that human beings would pour their finest treasure into a hole in the ground for the sake of a single honored dead, an instinct we will see again and again. And that began, as far as we know, here on the Bulgarian shore. Chapter 88, Tollund, Denmark. In the peat bogs of northern Europe, the dead do not turn to bone. The cold acid water and the lack of air preserve flesh and skin and hair, so that bodies thousands of years old come out of the peat looking almost as though they died last week. And of all these bog bodies, the most famous and the most moving is a man pulled from a Danish bog in 1950, so perfectly preserved that the men who found him thought they had stumbled on a recent murder and called the police. He is the Tollund Man, and he died more than 2,000 years ago. His face is the wonder of him. The Tollund Man's features are intact, his eyes closed, his lips gently pursed, the stubble still on his chin, an expression of such peace that he seems merely to be sleeping, a real human face from the age before the Romans reached the north. He lay curled on his side in the bog, and around his neck was the thing that ended his life, a braided leather rope drawn tight, for the Tollund Man was hanged, and then placed deliberately into the bog, his eyes and mouth closed by careful hands. This was almost certainly not an execution, but a sacrifice. Many of the bog bodies of northern Europe show signs of ritual killing, hanged or strangled or struck down and then laid in the watery bogs that these people seem to have regarded as sacred, gateways to the other world, places to send offerings to their gods. The Tollund Man ate a last meal of grain and seeds, and then was hanged and given to the bog, and the bog kept him with terrible tenderness for more than 20 centuries, preserving not just his bones, but his sleeping face and the rope that killed him. To look at the Tollund Man is to look directly into the face of a person from the deep past in a way almost nothing else allows, and it is an unsettling intimacy. He is not a skeleton or a statue, but a man with skin and stubble and an expression, who was killed in some rite we only partly understand and laid in the dark water, and who has come back to us with his face composed as if in sleep. The bogs of the north hold many such faces, the gently preserved dead of a vanished people, each one a sacrifice, each one a human being looking back at us across 2,000 years with uncanny calm. Chapter 89, Cladhallen, Scotland. On the windswept island of South Uist, off the western coast of Scotland, archaeologists excavating a Bronze Age settlement made a discovery so strange that it took several rounds of testing before anyone believed it. Beneath the floors of the ancient houses lay buried bodies, mummified, curled in tight, crouching positions. And when scientists examined them closely, they found that each body was not one person at all. It was several people assembled into one. The bodies had been deliberately preserved, most likely by placing them for a time in a peat bog, which halted their decay, and then removing them before the bog could claim them entirely, leaving them mummified. But the truly uncanny finding came from the bones. One of the bodies, that of a man, was made up of the skull, jaw, and other bones of at least 3 different individuals, fitted together into a single seeming person. Another, a woman, was likewise a composite, her body combining the parts of more than one corpse, even her head and her body coming from different people. Stranger still was the timing. The tests showed that the individuals whose bones made up these composite mummies had died several hundred years before the bodies were finally buried beneath the houses. These were not freshly assembled dead. They were mummies kept above ground, handled, perhaps displayed or revered, for centuries, and at some point pieced together from several ancestors into single figures before at last being laid in the earth. Why a Bronze Age community would build ancestors out of the bones of many dead and keep them for generations, we can only guess. Perhaps to merge bloodlines, perhaps to create a symbolic forebear belonging to more than one family. The composite mummies of Cladhallen are among the eeriest dead in this whole night. Bodies that are also assemblies, ancestors built from ancestors, kept for centuries before burial. They show a relationship with the dead utterly unlike our own, in which a corpse was not a fixed individual to be buried and left, but a thing to be preserved, kept, combined, and curated across the generations. The bones of the long dead reworked into new figures to serve the needs of the living. They remind us how strange the ways of the past can be, even in something as basic as what a body is. Chapter 90, Lula Ilaco, Argentina. On the summit of a volcano called Lulayaco, high in the Andes on the border of Argentina and Chile, more than 6,500 meters above the sea, in the thin freezing air near the top of the world, the Inca carried 3 children and left them there to die, and the mountain has kept them frozen and almost perfectly preserved for 500 years. They were found in 1999 by a team led by the archaeologist Johann Reinhard near the very summit, and they are perhaps the best preserved mummies ever discovered anywhere on Earth. The most famous of them is a girl of around 15, whom the discoverers called the Maiden. She sits cross-legged, her head bowed slightly, her hands resting in her lap, and she does not look like a mummy at all. She looks asleep. Her skin, her hair braided in fine plaits, her face, her internal organs, all are so completely preserved by the cold and the altitude that she seems as though she might lift her head at any moment. Beside her were a younger boy and a little girl, all 3 children of the Inca, dressed in fine clothing and laid among offerings of gold and silver figurines, food, and weavings on the frozen peak. They died in a ritual the Inca called Capacocha, the offering of children to the gods on the high sacred mountains, the most precious sacrifice the empire could make. The children were chosen, perhaps for their beauty or their status, brought on a long pilgrimage from far away, feasted and given maize beer and the leaves of the coca plant, and then, drowsy with cold and drink and the thin air, laid in their fine clothes near the summit and left, in the belief that they passed not into death, but into the company of the mountain gods, becoming themselves sacred guardians of their people. Science has read that last journey in their bodies with astonishing clarity. By studying the hair of the maiden, which grows slowly and records what enters the body month by month, researchers trace the rising levels of coca and alcohol in her final year, a sharp increase in the weeks before her death, the chemical trace of the ceremonies that prepared her for the mountain. They found coca leaves still in her mouth. They found that the youngest of the three, the little girl, had at some point after death been struck by lightning on the summit, scorching part of her body, the mountain itself marking its offering. Every detail, the cold preserved, down to the food in their stomachs and the plaits in their hair, has let us reconstruct their final months almost day by day. It is impossible to look at the maiden of Lalaiko without feeling the full weight of it, the beauty and the horror together. A real child of 500 years ago, preserved so perfectly that we can see the face she had in life, sitting forever on her freezing peak. She is the closest thing to a living face the deep past has given us, and she is also the victim of a belief so strong that a great empire would carry its own chosen children up the highest mountains to die for it. The cold has kept her like a photograph, a girl asleep on the roof of the world, and through her the vanished certainties of the Inca, their gods, their mountains, their terrible devotion reach across 5 centuries and touch us directly. Chapter 90, One Tia, Ethiopia. In the highlands of central Ethiopia, south of the modern capital, there stands a field of tall carved stones, grave markers raised over the dead by a people who left no other record of themselves and whose meaning has been almost entirely lost. The site is called Tia, and it holds a row of around 36 standing stelae, slabs of gray rock up to several meters tall, carved with strange symbols, and beneath them lie buried the bodies of the dead they mark, young men and women laid in the earth centuries ago. The carvings on the Tia stones are a puzzle. Again and again, the stones bear the shape of a sword, sometimes several swords on a single stone, along with other symbols, plain discs, and shapes that may represent plants or human features. The number and arrangement of the swords may have recorded something about the person buried below, their deeds, their rank, the enemies they killed, but the people who carved them left no key, and the symbols cannot now be read. We do not even know for certain who these people were, for they belong to a culture that has otherwise vanished from history, leaving only their carved gravestones standing in the grass. The dead beneath the stones have been studied, and they were buried in the centuries before the modern age. Young people laid carefully in the earth, their graves marked by these tall, carved slabs that have stood ever since. But the identity of the carvers, their name, their language, their beliefs, the meaning of the swords they cut so insistently into the stone, all of it is gone. They raised lasting markers precisely so that the dead would be remembered. And the irony is complete, for the markers have lasted and the memory has not. Tia is one of the quieter mysteries of this night, a field of silent carved stones in the Ethiopian highlands, a whole funerary tradition reduced to 36 markers covered in swords no one can interpret, over the graves of people no one can name. It belongs with the unread scripts and the silent cities. One more case of a people who tried to speak to the future through the things they raised, and whose message survives in form but not in meaning, the sword symbols standing sharp on the stone above the forgotten dead. Chapter 92, Gavrinis, France. On a small island in the Gulf of Morbihan, off the coast of Brittany in France, there is a Neolithic tomb whose inner passage is one of the most densely decorated spaces of the entire ancient world, a stone corridor in which almost every surface is covered, edge to edge, in carving. It is the passage tomb of Gavrinis, built more than 5,000 years ago, and to walk down its passage is to move between walls alive with swirling, looping, endlessly repeated lines, spirals and arcs and wavy bands carved into the great stone slabs. A riot of pattern in the heart of a tomb for the dead. The carvings cover the upright stones that line the passage, slab after slab worked over its whole face with curving grooves, concentric arcs nested within one another, serpentine wavy lines. Shapes sometimes read as axes or shields among the swirls. The effect is overwhelming, hypnotic, a whole interior surface turned into pattern, far more thickly carved than almost any other megalithic tomb, the work of enormous patience and clear intent. Whoever decorated Gavrinis meant the passage to the burial chamber to be an experience, a journey between walls that seemed to move and flow in the flicker of a flame. What the patterns mean, we do not know. They may be symbolic, a sacred language of the spiral and the wave repeated to fill the space with power, or they may map something, water, the journey of the dead, the rhythms of the natural world, or they may be a form of meditation or trance made visible in stone. There is even a remarkable detail that ties Gavrinis into a larger lost story, for one of its decorated stones has been shown to be a broken piece of a giant standing stone, fragments of which were reused in other tombs nearby, the great menhir broken up, and its decorated pieces shared out among the graves. Gavrinis brings this movement of the dead toward its close with a passage of pure pattern, a tomb where the route to the buried led between walls that swarm with meaning we can feel but cannot translate. It belongs with the unread scripts and the carved swords of Tyr, another message left in the place of the dead in a language of shape, the spiral and the wave repeated thousands of times over 5,000 years ago. Beautiful, deliberate, and silent. The people who carved it knew exactly what they meant. We stand in the flickering passage among their swirling lines and feel the meaning press against us, and we cannot read it, and we lay our dead in plainer rooms. Chapter 93, Sacsayhuamán, Bolivia. Across the high, windswept plateau of western Bolivia, around the slopes of the great volcano Sacsayhuamán, the ground is covered in a web of dead straight lines, and there are so many of them that together they form what may be the largest work of human art on the surface of the earth. The Sacsayhuamán lines are tens of thousands of straight paths, scraped into the plateau by clearing away the darker surface stones to reveal the lighter ground beneath, and they run for enormous distances, crossing the landscape in every direction, an immense net of lines covering an area many times larger than the more famous markings of Nazca. The astonishing thing about the Sacsayhuamán lines is their straightness over distance. These are not short scratches, but lines that run arrow straight for kilometers across uneven ground, over hills and gullies and streams, never wavering, holding their course across terrain that would defeat anyone trying to keep a straight path by eye. To draw a line that straight, that long, across that kind of country, without surveying instruments, without any high vantage point to check the work, is a genuine feat, repeated tens of thousands of times across the plateau. The lines were made by the Aymara people of the high Andes over a long span of time, and they seem to be sacred paths, routes walked on pilgrimage between holy places, shrines, villages, burial towers, and sources of water, the straightness itself, perhaps an expression of devotion, the direct path between sacred points. People walked these lines, generation after generation, keeping them clear, weaving a network of straight holy roads across one of the highest inhabited landscapes in the world. The Sacsayhuamán lines are far less famous than Nazca, and yet they are vastly larger, the greatest geoglyph on the planet, hiding in plain sight on the Bolivian Altiplano. They are a reminder of how much of the ancient world was built at a scale meant to be understood not by a single standing person, but by the whole landscape, by the gods, by the act of walking them, an art measured in tens of thousands of kilometers of perfectly straight lines drawn across the roof of South America by people on foot. Chapter 94, Casarabe, Bolivia. For a long time, it was believed that the Amazon rainforest was a wilderness, a green desert too poor in soil to have ever supported anything more than scattered small tribes, and that no great civilization had ever risen beneath its canopy. In the year 2022, that belief was destroyed in a single stroke, when a team led by the archaeologist Heiko Prumers flew aircraft over the Bolivian Amazon carrying a laser scanning instrument called LiDAR, which can strip away the forest in its data and reveal the bare ground beneath. What appeared on their screens was a lost civilization. Hidden under the trees of the Llanos de Mojos in Bolivia, the LiDAR revealed entire cities. The people we now call the Casarabe culture, who lived here between roughly the years 500 and 1400, had built a sprawling network of settlements with great earthen platforms, conical pyramids rising as high as 22 meters, raised causeways running arrows straight for kilometers through the forest and swamp to link the centers together, and canals and reservoirs to manage the water. They had moved hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of earth, building an urban world on a scale no one had imagined possible in the Amazon. This was low-density urbanism, a way of building cities quite unlike the packed stone towns of the Old World, spread out across the landscape and woven into the forest and the farmland. But it was unmistakably urban, planned, monumental, and home to a large population. The causeways, radiating out from the main centers in all directions, show a society that organized its whole landscape, that connected its settlements deliberately, that engineered the swampy plains into a productive and populous heartland. The old idea of an empty Amazon was simply wrong. What makes Casarabe belong to this final movement is that it was invisible until we looked from above with the right eyes. The cities were there all along, swallowed by the forest, and only a laser fired from an aircraft could reveal the shapes of pyramids and causeways under the unbroken canopy. It raises the obvious and thrilling question: how much more is still hidden under the Amazon, under other forests, under the ground, waiting for the next instrument that can see what the standing human eye cannot? The lost cities are not all found. Some of the greatest may still be under the trees. Chapter 95, The Big Circles, Jordan and Syria. In the deserts of Jordan and Syria, there are enormous circles drawn on the ground in stone, so large and so perfectly round that they were never even recognized for what they are until people began to look at the land from the air. They are known simply as the Big Circles, around a dozen of them, each one a ring of low stone wall forming a near-perfect circle. And they are huge, measuring from over 200 meters to more than 450 meters across. From the ground, they are almost impossible to make sense of, just lines of tumbled stone. But from above, they resolve into great rings, drawn with a regularity that is hard to explain. The puzzles they pose are deep. The circles are remarkably round, their walls holding a true curve across hundreds of meters. Yet they show no sign of having been set out from a central point, no marker, no evidence of how such accuracy was achieved on the ground without a way to see the whole shape. The low walls have no large gaps or formal entrances, which means they were not built to pen animals or to defend anything, since you cannot easily get in or out. They enclose nothing obvious, contain no buildings, and carry almost no clues to their purpose. And we do not even know when they were made. Some of the big circles are crossed by old Roman roads, which proves they are older than those roads, older than 2,000 years. But how much older is unknown, and they may reach back deep into prehistory. They were built, it seems, by people who could lay out a vast and accurate circle on the open desert for reasons that left no trace, and then the knowledge of what they were for vanished so completely that even the people who built the Roman roads across them 2 millennia ago may not have known. The big circles are among the purest mysteries in this whole night, great geometric figures drawn on the desert at a scale only the sky can read, by an unknown people at an unknown time for an unknown purpose, with an accuracy we cannot explain. They join Nazca and Sajama and Casarabe in the same strange category, human work meant to be seen from above in an age when no human could rise to see it, as though the ancient world were full of messages addressed to the heavens, drawn for an eye that was not human at all. Chapter 96, Nazca and Palpa, Peru. On the dry coastal plain of southern Peru lies the most famous of all the world's ground drawings, the Nazca lines. Across a vast stretch of desert, the ancient Nazca people scraped away the dark surface stones to draw enormous figures: a hummingbird, a monkey with a spiraling tail, a spider, a condor, a strange standing figure, sometimes called the astronaut, along with hundreds of dead straight lines and great geometric shapes, all of them so large that their forms only become clear from high above. They were made across the centuries around the time of Christ, and they have fed wonder and wild speculation for decades. Everyone has heard the Nazca lines explained as landing strips for ancient astronauts or as messages to the sky gods, and the truth, as far as we can reconstruct it, is more grounded but no less interesting. The lines and figures appear to have been sacred, walked in procession as part of rituals, many of them connected with the desperate need for water in this bone-dry land. The animals and shapes, perhaps offerings or prayers traced into the earth, the long straight lines pointing towards sources of water or sacred mountains. The Nazca made them not to be seen by gods in the sky alone, but to be walked, to be performed. But the fresher story, and the one that belongs here, lies a little to the north, at Palpa, where there are older lines still. Before the Nazca, the earlier Paracas people had begun drawing figures on the land, and the Palpa geoglyphs made by these predecessors are in some ways more intriguing than their famous successors. The Palpa figures are often placed not on the flat desert, but on the slopes of the hills, where they can be seen from the ground, from the valleys below. And they include human figures and faces, suggesting that the whole tradition began as something meant for human eyes on the hillsides before it moved out onto the great flat plain at Nazca and grew to a scale only the sky could read. That progression matters because it pulls the Nazca lines back from fantasy into a human story. The tradition did not arrive from the heavens. It grew over centuries, from earlier hillside drawings meant to be seen by people, into the vast desert figures of the Nazca, made by a real culture wrestling with drought, marking their sacred landscape at ever greater scale. The famous lines are not the message of visitors from the stars. They are the prayer of a desert people for water, written so large that we, who can finally fly, are the first to see the whole of it, as they perhaps imagined their gods always had. Chapter 97, Nabta Playa, Egypt. Long before the Egyptians raised a single pyramid, in the Sahara, far to the south and west of the Nile, a people who herded cattle through what was then a green and seasonally watered land set up a circle of standing stones in the desert and aligned it to the sky. The place is called Nabta Playa, and its stone circle is older than Stonehenge, raised perhaps 7,000 years ago or more, one of the oldest known astronomical monuments anywhere on Earth, the work of a cattle herding people in a Sahara that was not yet the dead desert it would become. The circle at Nabta Playa is small compared with the great monuments we have seen, but its significance is enormous. Among its stones, some appear to be set to mark the rising of the sun at the summer solstice, the moment that, in that time and place, heralded the coming of the life-giving summer rains, the most important moment of the year for a people who depended on the seasonal water for themselves and their herds. Other stones may be aligned with bright stars. These herders were watching the sky with care, tracking the sun and perhaps the stars, and building in stone a way to mark and predict the turning of their year. Nabta Playa was more than a calendar. The people who gathered here left buried offerings, including the bones of cattle laid in pits beneath the earth. For cattle were the center of their world, their wealth, and likely their religion, and some scholars see in this cattle cult of the Green Sahara a distant root of beliefs that would later flow into the religion of the pharaohs themselves. Here, thousands of years before dynastic Egypt, were people aligning stones to the solstice and burying their sacred cattle, the deep prehistoric soil from which the great Nile civilization may in part have grown. Then the rains failed for good. The Sahara dried. The green land became the vast desert it is today. The cattle herders moved away toward the Nile, and Nabta Playa was abandoned to the sand. But its stones remain, a circle in the empty desert older than almost any monument in this night, proof that the watching of the sky, the marking of the solstice, the urge to build the heavens into stone was already deep in human beings 7,000 years ago, out in a Sahara that was briefly green and is now the driest place on earth. Chapter 98, Kitora, Japan. In the village of Asuka in Japan, there is a small ancient burial mound, and when archaeologists sent a tiny camera into its sealed stone chamber, they found, painted on the ceiling, the oldest star map of its kind in the world. The Kitora tomb was built around 1,300 years ago, and across the stone ceiling of its burial chamber, its makers had laid out the heavens, hundreds of stars rendered in gold leaf, joined into their constellations by fine red lines, circled by the rings that chart the movements of the sky. A complete celestial chart in a tomb sealed for the dead. The map is astonishingly careful. The gold stars are arranged into the constellations as they were known in East Asia, and the great circles painted around them mark the paths of the heavens, including the circle of the sun's yearly journey and the ring of stars that never set, an accurate representation of the sky as understood by the astronomers of the age. On the four walls below the ceiling are painted the four guardian creatures of the directions: the blue dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the red bird of the south, and the dark warrior of the north, surrounding the dead with the ordered cosmos. Whoever was buried in the Kitora tomb was laid beneath a map of the entire sky, sent into death, enclosed by the stars and guarded by the beasts of the four directions, the whole universe painted around the body in gold and color. We do not know for certain who it was, some prince or noble of early Japan, but we know that those who buried this person believed the dead should rest beneath the heavens themselves, accurately charted so that the order of the cosmos would surround and protect them forever. It is one of the most beautiful expressions in all the world of the ancient bond between the dead and the stars. Chapter Nenti, Nen Derinkuyu, Turkey. Now we go down, deeper than we have gone all night. In the region of Cappadocia in central Turkey in 1963, a man knocking down a wall in his home found behind it a passage, and that passage led down into one of the most astonishing structures human beings have ever made, an entire city carved downward into the earth. It is called Derinkuyu, and it descends through level after level into the soft volcanic rock, as many as 18 stories deep, a hidden underground city, large enough to shelter perhaps 20,000 people, together with their animals and their food and their wine. Derinkuyu is a true city beneath the ground. It has everything a community needs to live, hidden entirely from the surface, with living quarters, kitchens, stables, storerooms, wells for water, chapels, and even a great hall, all carved from the rock and connected by a maze of tunnels and stairways descending into the dark. Cleverest of all are its defenses. Great round stones like millstones that could be rolled across the passages from the inside to seal the city against any enemy, the doors closing off level after level, and shafts that carried fresh air all the way down into the deepest chambers so that thousands could breathe far below the surface. The purpose of such a place is plain, and it is poignant. Derinkuyu was a refuge, a place to hide. When armies swept across this land, as they did again and again across the centuries, the people of the region could vanish from the surface entirely, retreating down into the earth with everything they needed, rolling the great stone doors shut behind them and waiting in the dark until the danger passed. The early Christians of the region used it so, hiding from persecution and from invading armies in the deep chambers, an entire population disappearing underground at need. Derinkuyu is the dark twin of all the sky drawings we have just seen. When Nazca and Sajama and the big circles reach upward, addressed to the heavens, Derinkuyu reaches down, a city built to hide, to disappear, to keep a whole people safe in the body of the earth itself. It is a monument not to power or to the gods, but to fear and to the extraordinary lengths human beings will go to survive, carving a city 18 stories deep into the rock so that, when the worst came, they could simply cease to exist on the surface of the world. And from that hidden city in the earth, we climb back up into the light, for the night still has a last gathering of wonders to show us before it gives back its buried city. Chapter 100, the Olmec Heads, Mexico. In the steaming lowlands of the Mexican Gulf Coast, the oldest civilization of the Americas left behind a set of objects that still stare up out of the jungle with an expression of immense calm, the colossal stone heads of the Olmec. 17 of them have been found, carved from single blocks of dark volcanic basalt, the largest standing over 3 meters tall and weighing as much as 50 tons. Each one a portrait of a different person, with full lips, broad noses, and a close-fitting helmet, the faces so individual that they seem to be real rulers, remembered in stone more than 3,000 years ago. The Olmec carved these heads somewhere between roughly 1,200 and 400 years before Christ, long before the Maya or the Aztec, at the very root of Mesoamerican civilization. And the puzzle begins, as so often tonight, with the stone itself. The basalt does not come from where the heads were found. It was quarried in a mountain range many tens of kilometers away, and the enormous blocks, weighing up to 50 tons, had to be moved across that distance through dense lowland jungle and swamp, without the wheel, without draft animals, to the centers where they were carved and set up. Each head is unique, and that is the heart of their power. These are not idols of a god, repeated to a formula, but individual human faces, each with its own features and its own helmet bearing, its own markings, almost certainly the portraits of specific Olmec rulers, the great men of a vanished people, carved so that their faces would outlast them. And outlast them they have, by 3,000 years, the only clear memory we have of who these founding people of the Americas were. 17 calm, colossal faces gazing out of the jungle. And then the Olmec faded, their cities abandoned, their civilization dissolving into the cultures that followed and built upon them, until the heads lay forgotten in the forest and the swamp, some of them deliberately buried or defaced by their own makers in some final act we cannot read. They are the founding faces of an entire hemisphere's civilization. Portraits of forgotten kings cut from stone, hauled impossibly through the jungle, and the people who made them slipped away into the deep past, leaving only their enormous, watchful, individual faces behind. Chapter 101, Mount Nemrut, Turkey. On the summit of a mountain in eastern Turkey, more than 2,000 meters up in the sky, a forgotten king built himself a meeting place with the gods, and the giant stone heads of those gods now lie scattered across the peak where the earthquakes have thrown them down. This is Mount Nemrut, and at its top, a vain and ambitious ruler named Antiochus, king of a small kingdom called Commagene, raised in the 1st century before Christ an enormous monument to his own glory and his own divinity, a row of colossal seated statues of himself among the great gods, each figure many meters tall. The statues once sat in a row, enthroned, looking out over the kingdom, the king placing himself as an equal among the gods of both the Greek and the Persian worlds that met in his realm, an image of his own importance raised closer to the heavens than almost any monument of its age. Behind them, he piled an enormous artificial mound of crushed stone, a great cone covering the summit, believed to hide his tomb somewhere within, though it has never been found, the king sealed, perhaps, inside the mountain of broken rock he raised over himself. Then time and the earthquakes did their work. The heads of the colossal statues, each one taller than a person, broke from their bodies and tumbled down the slopes, and they lie now where they fell, the huge stone faces of the gods, and the king resting on the ground, staring sideways at the sky, separated from the seated bodies still ranged above them. The effect is haunting. A scatter of giant, serene faces lying in the high, thin air. The toppled divinity of a king who reached for the heavens and whose monument the earth shook apart. Antiochus wanted to be remembered as a god forever, and the irony is sharp, for his kingdom vanished almost without trace, absorbed and forgotten, and he himself is remembered now mostly as the man who built the strange mountain of broken heads. His tomb, if it is in the mound, has never been opened, and so the king may still lie up there, sealed in his cone of crushed stone on the roof of his lost kingdom, surrounded by the fallen faces of the gods he counted himself among. Chapter 102, The Terracotta Army, China. We return for a moment to the first emperor of China, whose sealed tomb of Mercury we stood before in the very first hour of this night, because the army that guards him holds mysteries of its own. The Terracotta Army, the 8,000 life-size clay soldiers buried in pits to protect their emperor, is famous for the individuality of its faces. Every warrior modeled with different features as though from life, but among its deepest puzzles were the weapons they carried. Thousands of real bronze swords, spearheads, and crossbow triggers, many of them still sharp and bright after more than 2,000 years in the ground. For a long time, a remarkable explanation circulated that the Chinese had coated the bronze weapons in a thin layer of chromium, a treatment to stop them rusting, which would have meant they had invented an anti-corrosion technology that the modern world would not rediscover for 2,000 years. It was a wonderful story, repeated everywhere, the ancient Chinese mastering chrome plating in the age before Rome. And it is a good example of why we keep testing the wonderful stories, because in 2019, a careful scientific study took it apart. The researchers found that the chromium on the weapons was not a deliberate coating at all. It had come from the lacquer that had been painted on the wooden and bamboo parts of the weapons, the shafts and the handles, and had simply contaminated the bronze surfaces nearby as those organic parts decayed. The real reason the weapons survived so well, the study concluded, was not ancient chrome plating, but the nature of the soil itself, fine-grained, slightly alkaline, low in the things that corrode bronze, a natural preservative that kept the metal bright. The marvel was the soil, not a lost technology. But the Terracotta Army loses none of its true wonder by losing a false one. 8,000 individual clay men, each with his own face, his own armor, once painted in brilliant colors that flaked away in minutes when the air first touched them, standing in ranks with real bronze weapons in the dark for over 2,000 years to guard a dead king, is astonishing enough without inventing chrome plating. And the deeper mystery still waits beside them, untouched, the sealed tomb of the emperor himself, his rivers of mercury, the chamber no one has dared to open, the guards we have seen, the thing they guard, we have not. Chapter 103, The Plain of Jars, Laos. On a high plateau in the highlands of Laos, scattered across the grassland in their thousands, stand enormous jars of stone hewn from solid rock, some of them 3 meters tall and weighing several tons, standing open-mouthed to the sky in great clustered fields. They are the Plain of Jars, one of the strangest and least known archaeological landscapes in all of Asia, made around 2,000 years ago by a people about whom we know almost nothing, and their purpose is still debated. The jars were carved from sandstone and granite, hollowed out and set up in groups across dozens of sites, hundreds of them here, hundreds there, thousands in all across the plateau. Carving a jar 3 meters tall from solid stone, hollowing its interior and moving it several tons into position is a serious undertaking, repeated thousands of times by a society that is otherwise left little trace, no great buildings, no writing, nothing but these vast fields of stone vessels standing in the grass. The leading explanation is that the jars are funerary, connected with the dead, that bodies may have been placed in them to decompose before the bones were collected and buried, a practice known in the region, and burials and human remains have indeed been found around the jars. Local legend told instead of a race of giants who used the jars to brew and store their rice wine, drinking from them in celebration of an ancient victory, a story as good as any for vessels on this scale. Either way, the jars were made with purpose and care by a vanished people of the highlands. There is a terrible modern footnote to the plain of jars. In the 20th century, this quiet plateau became one of the most heavily bombed places on Earth, and the fields of ancient jars are still sown with unexploded bombs, so that to walk among them, you must keep to cleared paths, the wonders of 2,000 years ago, surrounded by the lethal litter of a recent war. The stone jars have stood through it all, open to the sky, and the people who carved them are gone, their purpose half-guessed, their giants only a legend, their plateau scarred by a violence they could never have imagined. Chapter 104, Dequis, Costa Rica. In the jungles and river deltas of southern Costa Rica, farmers clearing the land in the 20th century kept finding, half buried in the earth, spheres of stone, and not rough boulders, but near-perfect balls, smoothed and shaped with astonishing precision, some of them tiny, some of them more than 2 meters across, and weighing many tons. They are the stone spheres of the Dequis, and there are hundreds of them, made by a vanished people more than 1,000 years ago, and how they achieved such perfect roundness, and why, remains genuinely unresolved. The spheres are carved from hard stone, mostly a kind of granite, and the largest are remarkably close to true spheres, their surfaces ground smooth, a shape that is difficult to achieve by hand, even with modern tools, and almost impossible to judge by eye. The people who made them, an ancient culture of the region, must have had some method of working the stone down evenly from all sides, checking its roundness, grinding and polishing, to produce these great balls in a range of sizes, a feat of patient craft, whose technique we can only partly reconstruct. What the spheres were for is the deeper mystery. They were found arranged in groups and lines set out in patterns near the dwellings of chiefs and in important places, which suggests they carried meaning, marking, status, or power, or alignments, or arranged to represent something in the sky or the land. But the people who made them left no writing. The arrangements were disturbed before they could be properly recorded, and so the spheres sit now in parks, in gardens, and museums across Costa Rica, perfect, silent, and unexplained, a national symbol whose meaning the nation itself has lost. The stone spheres of Costa Rica are one of those mysteries that is easy to wrap in fantasy and far more interesting kept plain. There is no need for anything from the stars. A skilled people, more than 1,000 years ago, found a way to grind hard stone into near-perfect spheres, made hundreds of them in many sizes, and arranged them with evident purpose, and then vanished, taking both the technique and the meaning with them. The perfect roundness is a real achievement and a real puzzle, and the silence around their purpose is the same silence we have heard all night, the work surviving and the reason gone. Chapter 1, 105 Serpent Mound, United States. In the hills of southern Ohio, in the heart of North America, a gigantic serpent of earth winds across a ridge above a creek, its body curling in great coils for more than 400 meters, its jaws open at one end as if to swallow an egg of earth, its tail wound into a tight spiral at the other. It is the Great Serpent Mound, the largest serpent effigy in the world, built by the ancient peoples of the region. And like so much tonight, it was meant to be seen properly only from above, its full form invisible to anyone standing on the ground beside it. The Serpent Mound is built of earth, a low raised embankment shaped with great care into the sinuous form of the snake, and its scale is such that you cannot grasp the whole creature from any single point on the ground. Only from the air or from the heavens does the serpent reveal itself entire, coiling along the ridge, a deliberate image laid into the land by people who carried and shaped the soil to draw a creature that they themselves could never fully see. An act of faith addressed, it seems, to a viewer above. Who built it and when is still argued. The mound has been attributed to the Adena people of around 2,000 years ago, and also by later dating to the Fort Ancient people of around 1,000 years ago. And the question is not fully settled, which is itself remarkable for so famous a monument. What is clearer is that the serpent is aligned with the sky. Its coils and its head appear to point toward the place of the sunset at the summer solstice and other key risings and settings of the sun, tying the great earthen snake to the turning of the heavens. The Serpent Mound joins the lines of Nazca and Sajama and the circles of the Jordanian desert in the same haunting category, monumental art drawn across the land at a scale only the sky can read, by people who shaped the earth itself into an image for the heavens. The snake has coiled along its Ohio ridge for many centuries, swallowing its earthen egg, pointing at the solstice sun, and the people who raised it, whichever they were, left no word of what the great serpent meant to them, only its enormous silent body winding across the hill. Chapter 1, 106, Chanquillo, Peru. On a desert hilltop on the coast of Peru, a row of 13 stone towers marches along a ridge, evenly spaced, rising and falling with the rock. And they are, as far as we know, the oldest astronomical observatory in all of the Americas, built around 2,300 years ago by a people whose name we do not even know. The site is called Chanquillo, and those 13 towers are a precise instrument for reading the sun, a stone calendar standing on the ridge, older than the Inca by 1,000 years and more. The genius of Chanquillo lies in how the towers are used. From two carefully placed observation points, one to the east of the ridge and one to the west, the line of 13 towers spreads out across the horizon. And across the year, the sun rises and sets at different points along that line, climbing the towers from one end at one solstice to the other end at the opposite solstice and back again. By watching which tower the sun rose or set against on a given morning or evening, the people of Chanquillo could read the date to within a day or two, a working solar calendar built in stone on the desert ridge. This was no casual arrangement. The towers were deliberately spaced and shaped so that they spanned the sun's whole yearly journey along the horizon, and the two observing points were placed exactly where the spread of the towers would work, as a calendar, the product of long and careful watching of the sky and a sophisticated understanding of the sun's movements. The site also held a temple and other buildings, the center, it seems, of a sun cult, a place where the rulers may have drawn authority from their command of the calendar and the sun. And then the people of Chanquillo vanished, their name unrecorded, their culture gone, leaving the 13 towers standing on the ridge as a calendar, with no one left to read it. For over 2,000 years, the sun has continued its journey along the line of towers, climbing and descending exactly as it did when the observers stood at their posts, and only in our own age have we understood again what the towers were for. It joins Nabta Playa and the Nebra Disk and the temples of Malta as proof of how early and how widely human beings learned to read the sky, and how completely that knowledge could then be lost. Chapter 1, 107, Por-Bajin, Russia. In a remote corner of southern Siberia, in the region of Tuva, there is an island in the middle of a high, cold mountain lake. And on that island stand the ruins of a great walled complex that should not be there, built in a place so isolated and so harsh that no one can fully explain why anyone went to the enormous trouble. It is called Por-Bajin, which means the clay house, and it was raised in the 8th century after Christ by the Uyghurs, a powerful steppe people, and then, it seems, almost immediately abandoned, barely used, as though built for a purpose that evaporated the moment it was finished. Por-Bajin is a substantial structure, a rectangular complex of walls and courtyards and buildings covering the whole island, laid out with care to a clear plan, with a central structure and a maze of smaller rooms, the whole thing raised on this lonely island in a lake at 1,300 meters in the mountains, far from any city, far from the trade roads, far from anywhere obvious that would need a fortress or a palace. To build it here, hauling the materials to this freezing remote spot, took a serious effort and a serious reason. And yet, When archaeologists excavated it, they found almost no sign that anyone had really lived there. There was little of the debris of daily life, little wear, little of the rubbish and the traces that a long occupied place accumulates. Purbargen appears to have been built and then scarcely used at all, abandoned soon after it was finished, which deepens the mystery rather than solving it. Was it a summer palace for a Khan who lost interest or lost his throne, a monastery for a faith that retreated, a fortress against an enemy that never came? Each idea has its supporters and none is certain. Purbargen is a building that seems to have been raised for a reason that vanished before it could be fulfilled. An enormous, careful, isolated construction on a lake island in Siberia, built and then almost immediately given up to the cold and the silence. It belongs with all the abandoned places of this night, but it is stranger than most, because most were lived in and then left. While Purbargen seems barely to have been lived in at all, a great clay house raised in the back of beyond for a purpose that walked away, leaving its empty walls on the island to puzzle everyone who has found them since. Chapter 1, 108 Lelu, Micronesia. Far out in the Pacific, on the island of Khosreh, there are the ruins of another great stone city of the open ocean. Less famous than Nan Madol, but built in the same astonishing tradition, walls of huge basalt logs stacked into a royal city by a vanished island power. It is called Lelu, and it rose from around the 13th century, a walled capital of chiefs and kings, its great basalt walls enclosing royal compounds, tombs, and sacred precincts, raised on a small island by a Pacific society at the limit of the inhabited world. Like Nan Madol away to the west, Lelu used the natural columns of basalt that the island's volcanoes provide, stacking the long six-sided logs of rock crosswise into walls that in places still stand several meters high, enclosing a planned city of compounds and pathways and burial mounds for the high chief. It was a center of power and ceremony, a stone capital for a ranked island society, and its scale and its careful construction speak, once again, of a Pacific people capable of monumental building far from any other great civilization. Layla and Nan Madol together overturn any lingering idea that the islands of the Pacific were too small or too simple for monumental architecture. Here were two great stone cities, raised on tiny remote islands by seafaring peoples who organized the enormous labor of quarrying, moving, and stacking hundreds of thousands of tons of basalt, and then, like so many tonight, declined, their royal cities left to the encroaching forest and the rising tide. The stone walls of Layla still stand on Khosreh, the silent record of an ocean kingdom most of the world has never heard of. Chapter 1, 109 Chinguetti, Mauritania. In the deep Sahara of Mauritania, there is a town that the desert is slowly eating, and inside its crumbling houses are libraries of ancient books, thousands of fragile handwritten manuscripts on science, mathematics, law, and the stars, the surviving learning of a great medieval center of knowledge that the sand is burying page by page. The town is Chinguetti, founded around the 13th century as a hub on the caravan routes that cross the desert. And in its golden age, it was a famous city of scholars and pilgrims, a meeting place of trade and learning at the heart of the Sahara. For centuries, the caravans came, thousands of camels at a time, carrying salt and gold and dates across the desert. And Chinguetti grew rich and learned, its scholars gathering and copying manuscripts, until the town held great libraries, family collections of books passed down across the generations, an accumulation of medieval knowledge preserved in the dry desert air. The town was counted a holy city, a place of pilgrimage, one of the centers of learning in the Western Islamic world, its mosque and its libraries famous far beyond the sands. And then the trade routes shifted, the caravans dwindled, and the desert began to win. Today, Chinguetti is half swallowed by the dunes, its old quarters filling with sand, its houses abandoned to the encroaching desert, and a handful of families struggle to preserve the ancient manuscripts in the dry heat, the fragile books threatened by sand and time and neglect. The libraries that survive are extraordinary. Centuries-old volumes in fine script, the learning of a vanished age. But they are vanishing too, as the town that held them sinks slowly beneath the Sahara. Chinguetti is a vanishing in real time, a once great city of knowledge being buried by the desert before our eyes. Its libraries, the last light of a learning that flourished here when the caravans ruled the sands. It is a living version of the pattern that has run all night, the slow swallowing of human achievement by the earth. And it is happening now, the dunes climbing the walls, the manuscripts crumbling, a town that was a beacon of scholarship in the medieval desert, easing down, page by ancient page, into the sand. Chapter 1, 110 North, Ireland. In the green valley of the River Boyne in Ireland, there is a great mound of earth and stone, raised more than 5,000 years ago, that holds within and upon it the largest collection of prehistoric carved art anywhere in Europe. It is called Noth, a vast passage tomb built by the Neolithic farmers of Ireland before the pyramids of Egypt. And around its base and along its hidden passages lie great stones covered in swirling, spiraling, geometric carvings. Around a third of all the megalithic art known in the whole of Western Europe gathered at this single site. Noth is enormous, a great rounded mound covering an acre of ground, with not one but two long stone passages driven into it from opposite sides, leading to chambers deep within where the ancient people placed their dead. Ringing the base of the mound stand more than 100 great curbstones, and these, along with the stones lining the passages, are carved with an astonishing wealth of designs, spirals, lozenges, zigzags, crescents, and circles, a riot of abstract pattern cut into the rock with stone tools 5,000 years ago. What the carvings mean is unknown, and the guesses are familiar to us by now, that they are sacred symbols or maps or records of the heavens, and indeed one of the carved stones at Noth has been argued to be a map of the moon, perhaps the oldest such chart in the world, while the alignment of the passages may relate to the movements of the sun and moon. Whether the swirling designs encode astronomy or religion or something we cannot imagine, they were made with enormous care and in enormous quantity, a whole language of pattern set into the stone. Noth is the sister of the more famous Newgrange nearby, and together with it and the third great mound of the Boyne, they form one of the supreme achievements of prehistoric Europe, raised by a farming people we would once have dismissed as primitive, who instead built mounds the size of small hills, drove stone passages into their hearts, and covered acres of rock in carved designs whose meaning they took with them. The largest gallery of ancient art in Europe lies here in the Irish earth, swirling and silent, 5,000 years old, and we cannot read a line of it. Chapter 1, 111, Loughcrew, Ireland. On a line of windy hills in the Irish Midlands stand more of these ancient tombs, a scattering of stone cairns raised on the heights more than 5,000 years ago, and in one of them, on a single morning each spring and autumn, the rising sun reaches down a stone passage and lights a carved stone at the very back of the chamber, exactly as the builders intended. This is Loughcrew, a cemetery of the deep past spread across the summits, and it keeps, like its great cousins on the Boyne, an appointment with the sun. The cairns of Loughcrew are mounds of stone covering passages and chambers, and their stones too are carved with the swirling abstract art of the age, suns, flowers, radiating lines, and spirals cut into the rock. The most famous of them is aligned so that at the equinoxes, the days when light and dark are balanced, the beam of the rising sun travels up the passage and falls upon a carved backstone deep within, illuminating its ancient designs for a few minutes before the light moves on, a deliberate marriage of architecture and astronomy more than 5,000 years old. That such precision, the alignment of a stone passage to the exact direction of the equinox sunrise, was achieved by Neolithic farmers on a windswept Irish hilltop, is the same quiet marvel we have met again and again at Malta and Nabtaplaya and Shankill and Noth. These people watched the sky with care, understood the turning of the year, and built their tombs so that the sun itself would enter and touch the dead on the appointed mornings, binding the resting places of their ancestors to the great rhythms of the heavens. Chapter 1, 112, Externstein, Germany. In a forest in northern Germany, a row of dramatic natural pillars of sandstone rises abruptly out of the trees, jagged towers of rock standing tall and strange, and into them human hands have cut chambers, carved a great relief, and opened high in one of the towers, a small round window that catches the rising sun at the solstice. This is the Externstein, a place where nature and human work meet in a way that has made it a focus of legend, devotion, and fierce argument for centuries. The towering rocks are entirely natural, shaped by the slow weathering of the stone, but people have worked them. Carved into the rock is a large medieval relief showing the taking down of Christ from the cross, the work of Christian hands. And cut into the stone are chambers and a small chapel-like room high up, reached by steps, with that round window in its eastern wall. On the right mornings, the light of the rising sun at the summer solstice shines directly through that window, suggesting that whoever cut it was watching the sun and aligned the opening to the turning of the year. The fierce argument is over what came before the Christian carvings. Some have long believed that the Externstein was a sacred place of the ancient pagan peoples of the region long before Christianity reached it, a natural temple where the old gods were honored and the solstice marked, later taken over and Christianized, while others insist the evidence for a pagan sanctuary is thin and that the work features are medieval. The truth is genuinely contested, and the site has been claimed and reclaimed by different beliefs across the centuries, each reading its own story into the strange towers. What is not in doubt is the power of the place, the natural pillars rising out of the forest, the carved chamber with its window aligned to the solstice sun, the great relief of the descent from the cross, a meeting of stone and sky and faith that has drawn people for 1,000 years and more. The Externstein sits on the boundary between the natural and the made, between the pagan and the Christian, between the proven and the believed. A set of strange towers in a German wood that catches the solstice sun through a window cut by hands whose full intentions we no longer know. Chapter 1, 113, El Brujo, Peru. For a long time, it was assumed that the powerful Moche people of ancient Peru were ruled by men, their great lords and warrior priests, all male. Then, in 2006, at a site called El Brujo on the northern coast, archaeologists opened a tomb and found, wrapped in layers of fine cloth, the body of a woman who had ruled, a queen of the Moche, preserved for around 1,700 years. And her discovery rewrote what we thought we knew. She is called the Lady of Cao, and she changed the story of her people. The Lady of Cao was buried with extraordinary honor, her body wrapped in many meters of cotton, laid with golden ornaments, jewelry, and the symbols of authority, war clubs and spear throwers of the kind associated with Moche rulers, the trappings not of a consort but of a sovereign in her own right. Her skin was preserved well enough to show that it was covered in tattoos, serpents and spiders and other powerful creatures running across her arms and feet, the marks, it seems, of her sacred and royal status, a ruler whose very skin proclaimed her power. Her discovery overturned the assumption that Moche Pao was a male preserve. Here was a woman buried with all the emblems of supreme authority, a ruler or a high priestess of the first rank. Proof that women could hold the highest power in this ancient society, and that our picture of who ruled the vanished civilizations is often shaped more by our own expectations than by the evidence in the ground. The Lady of Cao had lain in her tomb for 17 centuries, her tattoos intact, waiting to correct us. She joins the Red Queen of Palenque and the warrior queens of Mero in this night's quiet procession of powerful ancient women, rulers whose tombs survive to insist on their importance against the assumptions of later ages. The Moche themselves declined and vanished, their cities abandoned, their name lost until archaeology recovered it. But the Lady of Cao endures, Her preserved and tattooed body, the face of a queen from a forgotten civilization, a reminder that the deep past is full of people and powers we have been too quick to assume away. Chapter 1, 114, Sungir, Russia. We end this gathering at the oldest grave of all, far older than any city or temple or script in this whole night. A burial dug into the cold ground of what is now Russia around 34,000 years ago, in the depths of the last ice age, by people who hunted the mammoth across a frozen world. The site is called Sungir, and what was found there reaches back to the very dawn of the human spirit, to the moment when our ancestors first poured wealth and love and meaning into the burial of their dead. In the frozen ground at Sungir lay graves of astonishing richness. In one, 2 children, a boy and a girl, perhaps 10 and 12 years old, were buried head to head, and laid in the grave with them were more than 10,000 beads, each one carved by hand from mammoth ivory, along with spears made from straightened mammoth tusks, carved discs, armbands, and the pierced teeth of foxes. 10,000 ivory beads, each one painstakingly carved, represents thousands upon thousands of hours of work, an immense investment of labor and love buried with 2 children in the Ice Age earth. The richness of the children's grave is the wonder and the puzzle. To lavish such wealth on the young, to spend so many thousands of hours carving ivory beads to clothe them in death, tells us that these Ice Age people held beliefs about death and the worth of a child that were deep and powerful 34,000 years ago, long before farming, before cities, before writing, before almost everything we have visited tonight. And the children themselves, studies suggest, may have had physical difficulties in life, which makes the care taken in their burial more moving still, a sign that they were cherished, not cast aside. Sungir is the deepest root of everything this night has been about. The human refusal to let the dead simply vanish, the pouring of our finest effort into monuments to those we have lost. Here, at the very beginning, in the Ice Age cold, people carved 10,000 beads from mammoth ivory to honor 2 children, and laid them in the earth with such care that we feel it across 34,000 years. Every tomb and temple and treasure we have seen tonight is, in a sense, descended from this impulse, first visible here in the frozen ground of Sungir, the oldest evidence we have that human beings have always tried, against all the odds, to make their dead and themselves endure. And now, at last, we come to the city the desert promised to give back. Chapter 1, 115, Timgad, Algeria. At the start of this long night, we made a promise. We said that after 100 mysteries and 15 more, after the broken gods and the drowned cities and the unread scripts, we would arrive at a place the desert swallowed whole, and then, after more than 1,000 years, handed back, its streets intact, its stone unworn, as if to make the pattern of this entire journey impossible to miss. We have arrived. This is the place. Its name is Timgad, and it lies in the desert of eastern Algeria on the edge of the Sahara, and it is the most perfect ghost of a city in the world. Timgad was founded around the year 100 by order of the Roman Emperor Trajan as a colony for retired soldiers of the legions who had fought along this frontier, a reward of land and a home for veterans at the empire's southern edge. The Romans built it from nothing, all at once, to a single plan. And that plan was a perfect square, a grid of streets crossing at right angles, laid out with the geometric precision the Roman engineers loved. A model town of paved avenues, a forum, a theater that seated thousands, temples, libraries, and great public baths, and at its western gate, a triumphal arch that still stands today against the desert sky. For centuries, it flourished, a proud Roman city of the African frontier, rich and ordered and busy. And then it died, and the desert took it. As the Roman world crumbled and the centuries turned, Timgad declined, was sacked, dwindled, and was at last abandoned. And once the people were gone, the Sahara moved in and did what the Sahara does. The sand came, slowly, patiently, year upon year, drifting through the empty streets, filling the houses, climbing the columns, burying the theater and the forum and the arch, until the whole city was gone from sight beneath the sand, erased from the surface of the world, its very location half forgotten. For more than 1,000 years, Timgad slept under the desert, hidden, silent, the perfect grid of its streets preserved in the dark beneath the dunes. Then, in the 1880s, archaeologists came and began to dig, and the desert gave the city back. The sand that had buried Timgad had also protected it, sealed it from the weather and the looters and the slow decay that wears away cities left in the open, so that what emerged from the dunes was not a ruin worn to stumps, but a city almost intact, its streets still paved, its arch still standing, its theater ready for an audience, the ruts of Roman cart wheels still cut into the stone of its roads. The Sahara had swallowed a whole city and kept it perfectly for 1,000 years, and then handed it back to us complete. And here, at the last of all our sites, the pattern of the entire night closes. Think of everything we have seen do this very thing. Sanxingdui buried its gods and walked away. The Indus emptied its perfect cities. Archaeum burned its circle. The Cucuteni torched their towns. Tartessos sealed its temples. The Maya let the jungle take their pyramids. The kingdom of Guge emptied its cliff in a single generation. And the Amazon swallowed whole cities so completely we needed lasers to find them again. Over and over, all night long, we have watched humanity build something magnificent and then lose it, to fire, to flood, to the sea, to the sand, to forgetting. Timgad is that whole story in a single place, a perfect city, swallowed by the desert and given back. It is the proof we promised you, the pattern made visible, the meaning of the entire journey lying intact in the Algerian sand. So we reach the end of the long night, and the dawn is not far off. We have stood at more than 100 places across the whole face of the earth, on every inhabited continent, and we have found, again and again, the same three things. The impossible cut of stone worked finer than the tools of its age should allow, the vanishing of whole peoples at the height of their power, and the message set down in writing and then made unreadable forever. They are not connected by any single lost civilization. No secret thread ties Baalbek to Easter Island to the Amazon. What ties them is something simpler and, in its way, far larger. They are all us. They are all the work of human beings, reaching higher than we remember they could reach, and then losing it. That is the true pattern this journey was built to show. Not that aliens came, not that a single forgotten empire ruled the world, but that human beings, everywhere, in every age, have been capable of more than the tidy textbook story allows, and that what they built and knew and wrote could be lost so completely that we forget it was ever possible. Knowledge can vanish. The Antikythera machine proves it, the recipe for Damascus Steel proves it, the unread scripts prove it. We are not the simple summit of a straight climb upward. We are the latest of many high points, standing on the buried ruins of others, much of whose achievement we have entirely forgotten and are only now, with our lasers and our scanners and our patient divers, beginning to find again. And one door we have left deliberately open. Across this night we met the silent scripts, the seals of the Indus, the tablets of Crete, the turning glyphs of Easter Island, the knotted cords of the Inca, real languages set down by real people and lost to us now. The Quipu of the Andes are still, even now, beginning to give up their secrets to patient researchers, the first knots loosening after 500 years. Somewhere in the museums and the highland villages, in the chords and the colors, a vanished empire may be waiting to speak again. Of all the mysteries we have touched tonight, that is the one still moving, the one where tomorrow's discovery might let the dead at last say their own names. So rest now. All those places will keep, in the sand and under the sea and beneath the forest, as they have kept for so long. They were here before us, and the stone of them will be here after us. And that, in the end, is the quiet thought this whole long night leaves behind. Everything that was built was eventually buried, and yet here it still is, waiting to be found. The desert gave Timgad back. The forest gave Kasarabe back. The sea gave the drowned city of Thonis back. Perhaps nothing is ever truly lost, only waiting under the sand for someone patient enough to look. Sleep well. The lost world is still down there, keeping its secrets, and it is in no hurry at all.